just as Professors Castle and Commons wanted no credit. Restraint at all in 1928 and 1929, so Representative Louis T. McFadden, powerful chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee, exerted a similar though more powerful brand of pressure on the Federal Reserve authorities. On February 7, 1929, the day after the Federal Reserve Board's letter to the Federal Theory and Inflation, Economists and the Lure of a Stable Price, Level 179. 15c. Paul Einzig, Montague Norman, London, Kegan Paul, 1932, pages 67, 78. 16. Sir Henry Clay, Lord Norman, London, Macmillan, 1957. p. 138. Reserve Bank's warning about stock market speculation. Representative McFadden himself warned the House against an adverse business reaction from this move. He pointed out that there had been no rise in the commodity price level, so how could there be any danger of inflation? The Fed, he warned skittishly, should not concern itself with the stock market or security loans, lest it produce a general slump. Tighter money would make capital financing difficult, and coupled with the resulting loss of confidence, would precipitate a depression. In fact, McFadden declared that the Fed should be prepared to ease money rates as soon as any fall in prices or employment might appear. 17 other influential voices raised against any credit restriction were those of W. T. Foster and Waddell Catchings, leading stabilizationists and well known for their underconsumptionist theories. Catchings was a prominent investment banker of Goldman Sachs & Co., and iron and steel magnate, and both men were close to the Hoover administration. As we shall see, their plan for curing unemployment was adopted at one time by Hoover. In April 1929, Foster and Catchings warned that any credit restriction would lower the price level and hurt business. The bull market, they assured the public, along with Fisher, Commons, and the rest, was grounded on a sure foundation of American confidence in growth. 18. And the bull speculators, of course, echoed the cry that everyone should invest in America. Anyone who criticized the boom was considered to be unpatriotic and selling America short. Castle was typical of European opinion in insisting on even greater inflationary moves by the Federal Reserve System. Sir Ralph Hawtrey, visiting at Harvard during 1928 to 1929, spread the gospel of price level stabilization to his American audience. 19. 180. America's Great Depression. 17. Cited in Joseph Stagg Lawrence, Wall Street and Washington. Princeton. N.J. Princeton University Press, 1929, pages 437 to 43. 18. Commercial and Financial Chronicle, April 1929, 2204-06. Also see Beckhart. Federal Reserve Policy and the Money Market, in Beckhart et al., The New York Money Market, New York, Columbia University Press, 1931, Volume 2, pp. 99 ff. 19. See Joseph Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, New York, Viking Press, 1959, Volume 4, p. 178. Influential British Labourite Philip Snowden urged in 1927 that the United States join in a world plan for price stabilization to prevent a prolonged price decline. The London Statist and the Nation, London, both bemoaned the Federal Reserve deflation. Perhaps most extreme was a wildly inflationist article by the respected economist Professor Allen, an American then, teaching at the University of London. Young, in January 1929, warned about the secular downward price trend and urged all central banks not to hoard gold, to abandon their high gold reserve ratio fetish, and to inflate to a fare thee well. Central banks of the world, he declared, appear to be afraid of prosperity, So long as they are, they will exert a retarding influence upon the growth of production. 20. In an age of folly, Professor Young's article was perhaps the crowning pièce de résistance, much more censurable than the superficially more glaring errors of such economists as Irving Fisher and Charles A. Dice on the alleged new era prosperity of the stock market. Merely to extrapolate present stock market conditions is, after all, not nearly as reprehensible as considering deflation the main threat in the midst of a rampantly inflationary era. But such was the logical conclusion of the stabilizationist position. We may conclude that the Federal Reserve authorities, in promulgating their inflationary policies, were motivated not only by the desire to help British inflation and to subsidize farmers, but were also guided, or rather misguided, by the fashionable economic theory of a stable price level as the goal of monetary manipulation. 21. Theory and Inflation. Economists and the Lure of a Stable Price, Level 181. 20. Allen. A young, downward price trend, probable due to hoarding of gold by central banks. The Analyst, January 18, 1929, 96-97. Also see, Our Reserve Bank Policy as Europe Thinks It Sees It. The Analyst, September 2, 1927, 374-75. 21. Seymour, Harris, 20 Years of Federal Reserve Policy. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press, 1933. Volume 1, 192 ff. And Aldrich, The Causes of the Present Depression and Possible Remedies. New York, 1933. Pages 20-21. Part 3. The Great Depression, 1929-1933. 7. Prelude to Depression. Mr. Hoover and Laissez-faire. F. Government wishes to alleviate rather than aggravate a depression. Its only valid course is laissez-faire, to leave the economy alone, only if there is no interference, direct or threatened, with prices, wage rates, and business liquidation will the necessary adjustment proceed with smooth dispatch. Any propping up of shaky positions postpones liquidation and aggravates unsound conditions. Propping up wage rates creates mass unemployment, and bolstering prices perpetuates and creates unsold surpluses. Moreover, a drastic cut in the government budget, both in taxes and expenditures, will of itself speed adjustment by changing social choice toward more saving and investment relative to consumption. For government spending, whatever the label attached to it, is solely consumption. Any cut in the budget therefore raises the investment-consumption ratio in the economy and allows more rapid validation of originally wasteful and loss-yielding projects. Hence, the proper injunction to government in a depression is cut the budget and leave the economy strictly alone. Currently fashionable economic thought considers such a dictum hopelessly outdated. Instead, it has more substantial backing now in economic law than it did during the 19th century. Laissez-faire was, roughly, the traditional policy in American depressions before 1929. The laissez-faire precedent was set in 185. America's first Great Depression, 1819, when the federal government's only act was to ease terms of payment for its own land debtors. President Van Buren also set a staunch laissez-faire course. In the Panic of 1837, subsequent federal governments followed a similar path, the chief centers being state governments, which periodically permitted insolvent banks to continue in operation without paying their obligations. 1. In the 1920-1921 Depression, government intervened to a greater extent, but wage rates were permitted to fall, and government expenditures and taxes were reduced, and this depression was over in 1 year, in what Dr. Benjamin M. Anderson has called our last natural recovery to full employment. Laissez-faire, then, was the policy dictated both by sound theory and by historical precedent. But in 1929, the sound course was rudely brushed aside, led by President Hoover. The government embarked on what Anderson has accurately called the Hoover New Deal. For if we define New Deal as an anti-depression program marked by extensive governmental economic planning and intervention, including bolstering of wage rates and prices, expansion of credit, propping up of weak firms, and increased government spending, for example, subsidies to unemployment and public works, Herbert Clark Hoover must be considered the founder of the New Deal in America. Hoover, from the very start of the Depression, set his course unerringly toward the violation of all the laissez-faire canons. As a consequence, he left office with the economy at the depths of an unprecedented depression, with no recovery in sight after 3.5 years, and with unemployment at the terrible and unprecedented rate of 25% of the labor force. Hoover's role as founder of a revolutionary program of government planning to combat depression has been unjustly neglected by historians. Franklin D. Roosevelt, in large part, merely elaborated the policies laid down by his predecessor. To scoff at 186. America's Great Depression. 1. For an appreciation of the importance of this fact for American monetary history, see Vera C. Smith, The Rationale of Central Banking, London, P.S. King and Son, 1936. Hoover's tragic failure to cure the Depression as a typical example of laissez-faire is drastically to misread the historical record. The Hoover route must be set down as a failure of government planning, and not of the free market. To portray the interventionist efforts of the Hoover administration to cure the Depression, we may quote Hoover's own summary of his program during his presidential campaign in the fall of 1932. We might have done nothing. That would have been utter ruin. Instead, we met the situation with proposals to private business and to Congress of the most gigantic program of economic defense and counterattack ever evolved in the history of the Republic. We put it into action. No government in Washington has hitherto considered that it held so broad a responsibility for leadership in such times. For the first time in the history of depression, dividends, profits, and the cost of living have been reduced before wages have suffered. They were maintained until the cost of living had decreased, and the profits had practically vanished. They are now the highest real wages in the world, creating new jobs and giving to the whole system a new breath of life. Nothing has ever been devised in our history which has done more for the common run of men and women. Some of the reactionary economists urged that we should allow the liquidation to take its course until we had found bottom. We determined that we would not follow the advice of the bitter-end liquidationists and see the whole body of debtors of the United States brought to bankruptcy and the savings of our people brought to destruction. 2. Prelude to Depression. Mr. Hoover and Laissez-faire, 187. 2. From his acceptance speech on August 11th and his campaign speech at Des Moines on October 4th. For full account of the Hoover speeches and anti-depression program, see William Starr Myers and Walter H. Newton, The Hoover Administration, New York, Scholarly Press, 1936, Part 1. William Starr Myers. The State Papers of Herbert Hoover, New York, 1934, Volumes 1 and 2. Also see Herbert Hoover, Memoirs of Herbert Hoover, New York, Macmillan, 1937, Volume 3. The Development of Hoover's Interventionism, Unemployment. Hoover, of course, did not come upon his interventionist ideas suddenly. It is instructive to trace their development and the similar development in the country as a whole if we are to understand clearly how Hoover could so easily, and with such nationwide support, reverse the policies that had ruled in all previous depressions. Herbert Clark Hoover was very much the forward-looking politician. We have seen that Hoover pioneered in attempts to intimidate investment bankers in placing foreign loans. Characteristic of all Hoover's interventions was the velvet glove on the mailed fist, i.e., the businessmen would be exhorted to adopt voluntary measures that the government desired, but implicit was the threat that if business did not volunteer properly, compulsory controls would soon follow. When Hoover returned to the United States after the war and a long stay abroad, he came armed with a suggested Reconstruction program. Such programs are familiar to the present generation, but they were new to the United States in that more innocent age. Like all such programs, it was heavy on government planning, which was envisaged as voluntary cooperative action under central direction. 3. The government was supposed to correct our marginal faults, including undeveloped health and education, industrial waste, the failure to conserve resources, the nasty habit of resisting unionization, and seasonal unemployment. Featured in Hoover's plan were increased inheritance taxes, public dams, and, significantly, government regulation of the stock market to eliminate vicious speculation. Here was an early display of Hoover's hostility toward the stock market, a hostility that was to form one of the leitmotifs of his administration. For Hoover, who, to his credit, 188, America's Great Depression. 3. See Joseph Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, New York. Viking Press, 1959, Volume 14, p. 27. 4. Hoover, Memoirs, Volume 2, p. 29. Hoover's evasive rhetoric is typical. I insisted that these improvements could be effected without government control, but the government should cooperate by research, intellectual leadership, and prohibitions upon the abuse of power, has never pretended to be the stalwart of laissez-faire that most people now consider him. Notes that some denounced his program as radical, as well they might have. So forward-looking was Hoover and his program that Louis Brandeis, Herbert Croly of the New Republic, Colonel Edward M. House, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and other prominent Democrats for a while boomed Hoover for the presidency. 5. Hoover continued to expound interventionism in many areas during 1920. Most relevant to our concerns was the Conference on Labor Management Relations that Hoover directed from 1919 to 1920, on appointment by President Wilson and in association with Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson, a former official of the United Mine Workers of America. The conference, which included forward-looking industrialists like Julius Rosenwald, Oscar Strauss, and Owen D. Young, labor leaders, and economists like Frank W. Taussig, recommended wider collective bargaining, criticized company unions, urged the abolition of child labor, and called for national old age insurance, fewer working hours, better housing, health insurance, and government arbitration boards for labor disputes. These recommendations reflected Hoover's views. 6. Hoover was appointed Secretary of Commerce by President Harding in March 1921, under pressure from the left wing of the Republican Party, led by William Allen White and Judge Nathan Miller of New York. Hoover was one of the first of the modern breed of politician who can find a home in either party. We have seen that the government pursued a largely laissez-faire policy in the Depression of 1920 to 1921, but this was not the doing of Herbert Hoover. On the contrary, he set out to reconstruct. Prelude to Depression, Mr. Hoover and Laissez-Faire, 189. 5 cf. Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., The Crisis of the Old Order, 1919 to 1933. Boston. Houghton Mifflin, 1957, pp. 81 ff. Harris Gaylord Warren, Herbert Hoover and The Great Depression, New York, Oxford University Press, 1959, pp. 24 ff. 6 Hoover records that the extreme right was hostile to these proposals. And understandably so, and notably the Boston Chamber of Commerce. Also, see Eugene Lyons, Our Unknown Ex-President, New York, Doubleday, 1948. Pages 213-14. America. 7. He only accepted the appointment on the condition that he would be consulted on all economic policies of the federal government. He was determined to transform the Department of Commerce into the economic interpreter to the American people. And they badly need one. 8. Hardly had Hoover assumed office when he began to organize an economic conference and a committee on unemployment. The committee established a branch in every state having substantial unemployment, along with sub-branches in local communities and mayor's emergency committees in 31 cities. 9. The committee contributed relief to the unemployed and also organized collaboration between the local and federal governments. As Hoover recalls, we developed cooperation between the federal, state, and municipal governments to increase public works. We persuaded employers to divide time among their employees so that as many as possible would have some incomes. We organized the industries to undertake renovation, repair, and where possible, expand construction. 10. Standard Oil of New Jersey announced a policy of laying off its older employees last, and it increased its repairs and production for inventory. U.S. Steel also invested $10 million in repairs immediately upon conclusion of the conference. 11. In short, the biggest businesses were the first to agree. Happily, the Depression was about over by the time these measures could take effect, but an ominous shadow had been cast over 190. America's Great Depression. 7 Hoover to Wesley C. Mitchell, July 29, 1921. Lucy Sprague Mitchell. 2. Lives, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1953, p. 364. 8 Warren, Herbert Hoover and the Great Depression, p. 26. 9. C. Hoover, Memoirs, Volume 2, Warren, Herbert Hoover, and the Great Depression. And Lloyd M. Graves, The Great Depression and Beyond, New York, Brookmeyer. Economic Service, 1932, p. 84. 10 Hoover, Memoirs, Volume 2, pages 41-42. 11 C. Joseph H. McMullen, The President's Unemployment Conference of 1921 and Its Results. Unpublished M.A. Thesis, Columbia University, 1922, p. 33. Any future depression, a shadow that would grimly materialize. When the 1929 crash arrived, once again, these measures bore the characteristic Hoover stamp. The government compulsion and planning were larded with the rhetoric of voluntary cooperation. He spoke of these and other suggested measures as mobilization of cooperative action of our manufacturers and employers, of our public bodies and local authorities. And there came into use the now all too familiar war analogy: an infinite amount of misery could be saved if we have the same spirit of spontaneous cooperation in every community for reconstruction that we had in war. While the government did not greatly intervene in the 1920 to 1921 recession, there were enough ominous seeds of the later New Deal. In December 1920, the War Finance Corporation was revived as an aid to farm exports, and a $100 million foreign Trade Financial Corporation was established. Farm agitation against short selling led to the Capper Grain Futures Act in August 1921, regulating trading on the grain exchanges. Furthermore, on the state level, New York passed rent laws restricting the eviction rights of landlords. Kansas created an industrial court regulating all key industries as public utilities, and the Nonpartisan League conducted socialistic experiments in North Dakota. 12. Perhaps the most important development of all, however, was the President's Conference on Unemployment, called by Harding at the instigation of the indefatigable Herbert Hoover. This was probably the most fateful omen of anti-depression policies too. About 300 eminent men in industry, banking, and labor were called together in September 1921 to discuss the problem of unemployment. President Harding's address to the conference was filled with great good sense and was almost the swan song of the old order's way of dealing with depressions. Harding declared that liquidation was inevitable and attacked governmental planning and any suggestion of Treasury relief. He said, the excess prelude to depression, Mr. Hoover and Laissez-faire, 191. 12 C. Graves, The Great Depression and Beyond. Stimulation from that source is to be reckoned a cause of trouble, rather than a source of cure. 13. To the conference members it was clear that Harding's words were mere stumbling blocks to the wheels of progress, and they were quickly disregarded. The conferees obviously preferred Hoover's opening speech, to the effect that the era of passivity was now over. In contrast to previous depressions, Hoover was convinced the government must do something. 14. The conference's aim was to promulgate the idea that government should be responsible for curing depressions, even if the sponsors had no clear idea of the specific things that government should do. The important steps, in the view of the dominant leaders, were to urge the necessity of government planning to combat depressions and to bolster the idea of public works as a depression remedy. 15. The conference very strongly and repeatedly praised the expansion of public works in a depression and urged coordinated plans by all levels of government. 16. Not to be outdone by the new administration, former President Wilson, in December, added his call for a federal public works stabilization program. The extreme public works agitators were disappointed that the conference did not go far enough. For example, The Economist. 192. America's Great Depression. 13. C. E. J. Howenstein, Jr. Public Works Policy in the Twenties. Social Research, December 1946. 479-500. 14. C. Lyons, Our Unknown Ex-President, p. 230. 15 inches reality. Public works only prolong the depression, aggravate the malinvestment problem, and intensify the shortage of savings by wasting more capital. They also prolong unemployment by bolstering wage rates. See Macy's, Human Action, New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press, 1949, pages 792-94. 16. The payment of charity wages as high as market rates began in the Depression of 1893. Public works as a depression remedy started on a municipal scale in the recession of 1914 to 1915. The secretary of Mayor John Poroy, Mitchell's New York Committee on Unemployment, urged public works in 1916, and Nathan J. Stone, chief statistician of the U.S. Tariff Board, urged a national public works and employment reserve in 1915. Immediately after the war, Governor Alfred E. Smith of New York and Governor Frank O. Loden of Illinois urged a national public works stabilization program. See Raphael Margolin, Public Works as a Remedy for Unemployment in the United States. Unpublished M.A. thesis. Columbia University, 1928. William Laserson had thought that a Federal Labor Reserve Board would do for the labor market what the Federal Reserve Board did for the banking interests. But the wiser heads saw that they had made a great gain. As a direct result of Hoover's conference, twice as many municipal bonds for public works were floated in 1921 and 1922 as in any previous year. Federal highway grant-saying aid to the states totaled $75 million in the autumn of 1921, and American opinion was aroused on the entire subject. It was no accident that the conference had arrived at its interventionist conclusions. As usually happens in conferences of this type, a small group of staffmen, along with Herbert Hoover, actually prepared the recommendations that the illustrious frontmen duly ratified. 17. Secretary of the Crucial Public Works Committee of the conference was Otto Todd Mallory, for a long time the nation's leading advocate of public works programs in depressions. Mallory was a member and guiding spirit of the Pennsylvania State Industrial Board and Secretary of the Pennsylvania Emergency Public Works Commission, which had pioneered in public works planning, and Mallory's resolutions thoughtfully pointed to the examples of Pennsylvania and California as beacon lights for the federal government to follow. 18. Mallory was one of the leading spirits in the American Association for Labor Legislation, AALL, an organization of eminent citizens and economists devoted to the promotion of government intervention in the fields of labor, unemployment, and welfare. The association had held the first National Unemployment Conference in early 1914. Now, its executive director, John B. Andrews, boasted that the Presidential Conference's recommendations followed the standard recommendations formulated by the AALL in 1915. These standard recommendations featured public works and emergency public relief at Prelude to Depression, Mr. Hoover and Laissez-faire, 193. 17. M.C. Mullen, the President's Unemployment Conference of 1921 and its results, p. 16. 18. Pennsylvania had established the first public works stabilization program in 1917, largely inspired by Mallory. It was later repealed. Mallory had also been made head of a new division of development of public works by states and cities during the transition period in the Wilson administration. C. Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, Volume 4, p. 7. The Usual Hours and Wage Rates. The wage rates of the boom period were supposed to be maintained. 19. Neither was the conference's following of the ALL line a coincidence. Aside from Mallory's critical role, the conference also employed the expert knowledge of the following economists, all of whom were officials of the AAL: John B. Andrews, Henry S. Dennison, Edwin F. Gay, Samuel A. Lewison, Samuel McCune Lindsay, Wesley C. Mitchell, Ida M. Tarbell, Mary Van Cleek, and Leo Woolman. 20. It seems clear that the businessmen at the conference were not supposed to mold policy. Their function was to be indoctrinated with the Hoover LL line and then to spread the interventionist gospel to other business leaders. Andrews singled out for particular praise in this regard Joseph H. DeFries of the United States Chamber of Commerce, who appealed to many business organizations to cooperate with the mayor's emergency committees and generally to accept business responsibility to solve the unemployment problem. President Samuel Gompers of the American Federation of Labor, AF of L, also hailed the widespread acceptance by industry of its responsibility for unemployment as an outcome of this conference. Hoover did his best to intervene in the recession, attempting also to stimulate home construction and urging banks to finance more exports. Fortunately, however, Harding and the rest of the cabinet were not convinced of the virtues of governmental depression remedies. But 8 years later, Hoover was finally to have his chance. As Lyons concludes, a precedent for federal intervention in economic depression was set, rather to the horror of conservatives. 21. 194. America's Great Depression. 19. See John B. Andrews, The President's Unemployment Conference. Success or Failure. American Labor Legislation Review, December 1921, 307-10. Also see Unemployment Survey in IBID, pages 211-12. 20. American Labor Legislation Review, March 1922, 79. Other officials of the AALL included Jane Addams, Thomas L. Chadbourne, Professor John R. Commons, Professor Irving Fisher, Adolph Louison, Lillian Wald, Felix M. Warburg, Woodrow Wilson, and Rabbi Stevens Wise. 21. Lyons, our unknown ex-president, p. 230. It is, of course, a sociological law that a government bureau, once launched, never dies, and the conference was true to this law. The conference resolved itself into 3 research committees, run by a staff of experts, with Hoover in overall command. 1. Project bore fruit in Leo Woolman's Planning and Control of Public Works, a pro-public works study published in 1930. A second committee published a study on seasonal operation in the construction industry in 1924 in cooperation with the Division of Building and Housing of the Department of Commerce. This work urged seasonal stabilization of construction and was in part the result of a period of propaganda activity by the American Construction Council, a trade association headed by Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Its foreword was written by Herbert Hoover. 22. The most important project was a study of business cycles and unemployment published in 1923. Hoover invited the National Bureau of Economic Research, headed by Wesley C. Mitchell, to make a fact-finding study of the problems of forecasting and control of business cycles, and then appointed a committee on business cycles to draft policy recommendations for the report. Chairman of the committee was Owen D. Young, and other members included Edward Eyre Hunt, who had been secretary of the President's Conference, Joseph DeFries, Mary Van Kleck, Clarence Woolley, and Matthew Wall. Of the AF&L funds for the project were considerately supplied by the Carnegie Corporation, Wesley C. Mitchell, of the National Bureau, and A.L. planned and directed the report, which Prelude to Depression, Mr. Hoover and Laissez-faire, 195. 22. The American Construction Council was formed in response to the hounding of the New York construction industry by state and federal authorities during the Depression of 1920 to 1921. The governments charged the industry with price fixing and excessive profits. Hoover and Roosevelt together formed the Council in the summer of 1922 to stabilize and organize the industry. The aim was to cartelize construction, impose various codes of operation and ethics, and to plan the entire industry. Franklin Roosevelt, as president of the council, took repeated opportunity to denounce profit-seeking and rugged individualism. The codes of fair practice were Hoover's idea. See Daniel R. Fusfeld, The Economic Thought of Franklin D. Roosevelt and the Origins of the New Deal, New York. Columbia University Press, 1956, pp. 102 ff. Included interventionist chapters by Mallory and Andrews on public works and unemployment benefits, and by Woolman on unemployment insurance. While the National Bureau was supposed to do only fact-finding, Mitchell, in discussing his report, advocated social experimentation. 23. Meanwhile, Hoover had not been idle on the more direct legislative front. Senator W.S. Kenyon of Iowa, in late 1921, introduced a bill supported by Hoover, embodying recommendations of the conference and specifically requiring a public works stabilization program. In the December 1921 hearings, the Kenyon bill was supported by numerous leading economists as well as by the American Federation of Labor, the American Engineering Council, of which Hoover had just been named president, and the United States Chamber of Commerce. One of the supporters was Wesley C. Mitchell. The bill never came to a vote, however, largely due to healthy senatorial skepticism based on laissez-faire ideas. The next public works stabilization bill before Congress was the Zillman Bill in the House. This was promoted by the National Unemployment League, formed in 1922 for that purpose. Hearings were held in the House Labor Committee in February 1923. Hoover backed the proposal, but it failed of adoption. Finally, Hoover presented the report on business cycles and unemployment to the Congress, and strongly urged a public works program in depressions. Later in 1929, Hoover's Committee on Recent Economic Changes would also support a public works program. In 1924, the AALL continued its agitation. It participated in a national conference proposing public works planning. The conference was called by the Federated American Engineering Societies. In January, in 1923, Wisconsin and Massachusetts were persuaded to adopt a stabilizing public works program. Massachusetts was directly swayed by testimony from the ubiquitous Andrews and Day. 196. America's Great Depression. 23. Wesley C. Mitchell, Unemployment and Business Fluctuations, American Labor Legislation Review, March, 1923. 15-22. Mallory, these state programs were never translated into effective action, but they did indicate the developing climate. In January 1925, Hoover had the satisfaction of seeing President Coolidge adopt his position, addressing the Associated General Contractors of America, a group that stood to gain by a government building program. Coolidge called for public works planning to stabilize depressions. Senators George H. Pepper and James Couzens tried to pass public works planning legislation in 1925 and 1926, but they failed, along with later attempts by Senator Wesley Jones, who submitted bills that had been drafted in Hoover's Department of Commerce. The Republican Senate was the most recalcitrant, and one Pepper bill was filibustered to death there. Even favorable reports by its Commerce Committee could not sway the Senate. By this time, not only Hoover and Coolidge, but also Secretary Mellon, the Democratic Party in 1924, and later Governor Alfred E. Smith of New York, had endorsed the Public Works Program. In May 1928, Senator Robert F. Wagner, DNY, introduced 3 bills for comprehensive public works planning, including the creation of an Employment Stabilization Board, but the plan was not considered by Congress. 24. After Hoover was elected president, he became more circumspect in presenting his views, but he carried on the fight with renewed vigor. His technique was to leak the Hoover plan to trusted associates who would obviously be presenting Hoover's views. He chose as his vehicle Governor Ralph Owen Brewster of Maine. Brewster presented a public works plan to the Conference of Governors in late 1928 and waxed eloquent about the plan as prelude to depression. Mr. Hoover and laissez-faire. 197. 24. The following economists, businessmen, and other leaders had by now served as officers of the American Association for Labor Legislation in addition to those named above: Ray Stannard Baker, Bernard M. Baruch, Mrs. Mary Beard, Joseph P. Chamberlain, Morris Llewellyn Cook, Fred C. Croxton, Paul H. Douglas, Morris L. Ernst, Herbert Fesch, S. Fells, Walton H. Hamilton, William Hard, Ernest M. Hopkins, Royal W. Meeker, Broadus Mitchell, William F. Ogburn, Thomas I. Parkinson, Mrs. George D. Pratt, Roscoe Pound, Mrs. Raymond Robbins, Julius Rosenwald, John Orion, Naomi Stone, Gerard Swope, Mrs. Frank A. Vanderlip, Joseph H. Willits, and John G. Winant. Designed to prevent depressions. 25. His use of the term road to plenty was hardly a coincidence, for Hoover had adopted the plan of Messrs. Foster and Catchings, which had recently been outlined in their famous book, The Road to Plenty, 1928. The authors had submitted the plan to Brewster, and, after Hoover's endorsement, Brewster brought Professor William T. Foster along to the governor's conference as his technical advisor. Foster and Catchings, bellwethers of inflation and the bull market and leading underconsumptionists, had been closely involved in the public works agitation. Foster was director of the Pollack Foundation for Economic Research founded by investment banker Waddell Catchings. The pair had published a series of very popular books during the 1920s, agitating for such panaceas as public works and monetary inflation. 26. Although 7 or 8 governors were enthusiastic about the Hoover-Foster-Catchings plan, the conference tabled the idea. A large part of the press hailed the plan in extravagant terms, as prosperity insurance, a prosperity reserve, or as a pact to outlaw depression, while more conservative organs properly ridiculed it as a chimerical and socialistic effort to outlaw the law of supply and demand. It was not surprising that William Greene of the AF&L hailed the plan as the most important announcement on wages and employment in a decade, or that the AF&L's John P. Frey announced that Hoover had now accepted the old AF&L theory that depressions are caused by underconsumption and low. 198. America's Great Depression. 25. Ralph Owen Brewster, Footprints on the Road to Plenty, a $3 billion fund to stabilize business. Commercial and Financial Chronicle, November 28, 1928. 2527. 26. The Foster Catchings plan called for an organized public works program of $3 billion to iron out the business cycle and stabilize the price level. Individual initiative, the authors decided, may be well and good, but in a situation of this sort, we must have collective leadership. William T. Foster and Waddell Catchings. The Road to Plenty, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1928. p. 187. For a brilliant critique of the underconsumptionist theories of Foster and Catchings, see F. A. Hayek, The Paradox of Savings, in Profit, Interest, and Investment, London. Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1939, pages 199 to 263. Wages. 27. The press reported that labor is jubilant because leaders believe that the next president has found a remedy for unemployment which, at least in its philosophy and its groundwork, is identical with that of labor. 28. The closeness of Foster and Catchings to Hoover is again demonstrated by the detailed account of their own plan that they published in April 1929. In an article entitled, Mr. Hoover's Plan, What It Is and What It Is Not, A New Attack on Poverty, they wrote authoritatively that Hoover should wield a stabilization public works reserve, not of $150 million, as had often been mentioned in previous years, but of the gigantic sum of $3 billion. This plan would iron out prices and the business cycle and stabilize business. At last, scientific economics was to be wielded as a weapon by an American president. The plan is business guided by measurements instead of hunches. It is economics for an age of science. Economics worthy of the new president. 29. The development of Hoover's interventionism, labor relations. We cannot fully understand Hoover's disastrous interference in the labor market during the Depression without tracing the development of his views and actions on the labor front during the 1920s. We have seen that his Reconstruction program and his Economic Conference of 1920 praised collective bargaining and unionism. In 1920, Hoover arranged a meeting of leading industrialists with advanced views on labor relations to try, unsuccessfully, prelude to depression. Mr. Hoover and Laissez-faire, 199. 27. C. Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, Volume 4, pp. 349-50. 28. Hoover's Plan to Keep the Dinner Pail Full. Literary Digest, December 8, 1928. 5-7. 29. William T. Foster and Waddell Catchings, Mr. Hoover's Plan, What It Is and What It Is Not. The New Attack on Poverty. Review of Reviews, April 1929. 77-78. For a laudatory survey of Hoover's pro-public works views in the 1920s, by An official of the ALL, see George H. Trafton, Hoover and Unemployment. American Labor Legislation Review, September 1929, 267 ff. And item, Hoover's. Unemployment Policy, American Labor Legislation Review, December 1929, 373 ff. To persuade them to establish liaison with the American Federation of Labor. 30. From 1919 through 1923, Hoover tried to persuade private corporations to insure the uninsurable by adopting unemployment insurance, and in 1925 he praised the American Federation of Labor as having exercised a powerful influence in stabilizing industry. He also favored the compulsory unemployment of a child labor amendment, which would have lowered the national product and raised labor costs as well as the wages of competing adult workers. Most important of Hoover's activities in the labor field was his successful war against United States Steel and its chairman, Judge Elbert H. Gary, a war conducted as a skillful publicity campaign, in the words of a Hoover admirer, against barbaric hours of work in the steel industry. 31. The success of this battle made it much easier later on to persuade business men to go along with his labor policies during the 1929 Depression. Hoover had decided that the 12-hour day in the steel industry must be eradicated and replaced by the 8-hour day. He persuaded Harding, lapsing from his usual laissez-faire instincts, to hold a conference of steel manufacturers in May 1922, at which Harding and Hoover called on the magnates to eliminate the 12-hour day. An admiring biographer notes with satisfaction that Hoover made the steel leaders squirm. 32. It was, of course, easy for Harding and Hoover, far removed from the necessity of meeting a payroll or organizing production, to tell other people how long and under what conditions they should work. Hoover was supported by such enlightened steelmen as Alexander Legg and Charles R. Hook, but bitterly opposed by other leaders like Charles M. Schwab, and of course by Judge Gary, chairman of the Board of U.S. Steel and president of the American Iron and Steel Institute. The war was on. 200. America's Great Depression. 30. Irving Bernstein, The Lean Years, A History of the American Worker. 1920 to 1933. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1960. p. 147. As early as 1909, Hoover had called unions proper antidotes for unlimited capitalistic organizations. Ibid, p. 250. 31. Warren, Herbert Hoover and the Great Depression, p. 28. 32. Lyons, Our Unknown Ex-President, p. 231. The steel agitation, it should be pointed out, had not been begun by Hoover. It originated back in September 1919, when Gary refused to engage in collective bargaining with a workers' union. The workers struck on that issue, and the strike was led by Communist leader William Z. Foster. By the time the strike had failed in January 1920, public opinion, properly regarding the strike as Bolshevik-inspired, was squarely on the side of U.S. Steel. By this time, however, the Interchurch World Movement had appointed a commission of inquiry into the strike. The commission issued a report favorable to the strikers in July 1920 and thereby initiated the 8-hour day agitation. 33. The report started a propaganda war, with the nation's leftists attempting to change the whole temper of public opinion. The Reverend A.J. Musty, that Socialist New York Call, Labor and the Nation backed the report, while business associations strongly attacked the inquiry. The latter included the National Association of Manufacturers, the National Civic Federation, the Wall Street Journal, and others. Many religious papers, however, were persuaded by the prestige of the committee, a prestige in religion that somehow carried over to secular matters, to change their previous views and to line up on the anti-steel side. It was at this critical point in the battle that Hoover entered the fray and persuaded President Harding to join him. Hoover deliberately broke the story of the unsuccessful private meeting with Gary, Schwab, and the others to the press. He told the press that President Harding was attempting to persuade industry to adopt a reasonable working day. 34. Thus did the government mobilize public opinion on the side of the Union. Hoover managed to have the national engineering societies, effectively dominated by Hoover, issue a report, again outside of their competence, endorsing the 8-hour day in November 1922. Hoover eulogized the report, wrote the introduction, and persuaded Harding to sign it. Prelude to Depression. Mr. Hoover and Laissez-Faire. 201. 33. See Marshall Olds, Analysis of the Interchurch World Movement Report on the Steel Strike, New York, G.P., Putnam & Sons, 1922, pp. 417 ff. 34 Lyons, Our Unknown Ex-President, p. 231. Under the presidential pressure, Judge Gary appointed a committee of the steel industry, headed by himself, to study the question. The committee reported on May 25, 1923, unanimously rejecting the 8-hour day demands. U.S. Steel also issued a reply to the Interchurch report, written by Mr. Marshall Olds, and endorsed by the prominent economist Professor Jeremiah W. Jenks. Abuse rained down on the steel industry from all sides. Forgotten were the arguments used by U.S. Steel, for example, that the steel workers preferred the longer 12-hour day because of the increased income and that production would suffer under an 8-hour schedule. 35. This and other arguments were swept away by the wave of emotionalism whipped up over the issue. The forces of the social gospel hurled anathemas, social justice and social action. Committees of Protestant, Catholic, and Jewish organizations set up a clamor on issues about which they knew virtually nothing, attaching a quantitative codicil to the qualitative moral codes of the Bible. They did not hesitate to declare that the 12-hour day was morally indefensible. They did not elaborate whether it had suddenly become morally indefensible, or whether it, and even longer workdays, had also been morally wicked throughout earlier centuries. If the latter, it was certainly strange that countless preceding generations of churchmen had overlooked the alleged sin. If the former, then a curious historical relativism was now being mingled with the presumably eternal truths of the Bible. The American Association for Labor Legislation, of course, entered the fray and threatened federal maximum hour legislation if the steel industry did not succumb to its imperious demands. But the most effective blow was a stern public letter of rebuke sent to Gary by President Harding on June 18, written for the President by Hoover, faced by Harding's public requests, and 202 America's Great Depression. 35. Also forgotten was the fact that wages were involved in the struggle as well as hours. The workers wanted shorter hours with a living wage, or, as the inquiry report put it, a minimum comfort wage. In short, they wanted higher hourly wage rates. See Samuel Yellen, American Labor Struggles, New York, S.A. Russell, 1956, pp. 255 f. Demands. Gary finally surrendered in July, permitting Hoover to write the notice of triumph into Harding's Independence Day address. The Hoover-Harding victory over U.S. Steel effectively tamed industry, which, faced by this lesson, no longer had the fight to withstand a potent combination of public and governmental pressures. 36. Nor did this exhaust Hoover's labor interventionism during the 1920s. Hoover played a major role in fostering railway unions and in foisting upon the railroad industry the Railway Labor Act, America's first permanent incursion of the federal government into labor management relations. The railroad problem had begun in World War I when the federal government seized control of the nation's rails. Run by Secretary of the Treasury. McAdoo, the government's policy was to encourage unionization. After the war was over, the railway unions tried their best to perpetuate this bastion of socialism and advocated the Plum Plan, which called for joint operation of the railroads by employers, unions, and the government. The railroads were returned to private owners in 1920, but Congress gave a dangerous sop to the unions by setting up a railroad labor board with tripartite representation to settle all labor disputes. The board's decisions did not have the force of law, but they could exert an undue pressure on public opinion. The unions were happy with this arrangement until the government representatives saw the light of economic truth during the Depression of 1921 and recommended reductions in wage rates. The non-operating railway unions conducted a nationwide strike in defiance of the proposed reduction in the summer of 1922, while Attorney General Prelude to Depression, Mr. Hoover and Laissez-faire, 203. 36 on the 12-Hour Day episode, see Frederick W. McKenzie, Steel. Abandons the 12-Hour Day, American Labor Legislation Review, September 1923. 179 ff. Hoover, Memoirs, Volume 2, pages 103-04, and Robert M. Miller. American Protestantism and the 12-Hour Day, Southwestern Social Science. Quarterly, September 1956, 137-48. In the same year, Governor Pinchot of Pennsylvania forced the anthracite coal mines of that state to adopt the 8th Day. Dougherty acted ably in support of person and property by obtaining a federal injunction against union violence. The horrified Mr. Hoover, winning Secretary of State Hughes to his side, persuaded Harding to force Dougherty to remove the injunction. Hoover also intervened privately but insistently to try to wring pro-union concessions from the railroads. After the unions lost their strike, they determined to rewrite the law so that they could become established with the help of federal coercion. From 1923 on, the unions fought for a compulsory arbitration law. They achieved this goal with the Railway Labor Act of 1926, which in effect guaranteed collective bargaining to the railway unions. The bill was drafted by union lawyers Donald Richburg and David E. Lilienthal, and also by Herbert Hoover, who originated the idea of the Railway Labor Mediation Board. Seeing the growing support for such a law, and lured by the promised elimination of strikes, the bulk of the railroad industry surrendered and went along with the bill. The Railway Labor Act, the first giant step toward the collectivization of labor relations, was opposed by only a few far-sighted railroads and by the National Association of Manufacturers. 37. Even more mischievous than Hoover's pro-union attitude was his adoption of the new theory that high wage rates are an important cause of prosperity. The notion grew during the 1920s that America was more prosperous than other countries because her employers generously paid higher wage rates, thus ensuring that workers had the requisite purchasing power to buy industry's products, while high real wage rates are actually the consequence of greater productivity and capital investment. This theory put the cart before the horse by claiming that high wage rates were the cause of high productivity and living standards. It followed, of course, that wage rates should be maintained or even raised to stave off any threatening depression. Hoover began championing this theory during the Unemployment Conference of 1921, 204. America's Great Depression. 37. For a pro-union account of the affair, see Donald R. Richburg Labor Union. Monopoly, Chicago, Henry Regnery, 1957, pages 3-28. Also see Hoover, Memoirs. Volume 2. Employers on the Manufacturing Committee wanted to urge lowering wage rates as a cure for unemployment, but Hoover successfully insisted on killing this recommendation. 38. by the mid-1920s. Hoover was trumpeting the new economics and attacking the old economics that resisted the new dispensation. In a speech on May 12, 1926, Secretary Hoover spread the gospel of high wage rates that was to prove so disastrous a few years later. Not so many years ago, the employer considered it was in his interest to use the opportunities of unemployment and immigration to lower wages irrespective of other considerations. The lowest wages and longest hours were then conceived as the means to obtain lowest production costs and largest profits. But we are a long way on the road to new conceptions. The very essence of great production is high wages and low prices, because it depends upon a widening consumption, only to be obtained from the purchasing power of high real wages and increased standards of living. 39. Hoover was not alone in celebrating the new economics. The National Industrial Conference Board reported that, while during the 1920 to 1921 Depression, wage rates fell by 19% in 1 year, the high wage theory had taken hold from then on. More and more people adopted the theory that wage cutting would dry up purchasing power and thus prolong the Depression, while wage rates held high would quickly cure business doldrums. This doctrine, allied with the theory that high wage rates cause prosperity, was preached by many industrialists, economists, and labor leaders. Throughout the 1920s. 40, the Conference Board reported that much was heard of the dawn of a new era in which major business depressions could have no place. And Professor Leo Woolman has Prelude to Depression, Mr. Hoover and Laissez-faire, 205. 38. C. McMullen, The President's Unemployment Conference of 1921 and Its Results, p. 17. 39. Hoover, Memoirs, Volume 2, p. 108. 41 of these industrialists was the same Charles M. Schwab, head of Bethlehem Steel, who had bitterly fought Hoover in the 8-hour day dispute. Thus, in early 1929, Schwab opined that the way to keep prosperity permanent was to pay labor the highest possible wages. Commercial and Financial Chronicle, 128, January 5, 1929, 23, stated that the prevailing theory during the 1920s was that high and rising wages were necessary to a full flow of purchasing power, and therefore to good business. 41. As the final outgrowth of the famous conference of 1921, Hoover's Committee on Recent Economic Changes issued a general multi-volume report on the American economy in 1929. Once again, the basic investigations were made by the National Bureau. The committee did not at all foresee the Great Depression. Instead, it hailed the price stability of the 1920s and the higher wages. It celebrated the boom, little realizing that this was instead its swan song. With rising wages and relatively stable prices, we have become consumers of what we produce to an extent never before realized. In the early post-war period, the committee opined there were reactionary calls for the liquidation of labor back to pre-war standards. But soon, the leaders of industrial thought came to see that high wages sustained purchasing power, which in turn sustained prosperity. They began consciously to propound the principle of high wages and low costs as a policy of enlightened industrial practice. This principle has since attracted the attention of economists all over the world. Its application on a broad scale is so novel. 42. This change in the industrial climate, according to the committee, came about in a few short years, largely due to the influence of the Conference on Unemployment. By the fall of 1926, steel magnate Eugene Grace was already heralding the new dispensation in the Saturday Evening Post. 43. 206. America's Great Depression. 41. National Industrial Conference Board, Salary and Wage Policy in the Depression, New York, Conference Board 1932, p. 3, Leo Woolman, Wages in Relation to Economic Recovery, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1931, p. 1, 42 Committee on Recent Economic Changes. Recent Economic Changes in the United States, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1929, Volume 1, p. 11. 43 Committee on Recent Economic Changes. Recent Economic Changes in the United States, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1929, Volume 2, Henry Dennison, Management, 523. The conclusions of the Hoover-appointed Economic Committee were ominous in their own right. To maintain the dynamic equilibrium of the 1920s, it declared, leadership must be at hand to provide more and more deliberate public attention and control. In fact, research and study, the orderly classification of knowledge, may make complete control of the economic system a possibility. To maintain the equilibrium, we must develop a technique of balance, the technique to be supplied by economists, statisticians, and engineers, all working in harmony together. And so, President Herbert Hoover, on the eve of the Great Depression, stood ready to meet any storm warnings on the business horizon. 44. Hoover, the great engineer, stood now armed on many fronts with the mighty weapons and blueprints of a new economic science. Unfettered by outworn laissez-faire creeds, he would use his scientific weapons boldly, if need be, to bring the business cycle under governmental control. As we shall see, Hoover did not fail to employ promptly and vigorously his modern political principles, or the new tools provided him by modern economists. And, as a direct consequence, America was brought to her knees as never before. Yet, by an ironic twist of fate, the shambles that Hoover abandoned when he left office was attributed by Democratic critics to his devotion to the outworn tenets of laissez-faire. Prelude to Depression, Mr. Hoover and Laissez-Faire, 207, 44. Another important foretaste of the later National Recovery Act, NRA, was Hoover's use of the Department of Commerce during the 1920s to help trade associations form codes, endorsed by the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, to curtail competition in the name of eliminating unfair trade practices. 8. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command. A.N.D. So we see that when the Great Depression struck, heralded by the stock market crash of October 24, President Hoover stood prepared for the ordeal, ready to launch an unprecedented program of government intervention for high wage rates, public works, and bolstering of unsound positions that was later to be christened the New Deal. As Hoover recalls, the primary question at once arose as to whether the President and the federal government should undertake to investigate and remedy the evils. No president before had ever believed that there was a governmental responsibility in such cases, no matter what the urging. On previous occasions, presidents steadfastly had maintained that the federal government was apart from such eruptions. Therefore, we had to pioneer a new field. 1. As his admiring biographers, Myers and Newton, declared, President Hoover was the first president in our history to offer federal leadership in mobilizing the economic resources of the people. He was, of course, not the last. As Hoover later proudly proclaimed, it. 209. 1 Hoover, Memoirs of Herbert Hoover, New York, Macmillan, 1937, Volume 3, pp. 29 ff. For the sake of simplicity, any quotations from, or references based upon the Memoirs, Myers and Newton's, the Hoover Administration, Wilbur and Hyde's, the Hoover Policies, or Hoover's The State Papers of Herbert Hoover, will not be footnoted from this point on, was a program unparalleled in the history of depressions in any country and any time. There was opposition within the administration, headed, surprisingly enough, considering his interventions throughout the boom, by Secretary of Treasury Mellon. Mellon headed what Hoover scornfully termed the leave it alone liquidationists. Mellon wanted to liquidate labor, liquidate stocks, liquidate the farmers, liquidate real estate, and so purge the rottenness from the economy, lower the high cost of living, and spur hard work and efficient enterprise. Mellon cited the efficient working of this process in the Depression of the 1870s. While phrased somewhat luridly, this was the sound and proper course for the administration to follow. But Mellon's advice was overruled by Hoover, who was supported by Undersecretary of the Treasury Ogden Mills, Secretary of Commerce Robert Lamont, Secretary of Agriculture Hyde, and others. The White House Conferences. Hoover acted quickly and decisively. His most important act was to call a series of White House conferences with the leading financiers and industrialists of the country to induce them to maintain wage rates and expand their investments. Such artificially induced expansion could only bring losses to business and thereby aggravate the Depression. Hoover phrased the general aim of these conferences as the coordination of business and governmental agencies in concerted action. The first conference was on November 18th, with the presidents of the nation's major railroads. Attending for the government were Hoover, Mellon, and Lamont. And also participating was William Butterworth, president of the United States Chamber of Commerce. The railroad presidents promised Hoover that they would expand their construction and maintenance programs and publicly announced this promise on November 19th. Later, the railroad executives met in Chicago to establish a formal organization to carry this program into effect. The most important White House conference was held on November 21st. All the great industrial leaders of the country were there, including such men as Henry Ford, Julius Rosenwald, 210, America's Great Depression, Walter Teagle of Standard Oil, Matthew Sloan, Owen D. Young, Edward Grace, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., Pierre DuPont, and William Butterworth. The businessmen asked Hoover to stimulate the cooperation of government and industry. Hoover pointed out to them that unemployment had already reached 2 to 3 million, that a long depression might ensue, and that wages must be kept up. Hoover explained that immediate liquidation of labor had been the industrial policy of previous depressions, that his every instinct was opposed to both the term and the policy, for labor was not a commodity. It represented human homes. Moreover, from an economic viewpoint, such action would deepen the Depression by suddenly reducing purchasing power. Hoover insisted that if wage rates were to be reduced eventually, they must be reduced no more and no faster than the cost of living had previously fallen, so that the burden would not fall primarily on labor. In short, real wage rates must be prevented from failing. Hoover was insistent that the first shock of the Depression must fall on profits and not on wages, precisely the reverse of sound policy, since profits provide the motive power for business activity. At present, then, wage rates should not be reduced at all, and industry should maintain its construction work. Industry should try to keep everyone employed, and any necessary reductions in work should be spread over all employees by reducing the work week. Reducing the work week can only spread unemployment and prevent that pressure of the unemployed upon wage rates which alone could have restored genuine full employment and equilibrium to the labor market. If industry followed this course, great hardship and economic and social difficulties would be avoided. The industrialists all agreed to carry out the Hoover program and further organized cooperative efforts on its behalf in a conference in Washington on December 5th. The agreement was also announced publicly, and in addition, the telephone industry, steel industry, and automobile industry pledged to expand their construction programs. The industrialists at the conference pledged not to cut wages and recommended that the Depression begins. President Hoover takes command. 211. All employers in the nation do the same. Henry Ford, in fact, bravely announced a wage increase. Nor was industrial cooperation left on a haphazard basis. Representatives of business were appointed to a temporary advisory committee along with Secretary of Commerce Lamont. The group, along with representatives of various trade associations, then merged into an executive committee headed by Mr. Julius Barnes, Chairman of the United States Chamber of Commerce, to coordinate industry collaboration on the Hoover Program. On November 22, Hoover called a conference at the White House of leading representatives of the building and construction industries, and they also pledged to maintain wage rates and expand their activity. On November 27, the President called a similar conference of the leading public utility executives, and they unanimously pledged to maintain wage rates and expand construction. The latter included representatives of the American Gas Association, the National Electric Light Association, and the Electric Railways and American Railways Associations. In a burst of naivete, Hoover recalls that the nation's leading labor leaders, called to a White House conference on November 21, also agreed to cooperate in the program and not press for further wage increases, this gesture being presumably a sign of their basic patriotism. These leaders included William Greene, Matthew Wall, John L. Lewis, William Hutchison, A.F. Whitney, and Alvin Lee Johnston. The agreement put very little strain upon their patriotism, however, since the Hoover Program was tailor-made to fit the very doctrine that union leaders had been long proclaiming. There was no chance of wage increases in an unhampered market. The point is that unions did not have the power to enforce wage floors throughout industry, unions in this era being weak, constituting only about 7% of the labor force, and concentrated in a few industries, and so the federal government was proposing to do it for them. But even in an agreement so favorable to unions, the labor leaders were ready to scrap their part of the bargain at the first opportunity. William Greene wrote the affiliated unions on November 27, 212, America's Great Depression, emphasizing that the agreement concluded with Hoover was not binding and assuring his colleagues that they were free to press for higher wage rates in their negotiations. 2. In his annual message to Congress on December 3, Hoover pointed out that depressions had always been marked by retrenchment of construction activity and reduction of wage rates, but now things were different. I have instituted systematic cooperation with business, that wages and therefore earning power shall not be reduced, and that a special effort shall be made to expand construction. A very large degree of individual suffering and unemployment has been prevented. On December 5, Hoover called together a larger conference of industrial leaders in Washington to adopt the Hoover Program. Hoover addressed the conference to hail their agreement as an advance in the whole conception of the relationship of businesses to public welfare. You represent the business of the United States, undertaking through your own voluntary action to contribute something very definite to the advancement of stability and progress in our economic life. This is a far cry from the arbitrary and dog-eat-dog attitude of the business world of some 30 or 40 years ago. With all the leading industrialists thus pledged to maintain wage rates, expand construction, and share any reduced work, it was no wonder that the American Federation of Labor hailed the new development. Its journal, The American Federationist, editorialized on January 1, 1930. The President's Conference has given industrial leaders a new sense of their responsibilities. Never before have they been called upon to act together in earlier. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command. 213. 2. Irving Bernstein, The Lean Years, A History of the American Worker, 1920 to 1933. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1960, p. 253. Recessions they have acted individually to protect their own interests and have intensified depressions. 3. By the following March, the AFL was hailing the new attitude toward wages, with employers now realizing, in contrast to the 1921 Depression, that it is poor business to destroy consumer purchasing power, and it greeted the fact that not one of the big corporations had thought of lowering wages as a means of reducing unit costs. The AFL proclaimed that business was now adopting the purchasing power gospel of W.T. Foster, and stated that the United States will go down in history as the creator of an epoch in the march of civilization, high wages. 4. Inflating credit. If the Federal Reserve had an inflationist attitude during the boom, it was just as ready to try to cure the Depression by inflating. Further, it stepped in immediately to expand credit and bolster shaky financial positions. In an act unprecedented in its history, the Federal Reserve moved in during the week of the crash, the final week of October, and in that brief period added almost $300 million to the reserves of the nation's banks. During that week, Federal Reserve doubled its holdings of government securities, adding over $150 million to reserves, and it discounted about $200 million more for member banks. Instead of going through a healthy and rapid liquidation of unsound positions, the economy was fated to be continually bolstered by governmental measures that could only prolong its diseased state. This enormous expansion was generated to prevent liquidation on the stock market and to permit the New York City banks to take over the brokers' loans that the other non-bank lenders were liquidating. The great bulk of the increased reserves, all controlled, were pumped into New York. As a result, the weekly reporting member banks expanded their deposits during the fateful last week of October by 214. America's Great Depression. 3. In addition to the above sources on the Hoover Conferences, see Robert P. Lamont, The White House Conferences, The Journal of Business, July 1930, 269. 4. The American Federationist, 37, March 1930, 344. $1.8 billion. A monetary expansion of nearly 10% in 1 week, of which $1.6 billion were increased deposits in New York City banks, and only $0.2 billion were in banks outside of New York. The Federal Reserve also promptly and sharply lowered its rediscount rate from 6% at the beginning of the crash to 42% by mid-November. Acceptance rates were also reduced considerably. By mid-November, the great stock break was over, and the market, falsely stimulated by artificial credit, began to move upward. Again, Standard & Poor's stock price monthly averages, which had climbed from 56 in mid-1921 to 238 in September 1929, more than quadrupling, fell to 160 in November, a one-third drop in the course of 2 months. By the end of the year, stock prices had risen by several points. The stock market emergency over, bank reserves declined to their pre-crash levels. In 2 weeks, from November 13th, when stock prices hit bottom, to November 27th, member bank reserves declined by about $275 million, or 2. Almost exactly the level existing just before the crash. The decline did not come in securities, which increased in the Federal Reserve portfolio from $293 million on October 30th to $326 million. A month later, a rise of $33 million. Discounts fell by about $80 million and acceptances by another $80 million, while money in Circulation embarked on its seasonal increase, rising by $70 million. Thus, from the end of October to the end of November, controlled reserves were reduced by $111 million, including miscellaneous factors not itemized here. Uncontrolled reserves, which were more important, fell by $165 million. By the end of 1929, total reserves at $2.36 billion were only a little over $20 million below the level of October 23 or November 27, $2.38 billion on each date, but the distribution of factors was considerably different. Thus, while total reserves were almost the same on October 23 and December 31, security holdings had increased by $375 million, more than tripling reserve holdings of U.S. governments. Total discounts were about $165 million less. Acceptances slightly larger, money in circulation higher by over $100 million, and the gold stock down by $100 million. Of the $23 million fall in reserves from October 23 to December 31, controlled. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command 215. Reserves increased by $359 million, with government securities the overriding factor, while uncontrolled reserves fell by $381 million. It is evident, therefore, that the failure to inflate reserves over the last quarter of 1929 was no credit of the Federal Reserve, which did its best to increase reserves but was foiled by the decline in uncontrolled factors. The total money supply, as gauged by member bank demand deposits adjusted and time deposits, increased slightly, by about $300 million, during the final quarter of 1929. President Hoover was proud of his experiment in cheap money, and in his speech to the business conference on December 5, he hailed the nation's good fortune in possessing the splendid Federal Reserve System, which had succeeded in saving shaky banks, had restored confidence, and had made capital more abundant by reducing interest rates. Hoover had done his part to spur the expansion by personally urging the banks to rediscount more extensively at the Federal Reserve banks. Secretary Mellon issued one of his by now traditionally optimistic pronouncements that there was plenty of credit available, and William Greene issued a series of optimistic statements commending the Federal Reserve's success in ending the Depression. On November 22, Greene said, "All the factors which make for a quick and speedy industrial and economic recovery are present and evident. The Federal Reserve System is operating, serving as a barrier against financial demoralization. Within a few months, industrial conditions will become normal. Confidence and stabilization in industry and finance will be restored." Public Works. With Hoover's views, we would not expect him to delay in sponsoring public works and unemployment relief as aids in curing depressions. On November 23, Hoover sent a telegram to all the governors urging cooperative expansion of all state public works programs. The governors, including Franklin D. Roosevelt of New York, heartily pledged their cooperation, and on November 24, the Department of Commerce established a definite organization to 216, America's Great Depression. Join with the states in public works programs. Hoover and Mellon also proposed to Congress an increase in the federal buildings program of over $400 million, and on December 3, the Department of Commerce established a division of public construction to spur public works planning. Hoover himself granted more subsidies to ship construction through the Federal Shipping Board and asked for a further $175 million appropriation for public works. By the end of the year, Professor J. M. Clark of Columbia University was already hailing President Hoover's great experiment in constructive industrial statesmanship of a promising and novel sort. 5. The New Deal Farm Program. The New Deal program of farm subsidies, characterized especially by farm price supports, arrived in the United States under the Hoover, not the Roosevelt administration. To understand this development, we must sketch the emergence of the farm bloc and its drive for federal intervention in the 1920s. The first cloud, no bigger than a man's hand of government grants of special privilege to farmers, came with the Agricultural Extension Program by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, which had its beginnings at the turn of the 20th century and was fully established in 1914. In 1916, the United States Warehouse Act imposed regulations on agricultural warehouses. The important drive for farm privilege came at the end of the war, when farm groups began to organize throughout the nation, originally at the behest of the county agents of the USDA, who were operating under the extension program. Soon the farm groups, led especially by the Midwestern farmers, formed a pressure bloc in Congress. The bloc was cemented in the spring of 1921, under the pressure of the American Farm Bureau Federation, and led in the Senate by senators from the Midwest. The farm bloc first showed its power and its status drift in the summer of 1921 when it drove through Congress several interventionist measures. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command. 217. J. M. Clark, Public Works and Unemployment. American Economic Review. Papers and Proceedings. May 1930. 15 ff. Regulation of meat packers, regulation of trading in grain futures, renovating and enlarging the War Finance Corporation, and establishing it as an aid to farmers and an increase in the capital of the previously dormant federal farm loan system. 6. The first massive intervention in agriculture had been the federal farm loan system, established by the Federal Farm Loan Act of July 1916. This system had set up a network of federal land banks under a federal farm loan board to lend money on long-term mortgages under subsidized terms to cooperative farm loan associations. The regulation of the meat packers and stockyards was the culmination of a demagogic campaign against the packers and yards that had been conducted for years. Since meat packers had few votes, it was common sport for farmers to agitate that the packers were paying them too little for livestock, while consumers denounced packers for charging them too high a price for meat. This harassment of efficient large-scale enterprise bore fruit in a Federal Trade Commission (FTC) investigation and in bills before Congress during the war. Under the guise of a war emergency, Congress threatened to authorize the president to seize and operate the large stockyards himself. After threatening an antitrust suit, Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer in February 1920 managed to force the packers to agree to a packers' consent decree, which forced the packers out of all non-meat production, including stockyards, warehouses, wholesale and retail meat, etc. 7. Yet agitation. 218. America's Great Depression. C. Theodore Salutos and John D. Hicks, Agricultural Discontents in the Middle West, 1900 to 1939. Madison, University of Wisconsin Press, 1951. pp. 321 to 48. And Murray R. Benedict, Farm Policies of the United States, 1790 to 1950. New York, 20th Century Fund, 1953, pages 145 to 75, for accounts of the farm block and farm programs in the 1920s and during the Depression. Also see Alice M. Christensen, Agricultural Pressure and Governmental Response in the United States, 1919 to 1929, Agricultural History, 11, 1937, 33 to 42, and V. N. Valgren. The Agricultural Credits Act of 1923, American Economic Review, September. 1923, 442-60. 7. Part of the pressure for this attack on the meat packers came from wholesale grocers, who raised the familiar cry of unfair competition against efficient rivals. C. Benedict, Farm Policies of the United States, 1790-1950, p. 150n. For similar instances, see Charles F. Phillips, Competition. Yes, but, Irvington-on-Hudson, N.Y. Foundation for Economic Education, 1955. Continued and culminated in the Packers and Stockyards Act of 1921, which established a detailed regulation of the activities of packers, including their pricing policy, under the direction of the Secretary of Agriculture. The Futures Trading Act also followed years of demagogic attacks upon grain speculators and middlemen, whose votes were also too. In this case, even an FTC investigation found no need for stringent regulation. Yet, the Futures Trading Act placed a prohibitory tax of 20 cents a bushel on speculative transactions, including futures, puts and calls, bids and offers, except when made in certain specific markets authorized by the Secretary of Agriculture. The War Finance Corporation, WFC, headed by Eugene Meyer Jr., had made loans to exporters during 1919 and 1920. Suspended in May 1920, the WFC was reactivated by Congress over the veto of President Wilson in January 1921. It did not then do very much to finance exports, however. Its major role at that point was bailing out country banks that had loaned to farmers, an operation that served as a model for the later Reconstruction Finance Corporation. The WFC worked closely with farm bloc leaders and appointed a Corn Belt Advisory Committee of these leaders to pressure Midwest bankers into lending more heavily to farmers. The Act of August 1921, drafted by Chairman Meyer and Secretary of Commerce Hoover, increased the maximum authorized credits of the WFC to $1 billion and permitted it to lend directly to farmers' coups and foreign importers as well as to American exporters. 8. The WFC could then supply agricultural capital. The aims of the expanded WFC were to encourage farm exports, raise farm prices, subsidize cheap credit to farmers, and subsidize farm cooperatives, which were to become the pampered. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command, 219. 8. President Wilson had suspended and then vainly vetoed renewal of the WFC. At the behest of Secretary of Treasury David Houston, who was opposed in principle to any continuation of war intervention in the peacetime economy. Even after Congress overrode the veto, Houston was able to keep a check rein on WFC activities. When Harding became president, he reappointed Eugene Meyer as head of the WFC and, under Meyer's inspiration, supported the subsequent expansion. See Gerald D. Nash, Herbert Hoover, and the Origins of the RFC. Mississippi Valley Historical Review, December 1959, 459-60. Pets of the government throughout this period. The new WFC superseded the Stock Growers Finance Corporation, an organization promoted by the Federal Reserve in the spring of 1921, and financed by Eastern banks to stabilize the livestock market. The expanded WFC made loans of $39 million for exports and $297 million for agriculture, virtually ending its operations in 1925. After the creation of the Federal Intermediate Credit System, 9, the bulk of its loans had gone to farm cooperatives. In the fall of 1921, the Interstate Commerce Commission, under Farm Bureau pressure, used its dictatorial powers over the railroad industry to order a sharp overall 10% cut in freight rates, largely to aid Western grain. The Senate also directed the FTC to investigate the supposedly too low export prices that were being paid to grain farmers. In the meanwhile, Congress established a joint commission on agricultural inquiry, which delivered a report in October 1921, recommended that the government authorize more farm cooperatives, that it provide for intermediate-term credit to farmers, that agricultural freight rates be lowered. This was quickly adopted. That there be special agricultural attachés in foreign countries, that agricultural departments expand their research, and that more wholesale terminals be provided. An even more ominous note occurred, again belying the myth of laissez-faire in the 1920s, when President Harding allowed Secretary of Agriculture Henry C. Wallace to pressure him into calling a national agricultural conference at the end of January 1922. In his opening address, Harding called for increased federal aid to cooperatives and took the radical step of endorsing crop restrictions by co-ops to obtain higher farm prices. The conference, consisting of farm leaders, farm machinery manufacturers, meat packers, and economists such as Richard T. Ely, and under the aegis of the administration, recommended stabilization of the price level, continuation of the WFC, an agricultural representative on the Federal Reserve Board, crop insurance, more federal regulation of warehouses. 220. America's Great Depression. 9. Joseph Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization. New York. Viking Press, 1959, Volume 4, p. 40. Agricultural Tariffs. Development of plants to produce cheap fertilizer at the Muscle Shoals Dam, a St. Lawrence Seaway. Federal aid to farm cooperatives and steps toward aiding farm prices in some undefined manner, although outright price fixing was rejected. In 1922, Congress passed the Capper-Volstead Cooperative Marketing Act, which exempted cooperative marketing associations from the antitrust laws, with the crucial requirement that no farmer have more than one vote in the co-op. The Futures Trading Act was declared unconstitutional by the courts, but the intrepid Congress passed a new law, the Grain Futures Act of 1922, with similar provisions. In March 1922, the government made available over $1 million for the purchase of seed grain in crop failure areas, but the farm bloc wanted credits on a more regular basis. Farmers could obtain abundant bank credit for short-term loans under 6 months, and they could obtain long-term mortgages from the federal land banks and other institutions. They now felt a gap in the intermediate credit range. A tug-of-war ensued in Congress between two farm bloc bills, the Capper-MC Fadden Bill, supported by Eugene Meyer, Jr., livestock interests, and cooperative marketers, which would have extended Federal Reserve powers to farm credits, and the Lenroot-Anderson Bill, presented by the Joint Commission of Agricultural Inquiry, appointed by Harding in 1921, and backed by the three large national farmers' organizations. The latter bill would have created new institutions with capital subscribed by the Treasury to grant intermediate, 6 months to 3 years, credits. This bill was supported by Secretaries Wallace and Hoover, and also backed by the National Agricultural Conference. The final result combined features of both bills, with perhaps more emphasis on the Lenroot-Anderson Bill. The Agricultural Credits Act of 1923 established a vast system of federal farm credit. There were 12 federal intermediate credit banks, patterned after the Federal Reserve banks and run by the Federal Farm Loan Board. Funds were supplied directly by the Treasury, and the banks were to make loans to farm associations for any agricultural purpose. Apparently, the dictation over packers and stockyards did not prove sufficient, and in 1924, the Secretary of Agriculture ordered, "The Depression begins." President Hoover takes command. 221. Smaller commission firms and traders to stop discriminating against farm cooperatives in their purchases. The packers and Stockyards, administration of the USDA also directly helped farm cooperatives to find markets and investigated the books of many private commission firms. This pattern of farm intervention was the overture to the crucially important and characteristically New Deal policy of farm price support. At first, the farmers tried voluntary methods. During 1920, farm organizations centered in Kansas and Nebraska, for example, tried to hold wheat off the market and to reduce acreage in an attempt to raise the price. But such a local attempt could only fail, despite feeble efforts to organize farmers into a national Wheat Growers Association. The withholding of wheat from the market resulted in drastic losses as wheat prices continued downward. An impudent attempt to induce the Treasury and the Federal Reserve to grant special credits to farmers to permit them to withhold wheat collapsed. Similar failure attended the cartelizing efforts of the American Cotton Association in the South. In fact, at the end of 1920, cotton planters reacted to failing prices by resorting to violence, including murder and destruction of the cotton and cotton gins of recalcitrants in order to reduce the quantity of cotton produced and sold. Under planter pressure, Governor Parker of Louisiana asked cotton gins to cease operations until cotton had achieved a living price, and similar advice was given farmers by the Texas Department of Agriculture. But while sales in these states declined, prices also continued to fall. Several times the farm organizations tried to induce the Federal Reserve Board to supply funds for withholding cotton and other farm products, but Governor W.P.G. Harding and Secretary of the Treasury Houston stoutly refused to intervene. 10. The next year, 1921, saw determined and well-organized efforts toward a nationwide cotton cartel. The American Cotton Association. 222. America's Great Depression. 10. See James H. Scheidler, Farm Crisis 1919 to 1923. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1957, pages 50 to 51, 55 to 56. The Cotton News and other groups urged an acreage reduction of up to 50% for cotton, and South Carolina officially proclaimed a cotton acreage reduction day. All 11 acreage was reduced considerably, and this, joined with a poor crop, lowered the supply greatly, but cotton prices rose less than proportionately to the fall in output, thus frustrating the cartelists once again. Meanwhile, in corn, Henry A. Wallace, editor of Wallace's Farmer, preached the gospel of sagacious sabotage, a presumably voluntary way to restrict corn production. The campaign got nowhere among the farmers in 1921, but Wallace tried again in 1922 and urged the state farm bureau federations, with indifferent success, to fix systematic township and county acreage quotas for corn. Several farm journals and organizations endorsed the idea, but the major farm leaders were repelled by the idea of formal farm quotas. 12. The result was failure once more. The Corn Belt, even increasing its acreage of corn. The chief stumbling block in all these schemes was the non-cooperating farmer, the rugged individualist who profited by expanding his production while his rival farmers cut theirs. Unlike his counterparts in industrial labor, he was not deterred by such favored epithets of frustrated cartelists as scab and traitor to his fellow farmers hurled at him by such organs as Wallace's Farmer. The next step in the drive for a farm cartel was the Shapiro movement, inspired by Aaron Shapiro, a high-priced young attorney for several California cooperatives. The plan was launched, under Shapiro's inspiration, by the Farm Bureau Federation in July 1920. It aimed to amalgamate all of wheat marketing into one giant producers cooperative. The July conference appointed a. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command. 223. 11. It may surprise many to learn that much of the cartel agitation came not from cotton farmers. It came from the merchants and bankers with large inventories of cotton on hand, and who would not suffer from reductions in acreage. IBID 85-12. The Iowa Farm Bureau Federation resolved in January 1922 to present the facts on reduction of corn acreage to its membership, but added that, we entrust each farmer to adjust his acreage in accordance with his own judgment. IBID P87. Committee which produced, in the spring of 1921, a plan for a huge national grain cooperative to be called U.S. Grain Growers Incorporated. 13. As almost always happens with voluntary cartels, the new organization bogged down almost immediately. Many local cooperative farm elevators preferred dealing with existing private markets, and the private grain exchanges successfully wooed the bulk of the farmers into avoiding the new cartel. By early 1922, grandiose scheme had proven to be a complete failure. 14. The July 1920 conference also tried to set up numerous other national cartels for national fruit marketing, dairy marketing, vegetable marketing, and wool marketing, and all but one were quick failures. Only a livestock marketing plan had staying power, and this because its aims were much less grandiose. Other Shapiro failures were attempts at cotton and tobacco cartels. These failures did not end the cooperative movement, which had to turn to less flamboyant and more gradual methods, but they did show the folly of voluntary price fixing. The next step was, almost inevitable, a determined call for compulsory price support by the federal government. A precedent had been set by the Wartime Food Administration Grain Corporation, which had fixed high prices of wheat in order to stimulate production and had itself distributed the wheat available. Furthermore, the Hoover European Food Relief Program of 1919, widely trumpeted as a humanitarian gesture, was also a means of getting rid of surplus farm products and thus bolstering food prices. 15. William H. Lyon, a South Dakota attorney, now proposed that the government fix a high price for every farm product and buy up any unsold surplus. The Lyon Plan won the support. 224. America's Great Depression. 13. C. Benedict, Farm Policies of the Unit States, 1790-1950, pp. 186n and 194 ff. 14 inches, 1924. Gray Silver, powerful Washington lobbyist for the farm bloc, attempted another national grain cooperative, setting up the Grain Marketing Company, GMC. The GMC aimed at becoming a holding company of the major private grain marketing firms, but farmers failed to support the plan, and the company died a year later. 15 is C. Scheidler, Farm Crisis 1919-1923, p. 21. Of Samuel Gompers, the South Dakota Assembly, Many Country Banks, and the Republican whip in the House of Representatives. It was put forth as the Christopherson Bill in July 1921, but failed to win the support of the major farm organizations, as did other price support bills in this and immediately following years. But the drive for compulsory price support had not begun in earnest. Reached major importance in the Equality for Agriculture movement, launched in the fall of 1921 by George N. Peake and General Hughes Johnson, and backed by the powerful support of Bernard M. Baruch. The idea was that since industry was protected by tariffs, agriculture might as well join in mulcting the consumer. The government was to maintain domestic farm prices at a high level, buying the unsold surplus and selling it abroad at lower world market levels. Both Peake and Johnson had direct economic interests in farm subsidies as heads of the Moline Plow Company, manufacturers of agricultural machinery. They found little difficulty in interesting Secretary Wallace in their scheme, and the result was a continuing agitation over McNary-Haugen bills, embodying the plan from 1924 through 1928. The first McNary-Haugen bill was drawn up by Charles J. Brand, an executive of the American Fruit Growers and former head of the Bureau of Markets in the USDA. The original mass base of peak support was the marginal wheat farmers of the Northwest, backed by the bankers of that region. Eugene Meyer Jr. also lent his powerful backing. In 1924, Peake established the American Council of Agriculture, with representatives from the leading farm groups to advocate his plan. By the late 1920s, the mass farm organizations were solidly behind the program. 16. It is true that President Coolidge vetoed McNary-Haugen bills in 1927 and 1928, but it is also significant that he called upon Eugene Meyer in 1926 to head a cotton corporation to try to keep cotton prices from falling, and that grants totaling $10 million were. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command 225. 16 by 1924. In addition to Peake, Johnson, the two Henry Wallaces, father and Bernard Baruch, in support of McNary-Haugen. There were the Illinois Agricultural Association, most Western farm journals, the American Farm Bureau Federation, the National Grange, the National Board of Farm Organizations, the American Wheat Growers Association, and the prominent banker Otto H. Kahn, made to government-sponsored farm organizations to buy cotton at a certain price. Other countries, such as Canada, Hungary, and Poland, were also trying to keep up the price of wheat, but the threat of growing surpluses over the market had the reverse effect and drove prices lower in 1928 and 1929, inducing a farm clamor for more effective price support. There were many other instances of Coolidge intervention in agriculture. In 1924, he supported the Norbeck-Burtness Bill for government loans to Northwestern farmers for livestock purchases. The bill failed to pass Congress, but Coolidge proceeded to appoint a special agricultural commission, heavily weighted with farm leaders. The commission, the President's Agricultural Conference, issued 3 reports during 1925. It recommended further farm loan board credits, further compulsory reduction of freight rates, and large-scale subsidization of farm cooperatives through a federal cooperative marketing board. The latter provision was embodied in the Capper-Haugen bill, which was, however, defeated by the opposition of the farm coups, who objected to the great degree of government regulation involved. Despite this defeat, President Coolidge was more determined than ever to aid the farm coups in any way that he could. Coolidge firmly believed that government must encourage orderly and centralized marketing in agriculture. 17. Herbert Hoover and Secretary of Agriculture William Jardine, a member of the President's Agricultural Conference, agreed with Coolidge. In 1925, the Congress granted additional funds for subsidizing the marketing research of farm cooperatives, and the following year, prompted by Secretary Jardine, established a division of cooperative marketing in the Bureau of Agricultural Economics in the USDA. The new division then threw itself with enthusiasm into support of the farm coups. This kind of intervention was, of course, welcomed by the coups. 1926. Jardine sponsored the Jardine Plan for a Federal Farm Advisory Council and a Farmers Marketing Commission to subsidize. 226. America's Great Depression. 17. See Salatos and Hicks. Agricultural Discontents in the Middle West. 1900 to 1939, pages 286 to 91, and John D. Black, Agricultural Reform in the United States, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1929, pages 337, 351 ff. Cooperatives and to aid in marketing farm surpluses. The bill failed to pass the House, which instead adopted the McNary-Haugen bill. The next year, the Coolidge administration brought out a revised Jardine Plan for a Farm Board, Commodity Advisory committees, and a set of stabilization corporations established by the board with funds to lend to cooperatives. The new plan was, again sidetracked for another round in the McNary-Haugen battle. As Secretary of Commerce, Herbert Hoover did a great deal to subsidize farmers, and especially farm coups. He aided the latter in many ways, solving their research and marketing problems, helping find export markets for their produce, and making many speeches on their behalf. He also supported tariffs for agricultural produce. Furthermore, he was the man chiefly responsible for the appointment of the strongly pro-cooperative Secretary Jardine. Hoover had been one of the earliest proponents of a federal farm board to aid cooperative marketing associations, and he helped write the Capper-Williams Bill of 1924 to that effect. And so it is no surprise that, as presidential candidate, Hoover advocated support for farm cooperatives and promised the farm bloc that he would soon institute a farm price support program. As soon as he took office, he fulfilled both promises. In June 1929, the Agricultural Marketing Act was passed, establishing the Federal Farm Board, FFB. The new scheme was, in essence, the old Jardine plan. The Federal Farm Board was furnished with $500 million by the Treasury and was authorized to make all-purpose loans, up to a 20-year period, to farm cooperatives at low interest rates. The board could also establish stabilization corporations to control farm surpluses and bolster farm prices. Essentially, this was a Sapiro-type cartel, this time backed by the coercive arm of the federal government. 18. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command. 227. 18. Behind the scenes, Bernard Baruch had also been advocating a federal farm board to raise farm prices by organizing agriculture under government aegis, starting with wheat and cotton. He was also active in urging commerce and the National Industrial Conference Board, Commission on Agriculture jointly established by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the National Industrial Conference Board. The Commission was sure that laissez-faire is of the past. C. Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, Volume 4, pages 79 to 80. Hoover appointed, as chairman of the FFB, Alexander Legg, president of International Harvester Company and longtime protege of Bernard M. Baruch. International Harvester was one of the leading manufacturers of farm machinery, and therefore Legg, like George Peake, had a direct economic interest in farm subsidization. Other members of the FFB included the Secretary of Agriculture, Arthur M. Hyde, James C. Stone, vice chairman and founder of the Burley Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association, Carl Williams, a cotton grower of the Farmers Cooperative Association, C.B. Denman of the National Livestock Producers Association, C.C. Teague of the Fruit Growers Exchange, William F. Schilling of the National Dairy Association, Samuel McKelvey, publisher of the Nebraska Farmer, representing the grain interests, and Charles Wilson, professor of agriculture at Cornell University. It is clear that the board was dominated by representatives of the very farm cooperatives that it was organized to favor and support. 19. Thus, the Hoover administration established a giant agricultural cartel directed by government and run by and for the benefit of the cartelists themselves. As the Depression struck, the FFB went into action. Its first big operation was in wheat, prices of which had been falling sharply for over a year. When first established in August, the FFB advised farmers not to send wheat forward to market too rapidly, but rather to hold wheat in order to wait for higher prices. In September, it made additional loans to cooperatives to withhold stocks and raise prices. Yet the wheat price continued to fall sharply. On October 26, shortly after the stock market crash, the FFB announced that it would lend $150 million to wheat coups at up to 100% of the market price, to try to hold up prices by keeping wheat off the market. Soon after the stock market crash, the FFB established a Farmers National Grain Corporation with a capital of 228, America's Great Depression. 19. Hoover chose the board members from men proposed by farm organizations as requested by the administration. See Edgar E. Robinson, The Hoover Leadership 1929 to 1933. Unpublished manuscript, pp. 128 ff. After the first year of operations, Legg retired and Stone became chairman. Teague and McKelvey were replaced by two former high officials in the American Farm Bureau Federation, Frank Evans and the aggressive Sam H. Thompson. $10 million to centralize cooperative marketing in wheat and other grains. The old dream of a wheat cartel had at last come true. The FFB was supposed to work largely through such corporations or favored farm marketing cooperatives, and the Farmers National was selected to centralize all farmers' grain cooperatives, eliminate competition among them, and thus stabilize and raise the market price. At first, the FFB and Farmers National loaned money to farm cooperatives to hold wheat off the market. Then, after prices continued to fall, the Farmers National itself began to buy wheat at the loan prices. On November 25, Hoover organized one of his inimitable White House conferences with the major farm organizations, the appointed heads of the FFB, the land banks, etc. The farm organizations, like the unions, not surprisingly agreed with alacrity to cooperate with Hoover's program of massive subsidy to themselves. Whenever government intervenes in the market, it aggravates, rather than settles the problems it has set out to solve. This is a general economic law of government intervention. It is certainly true for the overall Hoover Depression policy. Nowhere has this law been so clearly illustrated as in the American Farm Program. Since 1929, the FFB managed to hold up wheat prices for a time. Seeing this apparent success, wheat farmers naturally increased their acreage, thus aggravating the surplus problem by the spring of 1930. Furthermore, as America held wheat off the market, it lost its former share of the world's wheat trade. Yet, prices continued to fall as the months wore on, and the heavy 1930 acreage aggravated the decline. The accumulating wheat surpluses in the hands of the FFB frightened the market and caused prices to tumble still further. Julius Barnes, of the Chamber of Commerce and the private grain dealers, protested in vain against the unfair competition of the board and its pet cooperatives, since that competition was directed against the private grain traders. The latter were particularly incensed that the FFB charged the cooperatives a subsidized, lower than market interest rate on its loans. In the spring of 1930, Hoover acquired from Congress and added $100 million to continue the FFB's lending and purchasing. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command, 229 policies, but the farmers found themselves with increased surpluses and with prices still failing. Under farm block pressure, Hoover then established the Grain Stabilization Corporation to replace the Farmers National and to redouble stabilization efforts. The GSC concluded that individual wheat farmers had held off wheat in the fall and were profiteering by selling wheat to the GSC. To statists, individual profits are generally heinous, so the FFB announced that from that point on, it would only support the prices of wheat sold by cooperatives and the GSC. Under protests of the grain trade and the growingly evident impossibility of supporting some wheat at one price while other wheat of the same grade sold at another price, the FFB reversed its stand and decided to support all wheat once more. The FFB programs had thus inadvertently encouraged greater wheat production, only to find by spring that prices were falling rapidly. Greater surpluses threatened the market and spurred greater declines. It became clear, in the impeccable logic of government intervention, that the farmers would have to reduce their wheat production if they were to raise prices effectively. The FFB was learning the lesson of every cartel: production must be reduced in order to raise prices. And the logic of the government's farm monopoly also drove the FFB to conclude that farmers had been overproducing. Secretary of Agriculture Hyde accordingly lectured the farmers on the evils of overproduction. The Secretary and the FFB urged farmers to reduce their acreage voluntarily. The first group of farmers selected to bear the brunt of this sacrifice were the marginal Northwest growers of spring wheat, original agitators for price supports. They were not very happy at the prospect. The farmers, after all, wanted subsidies from the government. Having to reduce their production of the subsidized crop had not been included in their plans. A group of economists left Washington at the end of March to try to persuade the Northwest farmers that they would be better off if they shifted from wheat to some other crop. In the meanwhile, in this topsy-turvy world of interventionism, troubles piled up because the wheat crop was abundant. Surpluses continued to accumulate, and wheat prices continued to fall. Legg and Hyde toured the Middle West. 230. America's Great Depression, urging farmers to reduce their wheat acreage. Governor Reed of Kansas reflected the common-sense view of the farmer when he wondered why the government on the one hand promoted reclamation projects to increase farm production and, on the other, urged farmers to cut production. 20. Since the individual farmer would lose by cutting acreage, no amount of moral exhortation could impel any substantial cut in wheat production. As wheat piled up in useless storage, foreign countries such as Argentina and Russia increased their production, and this increase, together with the general world depression, continued to drive down wheat prices. 21. On June 30, 1930, the GSC had accumulated over 65 million bushels of wheat held off the market. Discouraged, it did little until late 1930, and then, on November 15, the GSC was authorized to purchase as much wheat as necessary to stop any further decline in wheat prices. Bravely, the GSC bought 200 million more bushels by mid-1931, but all to no avail. The forces of world supply and demand could not be flouted so easily. Wheat prices continued to fall, and wheat production continued to rise. Finally, the FFB decided to dump wheat stocks abroad, and the result was a drastic fall in market prices. By the end of the Hoover administration, combined cotton and wheat losses by the FFB totaled over $300 million, in addition to 85 million bushels of wheat given gratis to the Red Cross. The wheat program was the FFB's major effort. The board also attempted several other programs, including a similar cartel in cotton. In the fall of 1929, the FFB made substantial loans to cotton cooperatives to stem the decline in cotton prices. These loans were added to loans from the Federal Intermediate Credit Banks. But cotton prices continued to fall, even after the American cotton. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command. 231. 20. This was to become a permanent question for logical people, with no sign yet that anyone is willing to answer. From the point of view of the general public, of course, the policies are contradictory and irrational. From the point of view of the government bureaucracy, however, both measures add to its power and swell its number. 21. The FFB forced the Chicago Board of Trade to prohibit short selling by foreign governments, notably by Russia. Cooperative association was encouraged to assume management of the operation. Finally, in June 1930, the FFB established the Cotton Stabilization Corporation (CSC) to try to stem the tide. The CSC took over 1.25 million bales from the coops under Severe competition from external sources, the CSC announced that it would maintain its holding for an entire year if prices did not rise. But this proclamation, designed to firm the market, had no effect. Again, the cartel was confronted with growing surpluses and, therefore, heavier pressure on farm prices. Finally, the FFB tried to exhort the cotton farmers to reduce acreage. Chairman Stone, of the FFB, urged the governors of the cotton states to immediately mobilize every interested and available agency to induce immediate plowing under of every third row of cotton now growing. This action stirred up a host of indignant opposition, the New York Times calling it one of the maddest things that ever came from an official body. 22. The proposal met with no success. In fact, the 1931 cotton crop was considerably larger. In early 1932, the board then tried an heroic action, along with its 1.3 million bales. It obtained an agreement from Southern bankers to withhold all of their cotton, 3.5 million bales, while it continued to finance 2.1 million bales held by the Coups. This firmed prices until June 1932, when they fell drastically again. By July, the board had bought $127 million worth of cotton, and it had lost over half of its value. The upshot was that the CSC had to give up, and it began to liquidate its cotton holdings in August 1932, completing its unloading in a year. The net loss of cotton was $16 million, in addition to 150,000 bales, worth over $78 million, donated to the Red Cross. At the end of 1929, the FFB established a national wool cooperative, the National Wool Marketing Corporation, NWMC, made up of 30 state associations. The board also established an Allied National Wool Credit Corporation to handle finances. NWMC, unskilled in the affairs of the wool industry, turned over. 232. America's Great Depression. 22. Harris Gaylord Warren, Herbert Hoover, and the Great Depression, New York. Oxford University Press, 1959, p. 175. Its selling operations to the private woolen handling firm, Draper Company. The NWMC made huge advances to wool growers from 1930 on, thereby concentrating a large part of the domestic wool output in the hands of the NWMC, and the FFB loaned heavily to its creature. While prices firmed at the beginning, they kept drifting inexorably downward, and the NWMC program only served to stimulate a greater production of wool. The overhanging surplus depressed prices further and overextended the funds of the NWMC. Eventually, the NWMC had to sell its huge stock of wool at very low prices, thus aggravating the wool price problem still further. A total of $31.5 million in loans for wool were made by the FFB, of which $12.5 million were permanently lost. In October 1929, the FFB set up the National Livestock Marketing Association, but the livestock producers disagreed and set up conflicting cooperatives, and the program was never launched on any considerable scale. The FFB also organized a dairy program, with 5 regional butter marketing associations providing aid to dairy cooperatives. An advisory committee angered the farmers by suggesting that they reduce the size of their dairy herds in order to cut the surpluses in dairy production. The farmers preferred to lobby for legislation to outlaw oleomargarine or to prevent imports of coconut oil from the Philippines. 23. Other FFB attempts were a National Bean Marketing Association, a National Pecan Marketing Association established in February 1930, aid to citrus industries as well as to figs, grapes and raisins, potatoes, apples, sugar beets, honey, nuts, maple syrup, tobacco, poultry, eggs, and rice. However, the board only tried fully to stabilize prices in wheat and cotton, where it failed ignominiously. Similar attempts on a smaller scale were made in butter, wool, and grapes, while FFB activity for the other crops was confined to subsidizing existing cooperatives. The grape stabilization program was a fiasco like the Depression begins. President Hoover takes command 233. To their great credit, some organizations bitterly opposed the FFB throughout these years. These included the Nebraska Farmers Union, which attacked the FFB as a great exploitative bureaucracy, the Corn Belt Committee, and the Minnesota Farm Bureau. Others. The California Grape Control Board lasted for 2 years, from 1930 to 1932, and then collapsed, with grape growers unwilling to pay stabilization fees. In the meanwhile, the Federal Prohibition Administration aggravated conditions in the industry by outlawing grape concentrates. By May 1933, total federal loans for grapes were $25 million, with substantial losses. In butter, the FFB granted loans to existing regional dairy cooperatives and stimulated interregional agreements between them. The most important was Land O'Lakes Creameries Incorporated in the North Central states. The board granted a loan to Land O'Lakes in January 1930 to steady the price of butter by withholding some stock from the market. Prices firmed for a time, but then fell later as the stocks were sold. It is difficult to trace the effect of this operation because it was conducted on a rather small scale. 24. In tobacco, the FFB tried to stimulate cooperatives which had become dormant in this industry. The board advanced loans, but the 1931 crop was large and the price lower. The new cooperative folded in the next year, and so the grandiose stabilization effort of the FFB failed ignominiously. Its loans encouraged greater production, adding to its farm surpluses, which overhung the market, driving prices down, both on direct and on psychological grounds. The FFB thus aggravated the very farm depression that it was supposed to solve. With the FFB generally acknowledged a failure, President Hoover began to pursue the inexorable logic of government intervention to the next step, recommending that productive land be withdrawn from cultivation, that crops be plowed under, and that immature farm animals be slaughtered, all to reduce the very surpluses that government's prior intervention had brought into being. It was left to the Roosevelt administration, however, to carry out the next great logical step down the road to a wholly socialized agriculture. 234. America's Great Depression. 24. Murray R. Benedict and Oscar C. Stein, The Agricultural Commodity Programs, New York, 20th Century Fund, 1956. Pages 235-36. An agriculture socialized, we might add, on principles of irrationality and destruction. 25. With the failure of the FFB, the leading farm organizations met in Washington in January 1932 and called for a program of effective control of farm surpluses, outlawing of short selling in commodities, a stable currency, and independence for the Philippines, in order to stop duty-free imports from that territory. But nothing was accomplished in the Congress, even though several congressmen introduced bills for more extensive farm aid. At this point, some radical farmers decided to call a farmers' strike in an attempted price support program of their own. Falling farm prices were to be combated by withholding farm produce. The leader of this farm holiday movement was Milo Reno, head of the Iowa Farmers Union and the Farm Holiday Association. Reno, an old radical and a preacher, had been calling for such strike measures since 1920. Now, on May 3rd, a convention of 3,000 Iowa farmers led by Reno voted to call a strike on July 4th. Their slogan, "Stay at home, buy nothing, sell nothing," and their song, "Let's call a farmer's holiday. A holiday let's hold. We'll eat our wheat and ham and eggs. and let them eat their gold. This self-destructive threat to return to a barter economy was originally supposed to last a month as a warning to the rest of society. But by the fall of 1932, the movement had become a continuing mob. Centering in Sioux City, Iowa, the movement spread, and state units were formed in North and South Dakota, Minnesota, Montana, and there was agitation in Illinois, Wisconsin, Nebraska, and Kansas, but the units did not form a very cohesive front. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command 235. At the end of 1931, Secretary of Agriculture Hyde was advocating the replacement of our traditional planless agriculture by a program of government purchase and reforestation of submarginal lands. Hyde, however, had rejected as incompatible with American liberty the proposal of Senator Arthur H. Vandenberg, R. Michigan, to compel farmers to curtail their production. Gilbert N. Fite, Farmer Opinion and the Agricultural Adjustment Act, 1933. Mississippi Valley, Historical Review, March, 1962. 663. Farmers soon shifted from attempts to persuade their fellows to outright physical violence, as is often the case when the strikers found that they were starving due to their own policies, while their non-striking colleagues were thriving. They attempted to force the hated scabs to lose their income as well. In August, in Sioux City, scene of the first farm strike, strikers blockaded roads, used guns to enforce their commands, stoned buildings, and forcibly stopped transportation. 26. Strikers formed their own aggressive private army, the Khaki Shirts of America, and Governor Floyd Olson of A. Minnesota offered to use the state militia to enforce an embargo on the export of all farm produce from his state, provided that all the other farm state governors would join. Happily, his offer was refused. All this agitation failed to raise prices. In fact, more goods flowed in from non-striking, largely non-Iowa sources, and prices continued to fall rapidly. By the end of 1932, the farmers' holiday movement had ended, with the exception of North Dakota, where a farmers' convention urged farmers to organize a council of defense and to strike and refuse to farm for the market until prices had risen to the farm's cost of production. Although they failed in their main objective, the farm councils managed to scale down farm mortgages worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and farmers also organized penny sales where they forcibly barred other than a bankrupt farmer's friends from attending the auction sale of his goods. The friends would buy the goods for a penny and then return it to the bankrupt. The low point of this criminality occurred in April 1933, when a gang assaulted and almost hung an Iowa County judge for refusing to agree to their demand that he order no more farm foreclosures. 27. 236. America's Great Depression. 26. There were also milk strikes in some areas, with milk trucks seized on the roads and their contents dumped upon the ground. Wisconsin and California, in 1932, pioneered in setting up state milk controls, amounting to compulsory milk cartelization on a statewide level. See Benedict and Stein, The Agricultural Commodity Programs, p. 444. 27. C. Fred A. Shannon, American Farmers Movements, Princeton, New Jersey. D. Van Nostrand, 1957, pages 88 to 91, 178 to 82. And in February 1933, Governor Olson, under threat from radical farmers of his state, to march on the Minnesota Capitol to demand compulsory debt moratoria, actually decreed a halt to all foreclosures. The Depression begins. President Hoover takes command 237. 9. 1930. B. Why early 1930, people were generally convinced that there was little to worry about. Hoover's decisive actions on so many wages, construction, public works, farm supports, etc., indicated to the public that this time swift national planning would turn the tide quickly. Farm prices then seemed to be recovering, and unemployment had not yet reached catastrophic proportions, averaging less than 9% of the labor force in 1930. Such leaders as Hoover, William Greene, and Charles Schwab issued buoyantly optimistic statements about early recovery, and Hoover was hailed on all sides as a great statesman. At the end of June, Hoover urged further state and city action to expand public works and thus cure unemployment, and on July 3, Congress authorized the expenditure of a giant $915 million public works program, including a Hoover Dam on the Colorado River. More inflation. Dr. Anderson records that, at the end of December 1929, the leading Federal Reserve officials wanted to pursue a laissez-faire policy. The disposition was to let the money market sweat it out and reach monetary ease by the wholesome process of liquidation. The Federal Reserve was prepared to let the money market find its own level without providing artificial stimuli that could only prolong the crisis. 1. But early in 1930, the government instituted a 239. 1. Benjamin M. Anderson, Economics and the Public Welfare, New York, D. Van Nostrand, 1949, pages 222-23. Massive Easy Money Program. Rediscount rates of the New York Fed fell from 42% in February to 2% by the end of the year. Buying rates on acceptances and the call loan rate fell. Similarly, at the end of August, Governor Roy Young of the Federal Reserve Board resigned and was replaced by a more thoroughgoing inflationist, Eugene Meyer, Jr., who had been so active in government lending to farmers. During the entire year 1930, total member bank reserves increased by $116 million. Controlled reserves rose by $209 million. $218 million consisted of an increase in government securities held. Gold stock increased by $309 million, and there was a net increase in member bank reserves of $116 million. Despite this increase in reserves, the total money supply, including all money substitutes, remained almost constant during the year, falling very slightly from $73.52 billion at the end of 1929 to $73.27 billion at the end of 1930. There would have been a substantial rise were it not for the shaky banks, which were forced to contract their operations in view of the General Depression. Security issues increased, and for a while stock prices rose again, but the latter soon fell back sharply, and production and employment kept falling steadily. A leader in the easy money policy of late 1929 and 1930 was once more the New York Federal Reserve, headed by Governor George Harrison. The Federal Reserve, in fact, began the inflationist policy on its own. Inflation would have been greater in 1930 had not the stock market boom collapsed in the spring, and if not for the wave of bank failures in late 1930.2, the inflationists were not. 240. America's Great Depression. 2. The New York Federal Reserve also continued to lead in collaborating with foreign central banks, often against the wishes of the administration. Thus, the Bank of International Settlements, an attempt at an inter-central bank's central bank, instigated by Montague Norman, treated the New York Bank as America's central bank. Chairman of the BIS's first organizing committee was Jackson E. Reynolds, a director of the New York Federal Reserve, and its first president was Gates W. McGarrah, who resigned as governor of the New York Reserve Bank in February 1930 to assume the post. J.P. Morgan and Company supplied much of the American capital in the new bank. In November, Governor Harrison made a regular business trip abroad to confer with other central bankers and discuss loans to foreign governments. In 1931, the New York Federal Reserve extended loans to the BIS, yet there was no legislative sanction for our participation in the bank. Satisfied with events, and by late October, Business Week thundered. Denunciation of the alleged deflationists in the saddle, supposedly inspired by the largest commercial and investment banks. 3. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff. In mid-1930, another chicken born in 1929 came home to roost. One of Hoover's first acts upon becoming president was to hold a special session on tariffs, beginning in the spring of 1929. Whereas we have seen that a policy of high tariffs cum foreign loans was bound to hurt the farmers' export markets when the loans tapered off, Hoover's answer was to raise tariffs still further on agricultural and on manufactured products. A generation later, Hoover was still to maintain that a high tariff helps the farmer by building up his domestic market and lessening his dependence on export markets, which means in fact that it hurts him grievously by destroying his export markets. 4. Congress continued to work on a higher tariff and finally reported a bill in mid-1930, which Hoover signed approvingly. In short, it was at a precarious time of depression that the Hoover administration chose to hobble international trade, injure the American consumer, and cripple the American farmers' export markets by raising tariffs higher than their already high levels. Hoover was urged to veto the Smoot-Hawley Tariff by almost all the nation's economists in a remarkable display of consensus by the leading bankers and by many other leaders. The main proponents were the Progressive Bloc, the three leading farm organizations, and the American Federation of Labor. No one had advocated higher tariffs during the 1928 campaign, and Hoover originated the drive for a higher tariff in an effort to help the farmers by raising duties on agricultural products. When? 1930-241. 3. Business Week, October 22, 1930. Dr. Virgil Jordan was the chief economist for Business Week, then as now, a leading spokesman for enlightened business. Opinion. 4. Herbert Hoover, Memoirs of Herbert Hoover, New York, Macmillan, 1952. Volume 2, pp. 291 ff. See John H. Fahey, Tariff Barriers and Business Depressions. Proceedings of the Academy of Political Science, June 1931. 41 f. The bill came to the House, however, it added tariffs on many other products. The increased duties on agriculture were not very important, since farm products were generally export commodities, and little was imported. Duties were raised on sugar to do something for the Western beet sugar farmer, on wheat to subsidize the marginal Northwestern wheat farmers at the expense of their Canadian neighbors, on flaxseed to protect the Northwest farmers against Argentina, on cotton to protect the marginal Imperial Valley farmer against Egypt, on cattle and dairy products to injure the Canadian border trade, on hides, leather, and shoes, on wool, rags, and woolen textiles, on agricultural chemicals, on meat to hamper imports from Argentina, on cotton textiles to relieve this depressed industry, on velvets and other silks, on decorated china, surgical instruments, and other glass instruments, on pocket knives and watch movements. 5. The tariff rates were now the highest in American history. The stock market broke sharply on the day that Hoover agreed to sign the Smoot-Hawley Bill. This bill gave the signal for protectionism to proliferate all over the world. Markets and the International Division of Labor were hampered, and American consumers were further burdened, and farm as well as other export industries were hindered by the ensuing decline of international trade. One prominent protectionist drive was put on by the Silver Bloc. In February, the mining interests suggested an international monetary conference to raise and then stabilize silver prices, as well as to levy a tariff on silver. The resolution was put through the Senate in February 1931, but the State Department could not interest foreign governments in such a conference. Main supporters of this price-raising scheme were the Western governors, at the behest of the American Silver Producers Association, senators such as Key Pittman of Nevada and Reed Smoot of Utah, J. H. Hammond, a mining engineer, Rend Leon, a New York banker. 242. America's Great Depression. See Frank W. Taussig, The Tariff Act of 1930, Quarterly Journal of Economics, November 1930, 1-21, and idem, The Tariff, 1929-1930, Quarterly Journal of Economics, February 1930, 175-204, and F. H. Brownell, President of the American Smelting and Refining Company. Hoover in the second half of 1930. During the second half of 1930, production, prices, foreign trade, and employment continued to decline. On July 29, Hoover called for an investigation of bankruptcy laws in order to weaken them and prevent many bankruptcies, thus turning to the ancient device of attempting to revive confidence by injuring creditors and propping up unsound positions. In August, it was revealed that merchant shipping construction had swelled from 170,000 tons in July 1929 to 487,000 tons in July 1930, due to federal subsidies. On September 9, Hoover took an unusual step to relieve the unemployment problem and also to help keep wage rates up. The president effectively banned further immigration into the United States and did so through a mere State Department press announcement. The decree barred all but the wealthiest immigrants as public charges, in a few months reducing immigration from Europe by 90%. Interestingly enough, Hoover's high-handed action came in defiance of previous congressional refusal to agree to his proposal to cut immigration quotas in half, and it also came after the Senate had rejected a bill to suspend all immigration except by relatives for 5 years, offered by Senator Hugo Black, D. Alabama. Typical of the restrictionist, wage-raising arguments for blocking immigration was the charge of Senator Black that foreign immigration has been utilized by the big business interests of the country as a direct weapon to break down the price of wages of the people of the land. 6. As might have been expected, William Greene warmly endorsed Hoover's stand. Reducing the labor force as a cure for unemployment is similar to curing a surplus of a certain commodity by passing a law prohibiting anyone from selling the product and anticipated. 1930-243. 6. Robert A. Devine, American Immigration Policy, 1924-1952, New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press, 1957, p. 78. Hitler's Cure for Unemployment by Forcibly Sending Married Women Back to the Home. Hoover also records that he accelerated the deportation of undesirable aliens, again helping to ease the unemployment picture. He deported 16 to 20,000 aliens per year. 7. As a consequence, while the immigration law had already reduced net immigration into the United States to about 200,000 per year, Hoover's decree reduced net immigration to 35,000 in 1931, and in 1932 there was a net immigration of 77,000. In addition, Hoover's Emergency Committee on Employment organized concerted propaganda to urge young people to return to school in the fall and thus leave the labor market. At the end of July, Hoover organized a planning conference of leading organizations designed to widen home ownership and bolster shaky home mortgages. The planning committee established by Hoover included representatives of the National Association of Real Estate Boards, the American Federation of Labor, the American Farm Bureau Federation, the National Farmers Union, the National Grange, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the American Institute of Architects, and the American Home Economic Association. By October, Hoover apparently felt that the time had come for self-congratulation. In an address to the American Bankers Association, he summed up his multifaceted intervention as follows. I determined that it was my duty, even without precedent, to call upon the business of the country for coordinated and constructive action to resist the forces of disintegration. The business community, the bankers, labor, and the government have cooperated in wider spread measures of mitigation than have ever been attempted before. Our bankers and the reserve system have carried the country through the credit storm without impairment. Our leading business concerns. 244. America's Great Depression. 7. The labor union movement applauded the program, with William Greene urging increased congressional appropriations for the Federal Border Patrol to keep out immigrants. In California, Filipino field hands were beaten and shot to keep them from employment in the agricultural valleys. Irving Bernstein, The Lean Years, A History of the American Worker, 1920 to 1933. Boston, Houghton, Mifflin, 1960, p. 305. Have sustained wages, have distributed employment, have expedited heavy construction. The government has expanded public works, assisted in credit to agriculture, and has restricted immigration. These measures have maintained a higher degree of consumption than would otherwise have been the case. They have thus prevented a large measure of unemployment. Our present experience in relief should form the basis of even more amplified plans in the future. So they did form the basis of plans that aggravated the Depression even further. To the bankers, Hoover delivered his pet theory of the crash, that it was caused by credit being too scarce to commercial borrowers, it being unduly absorbed by speculation. He hailed the Federal Reserve System as the great instrument of promoting stability, and called for an ample supply of credit at low rates of interest, as well as public works, as the best methods of ending the Depression. The wage agreement that Hoover had extracted at the White House conferences unfortunately held firm for a long while, thus becoming the prime generator of unemployment. Hoover still proudly records that the wage agreement lasted in the organized trades throughout his term, while most of the non-union employers also complied. In August, William Greene had praised the stabilizing effects of Hoover's program, emphasizing its success in maintaining wage rates. And in October, when Greene presented Hoover to the annual convention of the AFL, he was exuberant. The great influence which Hoover exercised upon that occasion, the White House conferences, served to maintain wage standards to prevent a general reduction of wages. As we emerge from this distressing period of unemployment, we understand and appreciate the value of the service which the President rendered the wage earners of the country. Greene had no doubt that Hoover's great influence served to maintain wage standards and prevent a general reduction of wages. In his address before the convention, Hoover returned to the glorious theme of the White House conferences. 1930-245. At these White House conferences, the leaders of business and industry undertook to do their utmost to maintain the rate of wages and to distribute work among the employees. He hailed the success of that pledge, for the great manufacturing companies, the railways, utilities, and business houses have been able to maintain the established wages. Employers have spread their employment systematically. The spreading of employment was, in fact, a spreading of unemployment, and helped to maintain the existing wage scales by keeping these unemployed off the labor market. Hoover virtually admitted this when he said, "Through distribution of employment, large numbers of workers have been saved from being forced into competition for new jobs." Another evil in this work-sharing program was that employers were not permitted to discharge their least marginally productive workers. those whose productivity was below the artificially high wage rates. Hence, costs to the employers became greater, and they suffered aggravated losses. Hoover also commended the businessmen for their great resolution in maintaining wage scales even in the face of falling prices. 8. And pointed out that public works had taken up the slack, and that railroads and public utilities had been induced to increase their construction by $500 million. Also in October, Hoover launched the first of repeated attacks against his old bête noire, the New York Stock Exchange. He threatened federal regulation of the exchange despite the fact that it was wholly under the jurisdiction of New York State, and that, therefore, such regulation would be patently unconstitutional. Hoover forced Richard Whitney, head of the exchange, to agree voluntarily to 246. America's Great Depression. In the same month, October, however, Hoover's aide, Edward Eyre Hunt, writing to Colonel Woods, was critical of whatever wage cuts had occurred. Bernstein, The Lean Years, A History of the American Worker, 1920 to 1933, p. 259. Withhold loans of stock for purposes of short selling. Short selling was, and usually is, the chief object of attack by demagogues who believed that short sales were somehow fundamentally responsible for falling stock prices, thereby forgetting that for every short seller there must necessarily be a buyer, and also that short selling accelerates the necessary depression adjustment in stock prices. Senator Smith Brookbart of Iowa had, as early as January 1930, introduced a bill to prohibit all short selling. In the same month, Hoover formed a nationwide organization for the relief of distress. Colonel Arthur Woods was appointed to head the President's Emergency Committee for Employment. The group were Fred C. Croxton, Edward Bernays, and Dr. Lillian Gilbreth. 9. As in Hoover's previous venture in 1921, the committee organized committees in each state and locality for unemployment relief. Shortly afterward, Hoover again asked for enlarged federal public works appropriations. One public work already begun in September was the appropriately named Hoover Dam in Arizona, a government project to sell water and electric power. The New Deal was later happy to complete the project, as it also did with the Grand Coulee Dam on the Columbia River, and with dams in the Central Valley of California. 10. 1930-247. 9. Bernays's major contribution was insistence on the public relations superiority of the word employment, rather than unemployment, in the name of the organization. Ibid, pages 302-03. 10. Hoover's interest in governmental dams by no means began with the Surber Depression, as witness his proud launching of the Boulder Dam in December 1928. That private business is not always a reliable champion of free private enterprise is shown by the approval of the dam by such utility companies as the Southern California Edison Company, which hoped to benefit by purchasing cheap subsidized government power. In addition, private power companies saw Boulder Dam as a risky, submarginal project plagued by grave engineering difficulties, and were content to have the taxpayers assume the risk. On the other hand, it must be admitted that Hoover staunchly resisted congressional attempts during 1931 and 1932 to launch into socialized electric power production and distribution at Muscle Shoals, a project strongly opposed by private power companies and later enlarged by the New Deal into the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA. C. Harris Gaylord Warren, Herbert Hoover and the Great Depression, New York, Oxford University Press, 1959, pages 64, 77-80. In Hoover's second annual message in December, the president, while conceding that factory employment had fallen by 16% since 1928, and manufacturing production had declined by 20%, proudly pointed out that consumption and wage rates had held to their former levels. Bank deposits were 5% higher and department store sales only 7% less. Unfortunately, Hoover did not attempt to relate these movements or to realize that the declines of employment and production were the consequences of policies that bolstered consumption and wage rates. Hoover conceded that wheat and cotton prices were 40% below 1928 and farm prices 20% lower, but he hailed the achievement of the FFB in keeping wheat prices 50% higher than that of Canada and wool prices 80% higher than in Denmark. Hoover apparently never saw that keeping prices above the world market would be self-defeating, since few customers would buy American products at prices artificially higher than they could obtain abroad. In keeping with the general tone of optimism, the American Economic Association stated at year's end that recovery in the spring of 1931 seemed assured. More astute than these established economists were a few others who operated with better theoretical tools. Thus, at the end of July, H. Parker Willis charged, in an editorial in the New York Journal of Commerce, that the current easy money policy of the Federal Reserve was causing the increase in bank failures, chiefly due to their inability to liquidate. Willis pointed out that the country was suffering from frozen and wasteful malinvestments in plants, buildings, and other capital, and that the depression would only be cured when these unsound credit positions were liquidated. 11. The economist Joseph Stagg Lawrence upheld thrift and attacked the prevalent idea that consumption led to prosperity. He pointed out that purchases of consumer goods were being maintained, while the main declines were taking place in producers' goods industries such as construction, steel, and freight traffic. 12. 248. America's Great Depression. 11 Commercial and Financial Chronicle. 131, August 2, 1930. 690-91. 12. Joseph Stagg Lawrence, The Attack on Thrift, Journal of the American Bankers Association, January 1931. 597 ff. One of the best counsels on the Depression was set forth in an annual report by Albert H. Wiggin, chairman of the board of the Chase National Bank, in January 1931. We can assume that he was helped in making the report by Dr. Benjamin M. Anderson, economist for the bank. Wiggin called for the reduction of the federal capital gains tax, pointing out that the 122% tax on realized capital gains induced people to hold on to their stock rather than sell during the boom, and then fostered selling during a depression in order to take the realized stock losses. Wiggin also urged reduction in the tariff, noting that we had merely delayed the adverse effects of the protective tariff from 1924 until 1929 by heavy purchase of foreign bonds. With the decline in the foreign bond market, foreign countries no longer had the funds to purchase our exports. Only a reduction in our tariffs would permit American exports to flourish. Wiggin further pointed out that production had declined far more than consumption, thus indicating that it was not lack of purchasing power that was causing the depression. Finally, he noted that in the 1921 depression, costs and wages had been quickly scaled down and unsound activities liquidated. Past costs of production were forgotten, and goods were sold for what the market would pay. But we attempted, as a matter of collective policy, to hold the line firm following the crash of 1929. Wages were not to be reduced, buying by railroads and construction by public utilities were to be increased, prices were to be maintained, and cheap money was to be the foundation. The policy has failed. It is bad policy for a government or for an industry by concerted act to try to keep prices permanently above the level which the supply and demand situation justifies. We must keep the markets open and prices free. It is not true that high Wages make prosperity. Instead, prosperity makes high wages. When wages are kept higher than the market situation justifies, employment and the buying power of labor fall off. Our depression has been prolonged and not alleviated by delay in making necessary readjustments. 13. Unfortunately, Wiggins' wise advice went unheeded. 1930-249. 13 Commercial and Financial Chronicle, 132, January 17, 1931, 428-29. The Public Works Agitation. While a few economists gave sound advice to little avail, scores of others helped make matters worse by agitating for a broad public works program. The Employment Stabilization Act had first been introduced into the Senate by Senator Robert Wagner of New York in 1928 under the inspiration of the veteran public works agitator Otto Todd Mallory, as part of a comprehensive plan of government intervention to combat unemployment. 14. The act provided for an Employment Stabilization Board consisting of several cabinet officers to increase public works and order to stabilize industry and relieve unemployment in a depression. Early 1930, Senator Wagner seized the opportunity to introduce his program again. He asserted with due consistency that since we now had a federal tariff and a Federal Reserve System, why not also accept the responsibility for unemployment? No one thought to answer Wagner that his logic could be turned around to indicate repeal of both the protective tariff and the Federal Reserve. Wagner's bill authorized $150 million per annum for his program. The California Joint Immigration Committee presented as an alternative to the Wagner bill a proposal of its own to restrict immigration, thus preventing aliens from competing with high-wage American workers and preventing them from breaking down an artificial wage scale. This bill was supported by the American Legion of California, the California Federation of Labor, and the Native Sons of the Golden West. Hoover granted their request in September. For the Wagner bill, the main witnesses in the Senate were the inevitable John B. Andrews of the American Association for Labor Legislation, William Green, Francis Perkins, Norman Thomas of the Socialist Party, and James A. Emery of the National Association of Manufacturers. There was indeed very little opposition in the 250. America's Great Depression. 14c. U.S. Senate, Committee on Banking and Currency. History of the Employment Stabilization Act of 1931. Washington, D.C., U.S. Government. Printing Office, 1945. Joseph E. Reeve, Monetary Reform Movements, Washington, D.C. American Council on Public Affairs, 1943, pp. 1 ff. U.S. Senate. Committee on Judiciary, 70, First Congress, Second Session, Hearings on 3059. Washington, D.C., 1930. Senate. Senator Hiram Johnson, R. California, head of the subcommittee considering the measure, approved, as did Senator Vandenberg, R. Michigan, and President Hoover. An outpouring of the nation's economists endorsed the Wagner bill in petitions presented to Congress by Professors Samuel Joseph of the City College of New York and Joseph P. Chamberlain of Columbia University. Joseph's petition asserted that the bill laid the foundation for a national program to relieve unemployment, and that the principle of public works was widely accepted by economists as a means of stimulating construction and putting men to work. 15. 1930-251. 15. The economists and others who signed these petitions included the following: Edward A. Filene, Irving Fisher, Elisha M. Friedman, Anton Friedrich, S. Colum Gilfillan, Meredith B. Givens, Carter Goodrich, Henry F. Grady, Robert L. Hale, Walton Hamilton, Mason B. Hammond, Charles O. Hardy, Sidney Hillman, Arthur N. Holcomb, Paul T. Homan, B. W. Hubesch, Alvin S. Johnson, H. V. Kaltenborn, Edwin W. Kemmerer, Wilford E. King, Alfred Knopf, Hazel Kirk, Harry W. Laidler, Corliss Lamont, Kenneth S. Latourette, William Lyserson, J. E. Le Rossignol, Roswell C. McCree, Otto Todd Mallory, Edith Abbott, Asher Ackenstein, Emily Green Balch, Bruce Blevin, Sophonisba P. Breckenridge, Paul F. Brissenden, William Adams Brown, Jr., Edward C. Carter, Ralph Cassidy, Jr., Waddell Catchings, Zechariah Chafee, Jr., Joseph P. Chamberlain, John Bates Clark, John Maurice Clark, Victors Clark, Joanna C. Colcord, John R. Commons, Morris L. Cook, Morris A. Copeland, Malcolm Cowley, Donald Cowling, Jerome Davis, Davis F. Dewey, Paul H. Douglas, Stephen P. Duggan, Saba Eldridge, Henry Pratt Fairchild, John Ferguson, Frank A. Fetter, Harry A. Millis, Broadus Mitchell, Harold G. Moulton, Paul M. O'Leary, Thomas S. Parkinson, S. Howard Patterson, Harold L. Reed, Father John Orion, Francis B. Sayre, G. T. Schwenning, Henry R. Seeger, Thorsten Zahlen, Mary K. Simkovich, Nahum I. Stone, Frank Tannenbaum, Frank W. Tausig, Ordway Tade, Willard Thorpe, Mary Van Cleek, Oswald G. Villard, Lillian Wald, J. P. Warboss, Colston A. Warren, Gordon Swatkins, William O. Wayforth, Joseph H. Willits, Chase Going Woodhouse, Matthew Wall. The Senate passed the Wagner Bill by an unrecorded vote. Bill ran into delays in the House despite the almost complete lack of opposition in the hearings and the pressure for the bill exerted by Andrews, Green, Perkins, Emery, Douglas, Foster, and Catchings. Representative George S. Graham, R. Pennsylvania, chairman of the Judiciary Committee, managed to amend the substance out of the bill, and thus to deadlock the Senate-House conference and block the bill. 16. In the meanwhile, Congress approved the various Hoover requests for additional public works appropriations, although one $150 million request was cut to $116 million. In December 1930, the Emergency Committee for Federal Public Works, headed by Harold S. Butenheim, editor of American City, appealed for large-scale borrowing of $1 billion for public works, and the plea was endorsed by 93 leading economists. Among these were Thomas S. Adams, Thomas Nixon Carver, Edgar S. Furness, Edwin R. A. Seligman, Leo Woolman, and many of the names on the Wagner Bill petitions. 17. Finally, in February 1931, Congress passed the Employment Stabilization Act in original form, and Hoover gladly signed the measure. He quickly designated the Secretary of Commerce as chairman of the Federal 252. America's Great Depression. Also involved in the agitation, by virtue of their being officers and members of the American Association for Labor legislation during this period, were the following economists and other intellectual leaders: Harold M. Groves, Luther Gulick, Mrs. Thomas W. Lamont, Edward C. Lindeman, William N. Laux, Wesley C. Mitchell, Jessica Paixato, Donald Richburg, Bernard L. Shintag, Sumner H. Slichter, Edwin S. Smith, George Soule, William F. Willoughby, Edwin E. Witt, Willard E. Atkins, C. C. Burlingham, Stuart Chase, Dorothy W. Douglas, Richard T. Ely, Felix Frankfurter, Arthur D. Gayer. 16. Bernstein, The Lean Years, A History of the American Worker, 1920 to 1933, p. 304. 17. C. Joseph Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, New York, Viking Press, 1959, Volume 5, pages 674 to 75. Employment, Stabilization Board. 18. The Senate also did something in the same month destined to have far-reaching effects in the future. It passed the Wagner Resolution to study the establishment of federal unemployment insurance. Behind the scenes, Gerard Swope, president of General Electric, urged a much larger public works plan upon Hoover. In September 1930, Swope proposed to Hoover an immediate $1 billion bond issue for federal public works, to be matched by another $1 billion similarly raised by state and local governments, under federal guarantee. Swope's favorite argument was to point to wartime, with its bold national planning, as the ideal to be emulated. Fortunately, Hoover's own leanings in this direction were much too cautious to allow the adoption of Swope's proposal. 19. Also urging Hoover further than he would go was Colonel Arthur Woods, head of the President's Emergency Committee for Employment, who suggested a $750 million federal-state public works program, including a Federal Reconstruction Board for loans to states for public works. 20. The fiscal burdens of government. In the pleasant but illusory world of national product statistics, government expenditures on goods and services constitute an addition to the nation's product. Actually, since government's revenue, in contrast to all other institutions, is coerced from the taxpayers rather than paid voluntarily, it is far more realistic to regard all government expenditures as a depredation upon, rather than an addition to, the national product. In fact, either government expenditures or 1930-253. Aiding the following month, 5. Progressive senators called a conference to agitate for a gigantic $5 billion public works program. The conference was addressed by Detroit's progressive mayor, Frank Murphy, Professor Leo Woolman, and Father John Orion. Senator La Follette and William Randolph Hearst also called for a similar measure. 19. See David Loth, Swope of G.E., New York, Simon & Schuster, 1958. Pages 198 to 200. 20. Bernstein, The Lean Years, A History of the American Worker, 1920 to 1933, p. 304. Receipts, whichever is the higher, may be regarded as the burden on private national product, and subtraction of the former figure from gross private product, GPP, will yield an estimate of the private product left in private hands. The ratio of government depredation, government expenditures or receipts, whichever is the higher, over gross private product yields the approximate percentage of government depredation of the private product of the economy. 21. In a depression, it is particularly important that the government's fiscal burden on the economy be reduced. In the first place, it is especially important at such a time to free the economy from the heavy load of governments acquiring resources, and second, a lowering of the burden will tend to shift total spending so as to increase investment and lower consumption, thus providing a double impetus toward curing a depression. 254. America's Great Depression. 21. Generally, government expenditures are compared with gross national product (GNP) in weighing the fiscal extent of government activity in the economy. But since government expenditure is more depredation than production, it is first necessary to deduct product originating in government and in government enterprises from GNP to arrive at gross private product. It might be thought that total government expenditures should not be deducted from GPP, because this involves double counting of government expenditures on bureaucrats' salaries, product originating in government. But this is not double counting, for the great bulk of money spent on bureaucratic salaries is gathered by means of taxation of the private sector, and therefore it too involves depredation upon the private economy. Our method involves a slight amount of overcounting of depredation, however, insofar as funds for government spending come from taxation of the bureaucrats themselves, and are therefore not deducted from private product. This amount, particularly in the 1929 to 1932 period, may safely be ignored, however, as there is no accurate way of estimating it and no better way of estimating government depredation on the private sector. If government expenditures and receipts are just balanced, then obviously each is a measure of depredation, as funds are acquired by taxation and channeled into expenditures. If expenditures are larger, then the deficit is either financed by issuing new money or by borrowing private savings. In either case, the deficit constitutes a drain of resources from the private sector. If there is a surplus of receipts over expenditures, then the surplus taxes are drains on the private sector. For a more extended discussion and a tabulation of estimates of these figures for the 1929 to 1932 period, see the appendix. How did the government react when the 1929 depression hit? Were fiscal burdens on the economy raised or lowered? Fortunately, detailed statistics are available from 1929 on, permitting us to estimate the answer to that question. In 1929, the gross national product, GNP, was $104.4 billion. Gross private product was $99.3 billion. See our calculations in the appendix. Total federal depredations on the private product equaled federal receipts, which were $5.2 billion. Federal expenditures were a bit lower at $4 billion. State and local depredations were $9 billion. The figure for expenditures, receipts being estimated at $8.8 billion. Total government depredations on the private product in 1929 were, therefore, $14.2 billion, a burden of 14.3% of the gross private product, or, if we wish, 15.7% of the net private product. In 1930, GNP fell to $91.1 billion and GPP to $85.8 billion. Federal expenditures rose to $4.2 billion, while receipts fell to $4.4 billion. State and local expenditures rose to $9.7 billion, and state and local receipts to $9.1 billion. Total government depredations in 1930, therefore, remained about level at $14.1 billion, but this now constituted 16.4% of the gross private product and 18.2% of the net private product. The fiscal burden of government had substantially increased when it should have been lowered. Given any particular tax rates, we would expect revenue to fall in a depression as national income fell if government simply remained passive. Government's particular responsibility, then, is to reduce its expenditures. Instead, expenditures rose by $800 million. Of this, $700 million came from state and local governments. The major categories: $170 million increase in salaries to employees, $300 million increase in construction spending. The federal government increased its expenditure by $130 million, of which $50 million was new construction. The Hoover policy of stimulating public works was already taking effect. 22. 1930-255. 22. While the data in the appendix below lists the rise in federal expenditure to be $200 million, this is the effect of rounding. The actual increase was $133 million. During 1929, the federal government had a huge surplus of $1.2 billion, $4.1 billion receipts, $2.9 billion expenditures, excluding government enterprises, an estimated $5.2 billion receipts, and $4.1 billion expenditures, including government enterprises, and it is to the Hoover administration's credit that as soon as the Depression struck, Hoover and Mellon suggested that the top normal personal income tax rate be cut from 5% to 4%, and the corporate income tax be reduced from 12% to 11%. This suggestion was speedily enacted by Congress at the end of 1929. As a partial consequence, federal receipts fell to $4.40 billion in 1930, or $3.3 billion, excluding government enterprises. Federal expenditures, in the meanwhile, rose to $4.2 billion, $3.10 billion excluding government enterprises, still leaving a considerable surplus. The federal fiscal burden on the private product remained approximately the same, falling from 5.2% to 5.1% of gross private product, and from 5.8 to 5.7% of net private product. The main onus for increasing the fiscal burden of government during 1930 falls upon state and local governments, which increased their rate of depredation from 9.1% to 11.3% of the gross private product, from 9.9% to 12.5% of the net product. 256. America's Great Depression. 23. See Sidney Ratner, American Taxation, New York, W. W. Norton, 1942. p. 443. 10. 1931. The Tragic Year. He year 1931, which politicians and economists were sure would bring recovery, brought instead a far deeper crisis and depression. Hence Dr. Benjamin Anderson's apt term, the tragic year. Particularly dramatic was the financial and economic crisis in Europe which struck in that year. Europe was hit hard, partly in reaction to its own previous inflation, partly from inflation induced by our foreign loans and Federal Reserve encouragement and aid, and partly from the high American tariffs, which prevented them from selling us goods to pay their debts. The foreign crisis began in the Boden-Kredit-Anstalt, the most important bank in Austria and indeed in Eastern Europe, which, like its fellows, had overexpanded. 1. It had suffered serious financial trouble in 1929, but various governmental and other sources had leaped to its aid, driven by the blind expediency of the moment, telling them that such a large bank must not be permitted to fail. In October 1929, therefore, the crumbling Boden-Kredit-Anstalt merged with the older and stronger Österreichische Kredit Anstalt, with new capital provided by an international banking syndicate including J.P. Morgan & Company and Schroeder of England, and headed by Rothschild of Vienna. The Austrian government also guaranteed some of the Boden Bank's investment. This shored up the shaky bank temporarily. The crisis came when 257. 1. Benjamin M. Anderson, Economics and the Public Welfare, New York, D. Van Nostrand, 1949, pp. 232 ff. Austria turned to its natural ally Germany, and in a world of growing trade barriers and restrictions, declared a customs union with Germany on March 21, 1931. The French government feared and hated this development, and hence the Bank of France and lesser French banks suddenly insisted on redemption of their short-term debts from Germany and Austria. The destructive political motive of the French government cannot be condoned, but the act itself was fully justified. If Austria was in debt to France, it was the Austrian debtors' responsibility to have enough funds available to meet any liabilities that might be claimed. The guilt for the collapse must therefore rest on the bank itself and on the various governments and financiers who had tried to shore it up and had thus aggravated its unsound position. Kreditanstalt suffered a run in mid-May, and the Bank of England, the Austrian government, Rothschild, and the Bank of International Settlements, aided by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, again granted it many millions of dollars. None of this was sufficient. Finally, the Austrian government, at the end of May, voted a $150 million guarantee to the bank, but the Austrian government's credit was now worthless, and Austria soon declared national bankruptcy by going off the gold standard. There is no need to dwell on the international difficulties that piled up in Europe in latter 1931, finally leading Germany, England, and most other European countries to renounce their obligations and go off the gold standard. The European collapse affected the United States monetarily and financially, 1. By causing people to doubt the firmness of American adherence to the gold standard, and 2. Through tie-ins of American banks with their collapsing European colleagues. Thus, American banks held almost $2 billion worth of German bank acceptances, and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York had participated in the unsuccessful shoring operations. The fall in European imports from the United States as a result of the Depression was not the major cause of the deeper depression here. American exports in 1929 constituted less than 6% of American business, so that while American agriculture was further depressed by international developments, the great bulk of the American Depression was caused by 258. America's Great Depression. Strictly American problems and policies. Foreign governments contributed a small share to the American crisis, but the bulk of responsibility must be placed upon the American government itself. Although we must confine our interest in this work to the United States, we may pause a moment in view of its international importance and consider the shabby actions of Great Britain in this crisis. Great Britain, the government that induced Europe to go on to the treacherous shoals of the gold bullion and gold exchange standard during the 1920s, that induced the United States government to inflate with disastrous consequences, that induced Germany to inflate through foreign investment, that tried to establish sterling as the world's premier currency, surrendered and went off the gold standard without a fight, aided by France, instead of the reverse, much stronger financially than Germany or Austria. England cynically repudiated its obligations without a struggle, while Germany and Austria had at least fought frantically to save themselves. England would not consider giving up its inflationary and cheap credit policy, even to stay on sound money. Throughout the crisis of 1931, the Bank of England kept its discount rate very low, never going above 42%, and in fact, inflated its deposits in order to offset gold losses abroad. In former financial crises, the bank rate would have gone to 10% much earlier in the proceedings, and the money supply would have been contracted, not expanded. The bank accepted loans of $650 million from the Federal Reserve Banks and the Bank of France, and the Bank of France, forced against its better judgment by the French government, kept its accounts in sterling and did not ask for redemption in gold. And then, on September 20th, Britain went coolly off the gold standard, inflicting great losses on France, throwing the world into monetary chaos and disrupting world markets. It is a final measure of the character of Governor Montagu Norman that only 2 days before the repudiation, he gave Dr. Vissering, head of the Netherlands Bank, unqualified assurance that Britain would remain on the gold standard and that, therefore, it was safe for the Netherlands to keep its accounts in sterling. If the Netherlands was tricked, it is possible that Montagu Norman's fast friends in the United States were informed in 1931, the tragic year, 259, advance. For in the summer of 1931, Governor Norman visited Quebec for health reasons and saw Governor Harrison of the New York Federal Reserve Bank. It was shortly after Norman's return to England that Great Britain went off the gold standard. 2. Throughout the European crisis, the Federal Reserve, particularly the New York Bank, tried its best to aid the European governments and to prop up unsound credit positions. In mid-July, Executive Committee of the New York Bank had an all-day conference with the leaders of J.P. Morgan and Company, and there decided to follow the lead of the Bank of International Settlements, the Club of European Central Banks. It therefore loaned money to the Reichsbank to purchase German acceptances and made special loans to other central banks to relieve frozen assets. There, the New York Federal Reserve loaned, in 1931, $125 million to the Bank of England, $25 million to the German Reichsbank, and smaller amounts to Hungary and Austria. As a result, much frozen assets were shifted to become burdens to the United States. The Federal Reserve also renewed foreign loans when borrowers failed to pay at maturity. 3. The American monetary picture. In the meanwhile, the Depression grew ever worse in the United States, and not because of the European situation. Production continued to plummet drastically, as did prices and foreign trade, and unemployment skyrocketed to almost 16% of the labor force. The Federal Reserve Board (FRB) Index of Manufacturing. 260. America's Great Depression. 2. The secret relations between Governor Norman and the head of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York continued during the Depression. In August 1932, Norman landed at Boston and traveled to New York under the alias of Professor Clarence Skinner. We do not know what transpired at this conference with Reserve Bank leaders, but the Bank of England congratulated Norman upon his return for having sowed a seed. See Lawrence E. Clark, Central Banking under the Federal Reserve System, New York, Macmillan, 1935, p. 312. 3. Clark plausibly maintains that the true motive of the New York Federal Reserve for these salvage operations was to bail out favored New York banks holding large quantities of frozen foreign assets, for example, German acceptances. IBID, pp. 343f. Production, which had been 110 in 1929 and 90 in 1930, fell to 75 in 1931. Hardest hit, in accordance with Austrian cycle theory, were producers' goods and higher-order capital goods industries, rather than the consumer goods industries. Thus, from the end of 1929 to the end of 1931, the FRB index of production of durable manufactures fell by over 50%, while the index of non-durable production fell by less than 20%. Pig iron production fell from 131,000 tons per day, seasonally adjusted, in June 1929, to 56,000 tons daily in December 1930, to 33,000 tons in December 1931, a drop of nearly 80%. On the other hand, retail department store sales only fell from an index of 118 in 1929 to 88 at the end of 1931, a drop of about 25%. The American monetary picture remained about the same until the latter half of 1931. At the end of 1930, currency and bank deposits had been $53.6 billion. On June 30, 1931, they were slightly lower at $52.9 billion. By the end of the year, they had fallen sharply to $48.3 billion. Over the entire year, the aggregate money supply fell from $73.2 billion to $68.2 billion. The sharp deflation occurred in the final quarter as a result of the general blow to confidence caused by Britain going off gold. From the beginning of the year until the end of September, total member bank reserves fell by $107 million. The federal government had tried hard to inflate, raising controlled reserves by $195 million, largely in bills bought and bills discounted, but uncontrolled. Reserves declined by $302 million, largely due to a huge $356 million increase of money in circulation. Normally, money in circulation declines in the first part of the year, and then increases around Christmas time. The increase in the first part of this year reflected a growing loss of confidence by Americans in their banking system, caused by the bank failures abroad and the growing number of failures at home. Americans should have lost confidence ages before, for the banking institutions were hardly worthy of their trust. The inflationary attempts of the government from January to October were thus offset by the people's attempts to convert their bank deposits into legal tender. From the end of September to the end of the year, bank reserves fell at an unprecedented rate. 1931, the tragic year, 261. From $2.36 billion to $1.96 billion, a drop of $400 million in 3 months. The Federal Reserve tried its best to continue its favorite nostrum of inflation, pumping $268 million of new controlled reserves into the banking system. The main item, an increase of $305 million in bills discounted, but the public, at home and abroad, was now calling the turn at last. From the beginning of the Depression until September 1931, the monetary gold stock of the country had increased from $4 billion to $4.7 billion as European monetary troubles induced people to send their gold to the United States, but the British crisis made men doubt the credit of the dollar for the first time, and hence, by the end of December, America's monetary gold stock had fallen to $4.2 billion. The gold drain that began in September 1931 and was to continue until July 1932 reduced U.S. monetary gold stock from $4.7 billion to $3.6 billion. This was a testament to the gold exchange standard that Great Britain had induced Europe to adopt in the 1920s. That for money in circulation also continued to increase sharply in response to public fears about the banking structure as well as to regular seasonal demands. Money in circulation therefore rose by $400 million in these 3 months. Hence, the will of the public caused bank reserves to decline by $400 million in the latter half of 1931, and the money supply, as a consequence, fell by over $4 billion in the same period. During 1930, the Federal Reserve had steadily lowered its rediscount rates from 42% at the beginning of the year to 2% at the end, and finally down to 12% in mid-1931. When the monetary crisis came at the end of the year, the Federal Reserve raised the rediscount rate to 32%. Acceptance buying rates were similarly raised after a steady decline. The Federal Reserve System, FRS, has been sharply criticized by economists for its tight money policy in the last quarter of 1931. Actually, its policy was still inflationary on balance, since it still increased controlled reserves, and any greater degree of inflation would have endangered the gold standard itself. Actually, the Federal Reserve. 262. America's Great Depression. See Winthrop W. Aldrich, The Causes of the Present Depression and Possible Remedies, New York, 1933, p. 12. Should have deflated instead of inflated, to bolster confidence in gold, and also to speed up the adjustments needed to end the Depression. The inflationary policies of the Federal Reserve were not enough for some economists, however, including the price stabilizationist and staunch ally of the late Governor Strong, Carl Snyder, statistician at the New York Federal Reserve. As early as April 1931, Snyder organized a petition of economists to the Federal Reserve Board urging immediate cheap money, as well as long-range credit expansion. Among the signers were John R. Commons, Lionel D. Edick, Virgil Jordan, Harold L. Reed, James Harvey Rogers, Walter E. Sparr, and George F. Warren. 5. The fiscal burden of government. How did the fiscal burden of government press upon the public during 1931? The gross national product fell from $91.1 billion in 1930 to $76.3 billion in 1931. Gross private product fell from $85.8 billion to $70.9 billion. Total government depredations, on the other hand, rose from $14.10 to $15.2 billion. Total government receipts fell from $13.5 billion to $12.4 billion. Federal receipts fell from $4.40 to $3.4 billion. But total government expenditures rose sharply from $13.9 billion to $15.2 billion. This time, the entire rise in expenditures came in federal rather than state and local spending. Federal expenditures rose from $4.2 billion in 1930 to $5.5 billion in 1931. Excluding government enterprises, it rose from $3.1 billion to $4.4 billion, an enormous 42% increase. In short, in the midst of a Great Depression when people needed desperately to be relieved of governmental burdens, the dead weight of government rose from 16.4% to 21.5% of the gross private product, from 18.2% to 24.3% of the net private product. From a modest surplus in 1930, the federal government thus ran up a huge $2.2 billion deficit in 1931. And so President Hoover, often considered to be a staunch exponent of laissez-faire, had amassed by far the largest peacetime. 1931. The tragic year, 263. 5. Joseph Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, New York. Viking Press, 1959, Volume 5, p. 675. Deficit yet known to American history. In 1 year, the fiscal burden of the federal government had increased from 5.1% to 7.8%, or from 5.7% to 8.8% of the net private product. Of the $1.3 billion increase in federal expenditures in 1931, by far the largest sum, $1 billion, was an increase in transfer payments. New public construction also increased at the same pace as the previous year by over $60 million. Grants and aid to state and local governments rose by almost $200 million. Of the $1 billion rise in transfer payments, $900 million was an increase in adjusted compensation benefits, largely loans to veterans, public works and wage rates. What of Hoover's cherished programs of public works planning and maintenance of wage rates? We have noted that Hoover established an emergency committee for employment in October 1930, headed by Colonel Arthur Woods. Woods was a trustee of the Rockefeller Foundation and of Rockefeller's General Education Board. Also on the committee were industrialists Sewell Avery, William J. Balt of Metropolitan Life, the ever-ubiquitous Beardsley Rummel, and economists such as Professor Joseph H. Willits, Leo Wallman, J. Douglas Brown, W. Jet Lauck, Lewis E. Merriam, and Fred C. Croxton. The committee strongly recommended increased expenditures for public works at all levels of government. The President's Committee was one of the major forces supporting the Wagner Employment Stabilization Act of February 1931, its public works section being especially active. And in signing the bill, Hoover gave a large amount of the credit for the measure to none other than Otto Todd Mallory. 6. The President's Committee was the main government organ dealing with 264. America's Great Depression. C. Irving Bernstein, The Lean Years, A History of the American Worker. 1920 to 1933. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1960. And Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, Volume 5, p. 7n. However, Hoover did veto a Woods-supported bill, passed in March, to strengthen the U.S. Employment Service. C. Harris. Gaylord Warren, Herbert Hoover, and the Great Depression, New York, Oxford. University Press, 1959, pp. 24 ff. Employers and urging them to maintain wage rates. Writing proudly of the committee's work, one of its members later praised its success in inducing employers to refrain from those reductions in wage rates, which had marked similar periods of depression. 7. It is, of course, not surprising that there were very few strikes in this period. In March, Colonel Woods proudly hailed the new view of industry in accepting its responsibility toward labor. Industry, instead of cutting wage rates, was now maintaining the purchasing power of the workers as a measure of enlightened self-interest. The committee persuaded 10 outstanding industrial and labor leaders to give public radio talks, explaining the brave new philosophy. The committee was also gratified to see advances in public works, construction during the year. The Employment Stabilization Act of February merely served to whet, rather than allay, the appetites of the public works agitators. 8. During the year, Senator Wagner suggested a $2 billion public works program, and Senator La Follette urged a gigantic $5.5 billion outlay. At the end of the year 1931, 31 leading economists convened in New York City at a conference sponsored by William Randolph Hearst and recommended a $5 billion public works program was to be financed by a bond issue. The economists emphasized that a rise in federal public works outlay during 1931 had been offset by a decline in state and local construction, so that overall public construction was less than in the previous year. They urged a bold program accompanied by credit expansion and conducted in the good old spirit of a wartime emergency. Among the signers of this document were Professors James C. Bonbright Phillips, Bradley, Paul F. Brissenden, Thomas Nixon Carver, Paul H. Douglas, Seba Eldridge, William Trufant Foster, Arthur D. Gayer. 1931, The Tragic Year, 265. 7E.P. Hayes, Activities of the President's Emergency Committee for Employment. October 17, 1930, August 19, 1931, printed by the author, 1936. 8. The director of the new Federal Employment Stabilization Board, D.H. Sawyer, was critical of the time lag inherent in public works programs and preferred to leave public works to the localities. In addition, J.S. Taylor, head of the Division of Public Construction, opposed public works in principle. Bernstein, The Lean Years, A History of the American Worker, 1920 to 1933, pages 273 to 74. John Ice, J.E., Le Rossignol, W.N. Laux, Robert M. McClover. George R. Taylor, Willard L. Thorpe, and Norman J. Ware. 9. We might mention here that at the very time President Hoover was sponsoring Make Work schemes, he stepped in to hamper private production in another field. In May, he ordered the cessation of the leasing of federal forests for new lumbering, thus withdrawing forest land from production and aggravating the severe depression in the lumber trade. On the state level, Governor Franklin D. Roosevelt of New York pioneered in public works planning, setting up a committee on the stabilization of industry for the prevention of unemployment, with Henry Brewer chairman and Paul H. Douglas, technical advisor. The committee recommended a state planning board for public works and work sharing among workers. Roosevelt also called a 7-state conference at the end of January 1931 to urge federal and state public works. The chief advisor was Professor Leo Woolman, and others were Professors William Lyserson and Paul H. Douglas. The next few days saw a conference on the permanent prevention of unemployment, convened by the Social Action departments of the Catholic, Protestant, and Jewish churches. At this conference, Edward Ayer Hunt, of the President's Emergency Committee for Employment, called for public works. William T. Foster urged an increase in the money supply. John P. Frey of the AFL called for yet higher wages as a remedy for the Depression. George Soule urged socialist planning. Professor John R. Commons and John Egerton of the NAM quarreled over compulsory unemployment insurance, and Senator Wagner boosted his bill for public works and stabilization. During early 1931, California set up a state unemployment committee to aid localities and stimulate public works, and Pennsylvania presented a planned program of public works. Maryland speeded its public works program. Massachusetts floated a bond issue for public works, and Michigan continued highway construction during the winter, normally a slack season. Michigan insisted. 266. America's Great Depression. 9 Congressional Record 75, January 11, 1932, pages 1655-57. That contractors not cut the wage rates paid to their workers. Minnesota went so far in a make-work policy on its public work programs as to stipulate that, wherever practical, and whenever the cost is substantially the same, work should be performed by hand, rather than by machines, in order to provide for the employment of a greater number of persons. 10. Maintaining wage rates. The maintenance of wage rates in the face of steadily declining prices. Wholesale prices fell by 10% in 1930, by 15% in 1931, meant that the real wage rates of the employed were sharply increasing, thereby greatly aggravating the unemployment problem as time went on. Summing up the wage question at the end of 1931, Professor Leo Woolman pointed out that business leaders as well as government were still under the influence of the prevailing doctrine of the 1920s, that high and rising wages were necessary to a full flow of purchasing power and therefore to good business. During the Depression, business leaders typically continued to say, reducing the income of labor is not a remedy for business depression, it is a direct and contributory cause. Or, in this enlightened age when it is recognized that production is dependent upon consuming power, 11. It is my judgment that large manufacturers and producers will maintain wages and salaries as being the far-sighted and, in the end, the most constructive thing to do. 12. Until the end of 1931, most businesses, and particularly the large firms, staunchly resisted wage cuts. Some small firms in textiles and coal reduced their wage rates, but the large firms in the basic steel, public utility, and construction industries publicly announced their adherence to a policy of high wages, and their 1931, the tragic year, 267. 10 Monthly Labor Review, 32, 1931, 834 ff. 11. The truth is precisely the opposite. Consuming power is wholly dependent upon production. 12. Leo Woolman, Wages in Relation to Economic Recovery. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1931. Unwillingness to reduce prevailing standards. Woolman concluded that it is indeed impossible to recall any past depression of similar intensity and duration in which the wages of prosperity were maintained as long as they have been during the Depression of 1930–31. 13. He noted, however, that pressures to cut wage rates were building up almost irresistibly, and that some construction labor had been able to maintain their employment by accepting sub-rosa wage cuts responding to severe losses at the end of 1931 took place secretly for fear of the disapproval of the Hoover administration. 14. Secretary of the Treasury. Mellon summed up the administration's philosophy on wage rates in May 1931. In this country, there has been a concerted and determined effort on the part of both government and business, not only to prevent any reduction in wages but to keep the maximum number of men employed, and thereby to increase consumption. It must be remembered that the all-important factor is purchasing power, and purchasing power, se, dependent to a great extent on the standard of living. That standard of living must be maintained at all costs. 15. The federal government also did its part by enacting the Bacon-Davis Act, requiring a maximum 8-hour day on construction of public buildings and the payment of at least the prevailing wage in the locality. It is no wonder that British economist John Maynard Keynes, in a memorandum to Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald, reporting on a visit to America in 1931, hailed the American record of 268. America's Great Depression. 13. Secretary of Commerce Lamont declared in April 1931 that I have canvassed the principal industries, and I find no movement to reduce the rate of wages. On the contrary, there is a desire to support the situation in every way. Quoted in Edward Angley, Comp. Oh yeah? New York, Viking Press, 1931, p. 26. 14. National Industrial Conference Board, Salary and Wage Policy in the Depression, New York, Conference Board, 1933, p. 6. 15. Angley, oh yay? p. 20. Maintaining Wage Rates, 16. Meanwhile, several governors of New York, North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas, and Wyoming went beyond the Hoover Voluntary Work-Sharing Program to urge maximum hour legislation. Amid the chorus of approval on the Hoover wage program, there were only a few cool dissenting voices. John Oakwood wrote in Barron's that the modern industrialists and labor leaders are saying, in effect, that they intend to keep up wage levels even if they have to close the mills. This may be fine for these leaders, but not so welcome to employees who have been deprived of their jobs by such rigid policies. Oakwood pointed out that on the free market, selling prices determine costs and not vice versa, and that therefore, falling prices must be reflected in falling costs, else there will be unemployment and declines in investment and production. Wage rates are a basic part of production cost. Oakwood went on to stress the essential distinction between wage rates and buying power from wages. He pointed out that an individual's buying power is really his ability to create goods or render services that have an exchange value for other goods or services, and that the worker will always tend to receive in wages the worth of his particular productive service. True purchasing power is therefore exchange power based upon production. If a good is in great demand or in short supply, its purchasing power in terms of other goods will be high, and if vice versa, its purchasing power will be low. During the preceding boom, credit expansion had caused a rise too high to be sustained, and the propaganda about a new era and a divinely ordained American standard of living created the idea that this standard was some sort of vested divine right of the American worker. Hugh Bancroft, publisher of Barron's, wrote that it was particularly necessary for wage rates to decline in the producer goods industries in view of the great decline in prices there, and noted that real wage rates for the employed had increased, so that the employed workers were profiteering at the 1931, the tragic year, 269. 16. We might also note that Keynes found the attitude of the Federal Reserve authorities thoroughly satisfactory, i.e., satisfactorily inflationist. Roy F. Harrod, The Life of John Maynard Keynes, New York, Harcourt, Brace, 1951, pages 437 to 48. Expense of the unemployed. Wage cuts were necessary to the restoration of effective purchasing power. 17. By the fall of 1931, economic reality was at last beginning to force its way through the tangle of mischievous fallacies and the severe pressures of the Hoover program. Wage rates, at long last, were beginning to fall. The U.S. Steel Corporation, over the opposition of its president James A. Farrell, summoned up the courage to cut wage rates in September, whereupon William Green accused U.S. Steel of violating its 1929 pledge to the President. 18. And even Henry Ford, despite his philosophic devotion to the artificial wage maintenance policy, had to cut wages in the following year. Immigration restrictions. Suspension of immigration also helped to keep wage rates up. And Hoover moved diligently on this front as well. In his December 1930 message, Hoover urged Congress to enact the suspension of immigration into law, where it would be more firmly rooted than in presidential decree. Bills to eliminate all immigration, except that of relatives of American residents, were criticized by Secretary of State Stimson for not going far enough. Stimson suggested instead a general 90% reduction. 19. This new bill passed the House, but failed to reach a vote in the Senate. 270. America's Great Depression. 17. See John Oakwood, Wage Cuts and Economic Realities. Barron's, June 29, 1931, and How High Wages Destroy Buying Power. Barron's, February 29, 1932. Hugh Bancroft, Wage Cuts a Cure for Depression. Barron's, October 19, 1931, and Fighting Economic Law, Wage Scales and Purchasing Power. Barron's, January 25, 1932. Also see George Putnam, Is Wage Maintenance a Fallacy? Journal of the American Bankers Association, January 1932, 429 ff. 18. See Fred R. Fairchild, Government Saves Us from Depression, Yale Review, Summer 1932, 667 f. and Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, Volume 5, p. 620. 19. Stimson also added a racist note, fearing that permitting relatives would allow the bringing in of too many of the Southern as against the Northern and Nordic races. See Robert A. Devine, American Immigration Policy, 1924 to 1932. New Haven, Connecticut. Yale University Press, 1957, p. 78. Voluntary relief. Direct relief was just about the one sphere where President Hoover seemed wholeheartedly to prefer voluntary to governmental action. The previous fall, Hoover had refused to call a special session of Congress for unemployment relief, saying this was the responsibility of voluntary agencies. In fact, the voluntarist tradition was still so strong in this field that the Red Cross opposed a bill in early 1931 to grant it $25 million for relief. The Red Cross declared that its own funds were adequate, and its chairman told a House committee that such a congressional appropriation would to a large extent destroy voluntary giving. Many local Red Cross leaders strongly opposed all federal aid and even all public relief generally, and so the bill, after passing the Senate, was killed. In the House. 20. Many private charity organizations, philanthropists, and social workers had the same views, and the New York Times hailed the voluntary spirit as opposed to public aid. 21a. Social worker, writing of this period, has said in obvious bewilderment that the theory that England's depression, which began before the American disaster, had in some mysterious way been connected with their unemployment insurance system, or dole, had been accepted by many people in this country. 22. State and local direct relief, however, totaled $176 million in 1931, as compared to $105 million in 1930 and $71 million in 1929. The federal government, while not engaging in direct relief, continued to aid the farmers. In February, it appropriated $20 million for 1931, the tragic year. 271. 20. On the vigorous attempts of the President's Emergency Committee for Employment to pressure the Red Cross into giving relief to coal miners. See Bernstein, The Lean Years, A History of the American Worker, 1920 to 1933, pp. 308 ff. 21 by June, however, the American Association of Public Welfare Relief was calling for a federal relief program. 22. Edith Abbott, Public Assistance, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 1940, Volume 1, pages 657-58 and 509-70. Even voluntary relief, if given indiscriminately, will prolong unemployment by preventing downward pressure on wage rates from clearing the labor market. Loans to assist local agricultural credit corporations and granted $2 million for loans to various farmers. Despite his initial voluntarism in this field, however, Hoover appointed an emergency committee for employment the previous. He had appointed the committee reluctantly and warned the members that unemployment was strictly a local responsibility. 23. The chairman, Colonel Woods, however, kept urging upon Hoover a highly interventionist program, including greater public works as well as Senator Wagner's bills for public works planning and a national employment service. Woods finally resigned in April 1931 and was replaced by Fred Croxton. In contrast to Woods, many business leaders, understanding the role of the British governmental unemployment dole in creating and perpetuating unemployment, attacked any idea of governmental relief. These included Henry Ford, the leaders of the National Association of Manufacturers and the Chamber of Commerce, and former President Coolidge. Hoover in the last quarter of 1931. How specifically did President Hoover rise to the challenge of crisis in the latter part of 1931? In the first place, ominous signs began to appear that he was getting ready to weaken or abandon his devotion to the principle of voluntary relief. As early as June 1930, the Conference of Governors had petitioned Hoover for a $1 billion emergency federal relief appropriation. Hoover did not agree, but on February 3 he declared, "I am willing to pledge myself that if the time should ever come that the voluntary agencies of the country together with the local and state governments are unable to find resources with which to prevent hunger and suffering in my country, I will ask aid of every resource of the federal government." 24. 272. America's Great Depression. 23. See Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., The Crisis of the Old Order, 1919-1933. Boston. Houghton Mifflin, 1957, pages 169, 507. 24. Daniel R. Fusfeld, The Economic Thought of Franklin D. Roosevelt, and the Origins of the New Deal. New York, Columbia University Press, 1956, p. 267. In mid-August, Hoover abolished the old Woods-Croxton Emergency Committee for Employment and replaced it by a larger President's Organization on Unemployment Relief. Head of the new committee was Walter S. Gifford, president of American Telephone and Telegraph Company. Others connected with the new committee were Newton D. Baker, Bernard M. Baruch, Fred C. Croxton, John W. Davis, Pierre DuPont, John Edgerton, William Green, Will Hayes, Jacob Hollander, Alexander Legg, Wesley C. Mitchell, William S. Paley, Rabbi Abba Hillel Silver, Walter Teagle, William Allen White, Matthew Wall, and Owen D. Young, while Gifford was personally opposed to governmental unemployment relief. A subcommittee of the Organization on Unemployment recommended, at the end of October, encouraging everyone to buy, spurring confidence and combating hoarding, urging banks to lend liberally and employers to spread available work, increasing public works, and transferring surplus urban labor to the farms. 25. As early as mid-July, Hoover returned to a favorite theme, attacking short-selling, this time the wheat market. The short-selling speculators were denounced for depressing prices and destroying confidence. Their unpatriotic intent is to take a profit from the losses of other people, A curious charge, since for every short seller there is necessarily a long buyer speculating on a rise. When the crisis came in the fall, the stock exchange authorities, undoubtedly influenced by Hoover's long-standing campaign against such sales, restricted short selling. These restrictions helped drive stock prices lower than they would have been otherwise, since the short seller's profit-taking is one of the main supports for stock prices during a decline. As soon as the crisis struck in the fall, Hoover reverted to his favorite technique of holding conferences. On September 15, he laid plans for a conference on home building and home ownership to be held in December, to promote the widening of home ownership and to lower interest rates on second mortgages. The resolutions of the December conference originated many of the key features of later New Deal. 1931, the tragic year, 273. 25 Monthly Labor Review, 33 1931, 1341-42. Housing policy, including heavy long-term credit at low rates of interest and government aid to blighted low-income housing. 26. By October, as Britain left the gold standard and gold reserves dwindled, Hoover was subjected to contradictory pressures. On the one hand, Hoover recalls with distaste that he was advised by bitter-end liquidationists and reactionary economists to let the liquidation take its course until we found bottom. On the other hand, Governor Eugene Meyer, Jr. of the Federal Reserve Board had been agitating since summer to reenact a form of the Old War Finance Corporation for government loans to the private economy, and now urged upon Hoover a special session of Congress for this purpose. The former was the type of wise advice that Hoover, devoid of laissez-faire principles or sound economic knowledge, was incapable of understanding. Instead, he could only worry about the immediate hardships that would arise from foreclosures, declines in security prices, and bankruptcies. Staunchly rejecting this reactionary advice, and yet reluctant to launch a government lending program, Hoover resolved on a broad program of defense and offense by mobilizing a quasi-voluntary lending agency to be financed by the nation's leading bankers. The first step was to call a secret conference of 40 leading New York bankers and insurance executives at Secretary Mellon's apartment. On October 4th, such men as Thomas W. Lamont and George Whitney of J.P. Morgan and Company, Albert H. Wiggin of Chase National Bank, and Charles A. Mitchell of National City Bank met with Secretary Mellon, Governor Meyer, Undersecretary Mills, and Hoover. Hoover presented his plan to create a National Credit Corporation, NCC, with capitalization of $500 million to extend credit to banks in need and to permit banks to extend credit to needy industrial firms. The banks were to finance the capital for the NCC, and the NCC would be allowed to borrow up to $1 billion with Federal Reserve assistance. The idea was that the strong banks would pool their resources to bail out the weak banks. With federal help, the NCC was to rediscount Bank 274. America's Great Depression. 26. See Paul F. Wendt, The Role of the Federal Government in Housing. Washington, D.C. American Enterprise Association, 1956, pages 8 to 9. Assets not legally eligible to be rediscounted with the Federal Reserve. Insurance companies were asked not to foreclose mortgages, and in return, they would be helped by aid from the Federal Farm Loan Banks. Although both Mills and Meyer enthusiastically backed this program, the banks and the insurance companies balked at the shoring up of unsound positions. At this point, the iron fist became evident in the velvet glove of voluntary industry-government cooperation in the Hoover scheme of things. If the banks did not agree, Hoover threatened he would obtain legislation to force their cooperation. The banks then agreed to set up the NCC, and the insurance companies agreed not to press foreclosure of mortgages. In return, Hoover promised that the NCC would be temporary for the duration of the year, and that he would soon ask Congress to recreate a new and broader war finance corporation, WFC, for emergency loans. The old WFC had lapsed in the spring of 1929 to broaden eligibility requirements for bank rediscounts with the Federal Reserve System, and to expand the Federal Farm Loan Banks. 27. In addition, Hoover induced Paul Bester, head of the Federal Farm Loan Board, to promise to refuse foreclosing any mortgages unless the debtor wanted to leave his farm, and the president decided he would recommend an increased appropriation of $125 million for these land banks. Hoover also induced the Federal Reserve Board to encourage banks to lend to depositors on the latter's frozen assets in bankrupt banks. The NCC quickly aided faltering banks in South Carolina and Louisiana and, over a 3-month period, loaned $153 million to 575 banks, but this hardly stemmed the tide of weakness and failure, strengthening Hoover's aim to establish a government lending corporation, which was soon established as the Reconstruction. 1931, the tragic year, 275. 27. Nash maintains that it was Meyer who made the promise to the bankers after Hoover and Mellon had left. Meyer and Senator Joseph Robinson, Democratic Senate leader, urged a special session to enact a new WFC, but Hoover still held back. At this point, Meyer secretly put a staff together, headed by Walter Wyatt, counsel of the FRB, to draft what was later to become the RFC. Gerald D. Nash, Herbert Hoover, and the Origins of the RFC, Mississippi Valley. Historical Review, December 1959, 461 ff. Finance Corporation was the advice of Eugene Meyer, Ogden Mills, Lewis Well, formerly counsel of the old WFC, and Chicago banker Melvin, a trailer. Meyer in particular put pressure upon the president to the extent of preparing his own bill for Congress. Hoover was finally completely persuaded to push for an RFC by Meyer in early December. 28. On October 7, Hoover called another White House conference of the leading insurance, mortgage company, and building and loan executives. He proposed to them a grandiose program, a national system of federal mortgage discount banks with one central bank, like the Federal Reserve System, and with the capital subscribed by the government. The regional banks would discount mortgages, and the central mortgage banks would stand behind the branches. All could issue debentures to raise more capital. This system would then stand behind all the mortgages of savings banks, insurance companies, and commercial banks. This grandiose statist and inflationist scheme was flatly rejected by the insurance companies and by most of the savings banks, although it was supported by the building and loan associations. Hoover therefore had to modify his plan and to settle for a home loan bank system, which Congress would later ratify as a compulsory central mortgage bank for the building and loan, now saving and loan, associations, and a voluntary bank for savings banks and insurance companies. By early October, therefore, the forthcoming Hoover New Deal program for 1932 was already clear. The major measure: a new government corporation to make loans to business, a Reconstruction Finance Corporation, RFC, to replace the stopgap, largely banker-financed National Credit Corporation, the broadening of rediscount eligibility for the Federal Reserve, the creation of a home loan bank system to discount mortgages, and an expansion of the Federal Farm Loan Bank System. On October 27, a presidential committee of business, agricultural, and labor leaders, as well as economists, endorsed the prospective Hoover program and called also for expansion of 276. America's Great Depression. 28 Nash, Herbert Hoover and the Origins of the RFC, and Warren, Herbert, Hoover and the Great Depression, pp. 1, 40 ff. Credit, Spreading of Work, and especially Public Works. These included Leonard P. Ayres, Fred C. Croxton, William Green, Alvin Lee Johnston, and Wesley C. Mitchell. On December 21st, however, a highly unusual event occurred. Another presidential Committee on Public Works condemned further public works, urged a balanced budget, and readjustment to new conditions. This committee included Leonard P. Ayres, Jacob Hollander, Matthew Wall, and others. The spread of collectivist ideas in the business world. Meanwhile, strange collectivist plans for ending the Depression were brewing in the business world. In September, Gerard Swope, head of General Electric, far surpassed the radicalism of his old public works proposal by presenting the Swope Plan to a convention of the National Electrical Manufacturers Association. The plan, which garnered a great deal of publicity, amounted to a call for compulsory cartelization of American business, an imitation of fascism, and an anticipation of the NRA. Every industry was to be forcibly mobilized into trade associations under federal control to regulate and stabilize prices and production, and to prescribe trade practices. Overall, the federal government, aided by a joint administration of management and employees representing the nation's industry, would coordinate production and consumption. 29. To its grave discredit, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce endorsed this socialistic plan in December by a large majority as a means of employing federal coercion to restrict production and raise prices. Leading the march for approval was the new president of the U.S. Chamber, Henry I. Harriman, of the New England Power Company. Harriman wrote in his report of the Chamber's Committee on the Continuity of Business and Employment that we have left the period of extreme individualism. Business prosperity and employment will be best maintained by an intelligently planned business structure, with business organized through trade associations and headed by a National Economic Council, NE. 1931. The Tragic Year, 277. 29. See Monthly Labor Review, 33, 1931. 1049-57. Dissenting businessmen would be treated like any maverick. They'll be roped and branded and made to run with the herd. 30. The president of the National Association of Manufacturers wanted to go beyond the Swope Plan to forcibly include firms employing less than 50 workers. Also supporting the Swope Plan were Swope's friend Owen D. Young, chairman of the board of General Electric, president Nicholas Murray Butler of Columbia University, who had been thinking along the same lines, Royal W. France of Rollins College, Carl T. Compton, the leftist Stuart Chase, and Charles F. Abbott of the American Institute of Steel Construction. Abbott called the Swope Plan a measure of public safety. We cannot have in this country much longer irresponsible, ill-informed, stubborn, and non-cooperating individualism. The Swope Plan, seen in its ultimate simplicity, is not one whit different in principle from the traffic cop, an industrial traffic officer. Constitutional liberty to do as you please is violated by the traffic regulations, but they become binding even upon the blustering individual who claims the right to do as he pleases. 31. Furthermore, former Secretary of the Treasury, William G. McAdoo, proposed a federal peace industries board to adjust national production to consumption, and Senator La Follette organized a subcommittee to investigate the possibility of a National Economic Council to stabilize the economy, and Swope was a leading witness. H.S. Person, managing director of the Taylor Society, displayed the naivety of the technocrat when he said, in a puzzled way, "We expect the greatest enterprise of all, industry, as a whole, to get along without a definite plan. 32. The Historian. Charles A. Beard denounced laissez-faire and called for a 5-year plan of industrial cartels headed by a National Economic Council. 278. America's Great Depression. 30. Quoted in Schlesinger, The Crisis of the Old Order, 1919 to 1933, pages 182 to 83. 31J. George Frederick, Readings in Economic Planning, New York, The Business Bourse, 1932, pp. 332f. Frederick was a leading Swope disciple. 32 Ibid. And the popular philosopher Will Durant called for national planning by a National Economic Board, ruling over boards for each industry. Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis suggested complete state control of industry on the legal ground of public convenience and necessity. 30 Other business leaders were thinking along similar lines. Benjamin A. Javits had developed a similar plan in 1930. Dean Wallace B. Donham of the Harvard School of Business had the gall to cite the Soviet Union as showing the value and necessity of a general plan for American business. 34. Paul M. Mazur, of Lehman Brothers, referred to the tragic lack of planning of the capitalist system. Rudolf Spreckels, president of the Sugar Institute, urged governmental allocation to each company of its proper share of market demand. Ralph E. Flanders, of the Jones and Lamson Machine Company, called for fulfillment of the vision of the new stage of governmental planning of the nation's economy, and Henry S. Dennison, president of the Dennison Manufacturing Company, developed his own 5-year plan for a national cartel of organized trade associations. One of the most important supporters of the cartelization idea was Bernard M. Baruch, Wall Street financier. Baruch was influential not only in the Democratic Party, but in the Republican as well, as witnessed the high posts the Hoover administration accorded to Baruch's protégés, Alexander Legg and Eugene Meyer, Jr. As early as 1925, Baruch, inspired by his stint as chief economic mobilizer in World War I, conceived of an economy of trusts regulated and run by a federal commission, and in the spring of 1930, Baruch proposed to the Boston Chamber of Commerce a 1931, the tragic year, 279. 33. See Fusfeld, The Economic Thought of Franklin D. Roosevelt and the Origins of the New Deal, pp. 311 ff. David Loth, Swope of GE, New York, Simon and Schuster, 1958, pp. 201 ff. Schlesinger, The Crisis of the Old Order, 1919 to 1933, p. 200. 34. Wallace B. Donham, Business Adrift, 1931, cited in Ibid, p. 181. Nicholas Murray Butler also considered the Soviet Union to have the vast advantage of a plan. C. Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, Volume 4, pp. 631-32. Supreme Court of Industry. McAdoo was Baruch's oldest friend in government, and Swope's younger brother Herbert Bayard. Swope was Baruch's closest confidant. 35. Collectivist ideas had apparently been fermenting in parts of the business world ever since the Depression began, as witnessed the reaction of a writer in a prominent business magazine to the White House conferences for concerted maintenance of wage rates at the end of 1929. Hailing the conference as Hoover's splendid adventure in economic democracy, the writer called for national economic planning through nationwide trade associations and suggested coordination of the economy by collective reason. 36. So far had the business world gone that a report for the left-wing National Progressive Conference of 1931 praised the Swope plan, albeit suggesting a less pro-business and more egalitarian twist to the scheme of centralized planning. 37. The entire collectivist movement in business was well summed up by one of Franklin D. Roosevelt's more extreme brain trusters, Rexford. Guy Tugwell when he wrote of Harriman, Swope, and the rest. That they believed that more organization was needed in American industry, more planning, more attempt to estimate needs and set production goals. From this they argued. 280. America's Great Depression. 35 later, the Swope idea took form in the NRA, with Swope himself helping to write the final draft and staying in Washington to help run it. Swope thus became perhaps the leading industrialist among the Brain Trust. Henry I. Harriman, another contributor to the drafting of the NRA, also turned up as a leader in the agricultural brain trust of the New Deal. Another Baruch disciple, and a friend of Swope's, General Hughes Johnson, was chosen head of the NRA, with old colleague George Peake as head of the AAA. When Johnson was relieved, Baruch himself was offered the post. See Margaret Coit, Mr. Baruch, Boston. Houghton Mifflin, 1957, pages 220-21, 440-42. Loth, Swope of G.E., pp. 223 ff. 36, Theodore M. Knappen, Business Rallies to the Standard of Permanent Prosperity, The Magazine of Wall Street, December 14, 1929, 265. 37, The report, Long-Range Planning for the Regularization of Industry was prepared by Professor John Maurice Clark of Columbia University and concurred in by George Soule, Edwin S. Smith, and J. Russell Smith. C. Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, Volume 5, pages 758-61, that investment to secure the needed investment could be encouraged. They did not stress the reverse. That other investments ought to be prohibited, but that was inherent in the argument. All this was, so far, in accord with the thought of the collectivists in Franklin's Brains Trust, who tended to think of the economy in organic terms. 38. In short, Virgil Jordan, economist for the National Industrial Conference Board, was not far from the mark when he wrote that businessmen were ready for an economic Mussolini. Despite all the pressure upon him, Herbert Hoover staunchly refused to endorse the Swope Plan or anything like it, and sturdily attacked the plan as fascism. 39. His speeches, however, began to be peppered with such ominous terms as cooperation and elimination of waste. In the slide toward intervention, meanwhile, the Chamber of Commerce also called for public works and federal relief, and a Joint Committee of the National Association of Manufacturers and the National Industrial Council urged public works and regulation of the purchasing power of the dollar. The American Federation of Labor also adopted a radical emergency unemployment program in October. As was to be expected, it hailed the Hoover policy of keeping wage rates high and cutting hours, and also advanced its own unionized version of fascism. It proposed that the government force employers to hire workers. Industries and employers should therefore be given quotas of jobs to be furnished according to their ability to provide work. The allocation of these quotas should be the task of a central board representing the government and all industrial groups. 1931. The Tragic Year, 281. 38. Rexford, Guy Tugwell, The Democratic Roosevelt, New York, Doubleday, 1957, p. 283. 39. Hoover relates that Henry I. Harriman warned him that if he persisted in opposing the Swope Plan, the business world would support Roosevelt for president because the latter had agreed to enact the plan. He also reports that leading businessmen carried out this threat. This would ensure effective organization of the labor market. In short, the AFL wanted to have an equal share in running a Swope Plan for Industry. 40. A further typically union scheme was to compel restriction of the labor supply, thus raising wage rates for the remainder of the labor force. It is a curious cure for unemployment, however, to compel large groups of people to remain unemployed. Thus, the AFL adopted as a slogan, "Keep young persons in school too." Avoid their competing for jobs, and urged employers to fire married women with working husbands. Married women whose husbands have permanent positions which carry reasonable incomes should be discriminated against in the hiring of employees. It is a measure of how far we have traveled in hypocrisy that unions would not today publicly advocate these policies for such frankly ruthless reasons. Instead, they would undoubtedly be cloaked in pieties about the glories of education and home life. The AFL also endorsed compulsory unemployment insurance at this convention, in contrast to William Greene's attack on the government dole at the 1930 convention as turning the worker into a ward of the state. The railroad union leaders bellicosely threatened Hoover with disorder if he did not act to provide employment and relief, particularly enthusiastic among union leaders for the new drive for government planning were John L. Lewis of the United Mine Workers and Sidney Hillman of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers. Both called for a National Economic Council for planning to include labor and management representatives. Schlesinger is certainly correct when he says that Lewis and Hillman, in the end, differed little from Gerard Swope and Henry I. Harriman. 41. The AFL also praised the Hoover administration for carrying out the following objectives during 1930 to 1931: maintaining wage rates on public buildings, reduction of hours in government, employ without a reduction in pay, public works planning, raising of wages for some government employees, increased appropriation for 282, America's Great Depression. 40 Monthly Labor Review, 33, 1931, 1049-57. 41 Schlesinger, The Crisis of the Old Order, 1919-1933, p. 186. Border Immigration Patrol, thus relieving unemployment by preventing Mexicans from coming here to improve their condition. Appropriations for naval ships, and requiring all new naval work to be done in Navy yards and arsenals instead of on private contract. Meanwhile, the states moved in to compel cartelization and virtual socialization of the crude oil industry. The oil-producing states enacted laws to enable governmental commissions to fix the maximum amount of oil produced, and this system is basically still in effect. The state laws were enacted under the public guise of conservation, which is a pat excuse for any compulsory monopoly or cartel in a natural resource. In 1931, new oil discoveries in East Texas drove the price of crude down from $1 a barrel to 22 cents a barrel, and cartelists and conservationists set up a hue and cry. The lead was taken by Oklahoma's Governor Alfalfa Bill Murray, who ordered a general shutdown of the crude oil industry until the price of oil should rise to the minimum fair price of $1 a barrel. When some producers proved recalcitrant, Murray sent the Oklahoma National Guard into the oil fields to enforce his decree with bayonets. Soon, Texas followed suit, and the leading oil states of California, Texas, Kansas, and Oklahoma passed conservation and proration laws to fix production ceilings in a more orderly manner. 2 emergency sessions of the Texas legislature were called to broaden the oil regulating powers of the Texas Railroad Commission after it had suffered unfavorable court injunctions. The oil states also organized an Oil States Advisory Committee to decide on quotas, soon to become an interstate compact, and a voluntary committee of the Federal Oil Conservation Board aided in the effort. Some well owners found that they could evade the troops and decrees and smuggle hot oil out of the state, but this loophole of freedom was finally closed by the New Deal. Bolster the oil cartel. The federal budget of 1932 included a tariff on imported crude oil and on petroleum products. This made the domestic cartel more effective, but it also reduced American exports of petroleum. 42. It is, of course, curious to find a restriction. 1931, the tragic year, 283. 42. See George W. Stocking, Stabilization of the Oil Industry, Its Economic and Legal Aspects, American Economic Review, Papers and Proceedings, May 1933, 59-70. On imports imposed as part of a domestic resource conservation program, but we find the same phenomena today. If conservation were really the goal, then surely imports would have been encouraged to ease demands on domestic oil. Let it not be thought that Hoover was idle in this movement. Even before the Depression, he was considering coercive restrictions on oil production. The president canceled permits to drill for oil in large parts of the public domain, and he and Secretary of Interior Ray Lyman Wilbur were in large part responsible for the new state conservation laws. Hoover and Wilbur also pressured private oil operators near the public domain into agreements to restrict oil production. 43. As 1931 drew to a close and another congressional session drew near, the country and indeed the world were in the midst of an authentic crisis atmosphere, a crisis of policy and of ideology. The Depression, so long in effect, was now rapidly growing worse. In America and throughout the world, the stage was set for the Hoover New Deal of 1932. 284. America's Great Depression. 43. If the coal industry was not as successful as the oil in becoming cartelized, it was not for lack of trying. C.E. Baucus, president of the National Coal Association, wrote in an article, "The menace of overproduction, of the need of the coal industry to secure by cooperative action the continuous adjustment of the production of bituminous coal to the existing demand for it, thereby discouraging wasteful methods of production and consumption." European method of meeting this situation is through the establishment of cartels. Quoted in Ralph J. Watkins, A Planned Economy Through Coordinated Control of Basic Industries, mimeographed manuscript, submitted to American Philanthropic Association, October 1931, pp. 54 ff. Hoover also reduced production in other fields by adding over 2 million acres to the virtually useless national forests during his regime, as well as increasing the area of the totally useless national parks and monuments by 40%. If Congress had not balked, he would have permanently sequestered much more usable land. See Harris Gaylord Warren, Herbert Hoover, and the Great Depression. New York, Oxford University Press, 1959, pages 64, 77-80. 11. The Hoover New Deal of 1932. P. President Hoover came to the legislative session of 1932 in an atmosphere of crisis, ready for drastic measures. In his annual message to Congress on December 8, 1931, Hoover first reviewed his own accomplishments of the past 2 years. Many undertakings have been organized and forwarded during the past year to meet the new and changing emergencies which have constantly confronted us, cushion the violence of liquidation in industry and commerce, thus giving time for orderly readjustment of costs, inventories, and credits without panic and widespread bankruptcies. Measures such as federal and state and local public works, work sharing, maintaining wage rates, a large majority have maintained wages at high levels as before, curtailment of immigration, and the National Credit Corporation, Hoover declared, have served these purposes and fostered recovery. Now Hoover urged more drastic action, and he presented the following program. 1. Establish a Reconstruction Finance Corporation, which would use Treasury funds to lend to banks, industries, agricultural credit agencies, and local governments. 2. Broaden the eligibility requirement for discounting at the Fed. 3. Create a home loan bank discount system to revive construction and employment measures which had been 285. Warmly endorsed by a national housing conference recently. Convened by Hoover for that purpose. 4. Expand government aid to federal land banks. 5. Set up a Public Works Administration to coordinate and expand federal public works. 6. Legalize Hoover's order restricting immigration. 7. Do something to weaken destructive competition, i.e., competition in natural resource use. 8. Grant direct loans of $300 million to states for relief. 9. Reform the bankruptcy laws, i.e., weaken protection for the creditor. Hoover also displayed anxiety to protect railroads from unregulated competition and to bolster the bankrupt railroad lines. In addition, he called for sharing the work programs to save several millions from unemployment. The tax increase. With a $2 billion deficit during annual year 1931, Hoover felt that he had to do something in the next year to combat it. Deficit. Spending is indeed an evil, but a balanced budget is not necessarily a good, particularly when the balance is obtained by increasing revenue and expenditures. If he wanted to balance the budget, Hoover had two choices open to him: to reduce expenditures and thereby relieve the economy of some of the aggravated burden of government, or to increase that burden further by raising taxes. He chose the latter course. In his swan song as Secretary of Treasury, Andrew Mellon advocated in December 1931 drastic increases of taxes, including personal income taxes, estate taxes, sales taxes, and postal rates. Obedient to the lines charted by Mellon and Hoover, Congress passed, in the Revenue Act of 1932, one of the greatest increases in taxation ever enacted in the United States in peacetime. The range of tax increases was enormous. Many wartime excise taxes were revived, sales taxes were imposed on gasoline, tires, autos, electric energy, malt, toiletries, furs, jewelry, and other. 286. America's Great Depression. Articles, admission and stock transfer taxes were increased. New taxes were levied on bank checks, bond transfers, telephone, telegraph, and radio messages, and the personal income tax was raised drastically as follows. The normal rate was increased from a range of 12% 5% to 4% 8%. Personal exemptions were sharply reduced, and an earned credit of 25% eliminated, and surtaxes were raised enormously from a maximum of 25% to 63% on the highest incomes. Furthermore, the corporate income tax was increased from 12% to 3%, and an exemption for small corporations eliminated. The estate tax was doubled, and the exemption floor halved, and the gift tax, which had been eliminated, was restored and graduated up to 33%. 1. Hoover also tried his best to impose on the public a manufacturer's sales tax, but this was successfully opposed by the manufacturers. We might mention here that for Hoover the great increase in the estate tax was moral in itself, in addition to its alleged usefulness as a fiscal measure. The estate tax, he declared, is one of the most economically and socially desirable, or even necessary of all taxes. He hinted darkly of the evils of inherited economic power, of cunning lawyers and obnoxious playboys. There was no hint that he realized that a tax on inherited wealth is a tax on the property of the able or the descendants of the able, who must maintain that ability in order to preserve their fortunes. There was not the slightest understanding that a pure tax on capital, such as the estate tax, was the worst possible tax from the point of view of getting rid of the Depression. The raising of postal rates burdened the public further and helped swell the revenues of a compulsory governmental monopoly. The letter rates were raised from 2 cents to 3 cents despite the fact that the post office's own accounting system already showed a large profit on first-class mail. Postage on publishers' second-class mail was raised by about 1/3, and parcel post rates on small parcels were increased by 25%, though rates on large parcels. The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 287. 1. See Sidney Ratner, American Taxation, New York, W.W. Norton, 1942, pp. 447-49, were lowered slightly. 2. One of the most cogent critiques of Hoover's astoundingly wrong-headed program was delivered by the St. Louis Chamber of Commerce. Alarmed by the incessant call for higher taxes, the chamber declared, when governments seek to maintain the high levels of taxation they reached in good times, in these days of seriously impaired income, the impending specter of higher taxes constitutes one of the chief deterrents of business recovery. The taxpayers, it insisted, should obtain a reduction of both taxes and government expenditures. 3. And the Atlanta Constitution called the 1932 Tax Act the most vicious tax bill ever saddled on the country in time of peace. 4. Expenditures versus economy. Despite the drastic increase in tax rates, total federal revenue for 1932 declined because of the deepened depression itself, partly caused by the increase in tax rates. Total federal receipts, excluding government enterprises, declined from $2.2 billion in 1931 to $1.9 billion in 1932, including government enterprises. Federal receipts fell from $3.4 billion to $3 billion. Total government receipts fell from $12.4 billion to $11.5 billion, including government enterprises, from $10.3 billion to $9.5 billion excluding. As a result, the huge federal deficit continued despite a drop. 288. America's Great Depression. See Jane Kennedy, Development of Postal Rates, 1845 to 1955. Land. Economics, May 1957, 93 to 112. And item, Structure and Policy in Postal Rates. Journal of Political Economy, June 1957, 185 to 208. Hoover also deliberately used a system of airmail subsidies effectively to bring the air transport industry under government dictation. To Hoover, this was a device for orderly development of the airline industry. See Harris Gaylord Warren, Herbert Hoover and the Great Depression, New York, Oxford University Press, 1959, p. 70. 3. Congressional Record, 75, January 12, 1932, p. 1763. Also see Russell C. Leffingwell, Causes of Depression, Proceedings of the Academy of Political Science. June, 1931, 1. 4. Randolph Paul, Taxation in the United States. Boston, Little, Brown, 1954. p. 162. In Government Expenditures in 1932, Federal Expenditures falling from $4.4 billion to $3.4 billion, from $5.5 billion to $4.4 billion, if we include government enterprises and aggregate government. Expenditures falling from $13.3 billion to $11.4 billion, from $15.20 billion to $13.2 billion, if we include government enterprises. Of the $1.7 billion in total government deficit, the bulk of it, $1.40 billion, was in the federal government account. The decline of $1 billion in federal expenditures over the year consisted of an $800 million decline in transfer payments, veterans loans, and a $200 million drop in grants to state and local governments. The drop in state and local government expenditures of $900 million in 1932 consisted largely of an $800 million decline in new construction. The state and local governments, which differ from the federal government in not being able to print new money or new bank deposits by selling bonds to a controlled banking system, found by 1932 that their financial condition was too grave to permit continued public works on such a large scale. The state and local governments were therefore forced to cut back their expenditures to near the level of their dwindling receipts. What did all this mean for the fiscal burden of government on the economy? While the absolute amount of federal depredations fell from $5.50 to $4.4 billion in 1932, and state and local burdens fell from $9.70 to $8.8 billion, GNP and gross private product declined far more drastically. GNP fell from $76.3 billion in 1931 to $58.5 billion in 1932, while GPP fell from $70.9 billion to $53.30 billion. Net private product fell from $62.70 to $45.7 billion. Hence, the percentage of federal depredation on the gross private product rose from 7.8% in 1931 to 8.3% in 1932, and the percentage depredation of state and local governments rose from 13.7% to 16.5%. All in all, total fiscal burden of government on the gross private product rose from 21.5% to 24.8%. Total burden on the net private product rose from 24.3% to 28.9%. One of the most ominous projects for federal spending during 1932 was a congressional move for a huge $2 billion veterans bonus to be financed by an issue of new currency. It was indeed the Hoover New Deal of 1932, 289. The struggle over and final defeat of this program in the Senate in June that did most to defeat a general clamor for much larger government spending. The agitation for a veterans bonus gave rise to a National Economy Committee organized by Colonel Archibald R. Roosevelt to combat the proposal. The committee later became the National Economy League, which grew active throughout the nation. By mid-1932, chairman of the League was Admiral Richard E. Byrd, who abandoned a polar expedition to take active part, and secretary was Captain Charles M. Mills. Begun by Colonel Roosevelt and Grenville Clark, the League acquired over 60,000 members in 45 states. The League's objective was to cut the costs of government. We will not get back again to prosperity until high taxes are reduced. Taxation, it declared, now cripples industry and hurts rich and poor alike. Unfortunately, the League was not willing to suggest specific areas of reduced spending, aside from veterans aid. Captain Mills simply assumed that public works could not be reduced, since they were needed to relieve unemployment, and national defense could not be reduced, despite the fact that no country was poised to attack the United States. 5. Other economizers were more stringent and urged Hoover to balance the budget by reducing expenditures by $2 billion rather than by raising taxes. These included the redoubtable Rep. James M. Beck of Pennsylvania, formerly Solicitor General of the United States. 6. But Hoover rejected the pleas of numerous businessmen and bankers, many of them adherents of the Democratic Party. 290. America's Great Depression. 5. It was undoubtedly this vagueness that drew declarations of support for the League from such disparate figures as President Hoover, Governor Franklin D. Roosevelt, William Greene, farm leader Lewis Tabor, Calvin Coolidge, chairman of the Advisory Council of the League, Alfred E. Smith, Newton D. Baker, Elihu Root, and General Pershing. See Bank of the Manhattan Company, chapters in Business and Finance, New York, 1932, pages 59 to 68. Also see National Economy. League, brief in support of petition of May 4, 1932. On this committee and on the similar National Action Committee, see Warren, Herbert Hoover and the Great Depression, p. 162. See James M. Beck, Our Wonderland of Bureaucracy, New York, Macmillan, 1932, Moritz A. Hallengren, Seeds of Revolt, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1933. pp. 274 ff. One protesting businessman who urged him to reduce expenses by $2 billion, Hoover answered with the typical hysteria of the bureaucrat. Your thesis is that the government expenses can be reduced by $2 billion, the amount of the tax decrease. This is wholly impossible. It would mean we must give up the postal service, the merchant marine, protection of life and property and public health. We would have to turn 40,000 prisoners loose in this country. We would have to stop the maintenance of rivers and harbors. We would have to stop all construction work going on in aid of unemployment. It would mean abolishment. Sick of the Army and Navy. In other words, it means complete chaos. Let us waive the important question whether many of these functions are really so vital, or whether they may only be performed by the compulsory monopoly of the federal government. Would a $2 billion budget cut have led to these effects? Taking the fiscal year 1932, the federal expenditures, including government enterprises, of $4.8 billion equaled $59.50 per person in a real index based on the wholesale price level of 1926. During the 1920s, the federal government spent a real amount of about $25 per person, and from 1890 to 1916, spent approximately $10 per person. This means that the federal budget could have been cut by $2.8 billion to maintain the services provided during the 1920s, and by $4.0 billion to maintain the services provided from 1890 to 1916, not a period that lacked protection, post offices, etc. 7. While the economizers urged Hoover to cut expenditures and taxation, radicals urged a stepped-up program of government spending. William Trufant Foster, in a speech before the Taylor Society in the spring of 1932, called for collectively expanding currency and credit to restore the commodity price level of 1928. Virgil Jordan, economist for Businessweek, urged expansion of public spending. Just as we saved our way into depression, we must squander our way out of it. This piece of advice was delivered. The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 291. 7 cf. M. Slade Kendrick, A Century and a Half of Federal Expenditures, New York, National Bureau of Economic Research, 1955, pp. 77 ff. Before the annual banquet of the Pennsylvania Chamber of Commerce. Also calling for increased spending and cyclical rather than annual budget balancing were such economists as Paul H. Douglas, R.M., Haig, Simeon E. Leyland, Harry A. Millis, Henry C. Simons, Sumner H. Slichter, and Jacob Viner. 8. Public Works agitation. While expenditures were leveling out, agitators for ever greater Public Works redoubled their propaganda during the spring of 1932. Virgil Jordan, economist for Businessweek, called for expanded public works, deficits, and pump priming. W. T. Foster, Otto Todd Mallory, and David Cushman Coyle clamored for public works. Senators La Follette and Wagner each sponsored huge public works bills, and they were supported by numerous economists and engineers. Senator Wagner sent a questionnaire on his $1 billion public works plan to numerous economists and drew only a Few dissents in the chorus of approval. 9. Felix Frankfurter thought that the program should go even further. Several economists, however, advised caution or expressed outright dissent, thus causing at least a welcome split in what had looked to laymen to be a solid phalanx of economists favoring a 292. America's Great Depression. 8. See Lewis H. Kimmel, Federal Budget and Fiscal Policy, 1789 to 1958. Washington, D.C. Brookings Institution, 1959, pp. 155f. 9 Congressional Record, May 16, 1932, pages 10,309 to 39. Among the supporters were such economists as Edwin W. Borchard, Paul W. Brissenden, Morris L. Cook, Richard T. Ely, Ralph C. Epstein, Irving Fisher, Felix Frankfurter, Walton Hamilton, Horace M. Callan, Frank H. Knight, William M. Liserson, W. N. Laux, Broadus Mitchell, Harold G. Moulton, E. M. Patterson, Selig Perlman, E. R. A. Seligman, Sumner H. Slichter, George Soule, Frank W. Taussig, Ordway Teed, Gordon S. Watkins, Myron W. Watkins, W. F. Wilcox, E. E. Witt. Huge public works program. John Maurice Clark wrote that he was not sure and was worried about the effect on public confidence and the weakening of bank credit that would ensue. Also worried about confidence and cautiously opposed were Professors Z. C. Dickinson, Henry B. Gardner, and Alvin H. Hansen. Firmer in opposition was Jacob Hollander of Johns Hopkins, who had signed the adverse report of the President's Committee a few months earlier. Hollander expressed concern over the credit structure and continued deficits. Edwin F. Gay of Harvard believed it imperative to economize and balance the budget. Wilford I. King of New York University warned that wages must fall in proportion to the decline of commodity prices in order to eliminate unemployment. He cogently pointed out that government employment at existing high wage rates would perpetuate the unemployment problem. Unfortunately, however, King suggested monetary inflation to restore the price level to 1926 levels. M. B. Hammond of Ohio State University delivered an excellent critique of the Wagner Bill. The proper course, he pointed out, was to economize, balance the budget, preserve the gold standard, and allow the needed price readjustments to take place. Conditions will be stabilized as soon as prices in certain lines have become adjusted to price reductions which have already taken place in other lines. Large appropriations for public works would hinder such an adjustment and consequently would be unfavorable to efforts which private industry will otherwise make to resume operations. One of the best comments on the proposal was delivered by William A. Barrage, economist for the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. The bond issue for public works, he wrote, would encroach seriously and perhaps dangerously upon the supply of capital funds that private enterprise will need in order to help the country climb out of depression again. The public works projects, he added, would undoubtedly freeze up the country's labor and capital in projects that would not contribute correspondingly to the productiveness and welfare of society in general. The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 293. Further agitation for public works was carried on by the magazine American City, which called for a 6-year program of low-interest loans to public works, and by Colonel John P. Hogan, who proposed a productive research work corporation to be worth $1.5 billion for loans to local governments for public works. 10. Hogan's scheme was endorsed by the Construction League of America and by the Associated General Contractors of America, both naturally eager for government subsidies to the construction industry. In June, the construction industry sponsored a national Committee for Trade Recovery, to promote public works. Other zealots were J. Cheever Cowden, a New York investment banker, who proposed an annual $4 to $5 billion public works program. Colonel Malcolm C. Rorty, who wanted $1 billion spent per year. Owen D. Young, Alfred E. Smith, and Franklin D. Roosevelt. William Randolph Hearst suggested a $5.5 billion property bond issue for a federal public works program, and this was endorsed in January 1932 by 31 economists, including Thomas Nixon, Carver, Paul H. Douglas, William Trufant Foster, Robert M. McClare, and J. E. Le Rossignol.11. By the summer of 1932, 3 books had appeared that would form the bellwether of the Roosevelt New Deal. These called for heavy government spending, especially on public works, as well as for central planning of the economy. They were Stuart Chase's The New Deal, David Cushman Coyle's The Irrepressible Conflict, Business versus Finance, and George Soul's A Planned Society. Their public works suggestions were endorsed by the New Republic and the American Federation of Labor. The U.S. Conference of Mayors urged a $5 billion public works program, and the avowed socialists Norman Thomas and Morris Hillquit topped everyone with a suggested $12 billion bond issue, one half to go for public works, and the other half for direct relief. 294. America's Great Depression. 10. See Joseph E. Reeve, Monetary Reform Movements, Washington, D.C. American Council on Public Affairs, 1943, p. 19. 11. On the Economist's Petition, see Joseph Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, New York, Viking Press, 1959, Volume 5, p. 675. In the meanwhile, however, President Hoover himself was beginning to have doubts about one of his favorite policies, public works. In a conference at the end of February, Hoover admitted that his public works program, which had nearly doubled federal construction since the start of the Depression, had failed. It was very expensive, costing over $1,200 per family aided. It was unavailable to the needy in remote regions and to those who were unable to perform such labor, which was, after all, unskilled make work. Hoover now was coming to favor more federal grants and aid to states in lieu of more federal public works. By May, Hoover had openly reversed his earlier position and now opposed any further extension of non-self-liquidating public works. As a result, federal public works only increased by $60 million in 1932 to reach the $333 million mark. Experience had led the president to curtail his public works experiment and partially to renounce views that he had championed for over a decade. Public works was not to come really to the fore again until the Roosevelt administration. 12. Despite this reversal, Hoover continued to insist on the merits of self-liquidating public works and induced the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, RFC, to lend abundantly for public dams, toll bridges, and slum clearance. In fact, Hoover still recalls with pride that he personally induced state and local governments to expand their public works programs by $1.5 billion during the Depression. He still points out proudly that the aggregate public works of the 4 years of his administration was greater than the public works in the entire previous 30 years, and he still takes credit for launching in this period Jones Beach, the San Francisco Bay Bridge, the Los Angeles Aqueduct, and Boulder Dam. He also signed a treaty with Canada in July 1932 to build a joint governmental St. Lawrence Seaway, but the Senate of that era wisely refused to approve this boondoggle and subsidy to one form of water transportation. The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 295. 12. See Vladimir D. Kazakevich, Inflation and Public Works, in H. Parker. Willis and John M. Chapman, eds. The Economics of Inflation, New York. Columbia University Press, 1935, pages 344-49. The RFC. On all other aspects of the Hoover New Deal, the President blossomed rather than faltered. The most important plank in his program, the RFC, was passed hurriedly in January by the Congress. 13. The RFC was provided with government capital totaling $500 million and was empowered to issue further debentures up to $1.5 billion. Hoover asked none other than Bernard Baruch to head the RFC, but Baruch declined. At that point, Hoover turned to name as chairman one of his most socialistic advisors, the one who originally suggested the RFC to Hoover, Eugene Meyer, Jr., an old friend of Baruch, S. 14. For the first 5 months of its life, the lending activities of the RFC lay shrouded in secrecy, and only determined action by the Democratic Congress finally forced the agency to make periodic public reports, beginning at the end of August. The bureaucratic excuse was that RFC loans should, like bank loans or previous National Credit Corporation (NCC) loans, remain confidential, lest public confidence in the aided bank or business firm be weakened. But the point is that, since the RFC was designed to lend money to unsound organizations about to fail, they were weak and the public deserved to lose confidence, and the sooner the better. Furthermore, since the taxpayers pay for government and are supposed to be its owners, there is no excuse for governmental representatives to keep secrets from their own principals. In a democracy, secrecy is particularly culpable, for how can the people possibly make intelligent decisions if the facts are withheld from them by the government? During the first 5 months of operation, from February to June, the RFC made $1 billion worth of loans, of which 80%, 296, America's Great Depression. 13 Dr. Anderson's account of the 1932 measures is unaccountably weak, since he does an about-face to favor the Hoover program, including the NCC, the RFC, and the Glass-Steagall Act, after opposing similarly statist and inflationary measures of earlier Hoover years. C. Anderson, Economics and the Public Welfare, pages 266-78. 14. Senator Robinson had obtained Hoover's promise to name Meyer as head of RFC in return for Democratic support in Congress. Gerald D. Nash, Herbert Hoover and the Origins of the RFC, Mississippi Valley, Historical Review. December 1959, 461 ff. Was lent to banks and railroads, and about 60% to banks. The Republican claim that the RFC loans were not at all political rings pretty hollow in light of the facts. Thus, General Charles Dawes resigned as president of the RFC on June 7. Less than 3 weeks later, the Chicago bank which he headed, the Central Republic Bank and Trust Company, received an RFC loan of $90 million, even though the bank's total deposits were only $95 million. That General Dawes resigned and then promptly asked for and received a huge loan for his own bank certainly appears to be mulcting of the taxpayers by political collusion. 15. In addition, the RFC granted a $14 million loan to the Union Trust Company of Cleveland. Chairman of the board of this bank was none other than Joseph R. Nutt, treasurer of the Republican National Committee. The successor to Dawes as head of the RFC was the Honorable Atlee Pomerene, whose great contribution to economic wisdom was his pronouncement that he would like to compel all merchants to increase their purchases by 33%. There was the road to recovery. Under Pomerene's aegis, the FRC promptly authorized a $12.3 million loan to the Guardian Trust Company of Cleveland, of which Pomerene was a director. Another loan of $7.4 million was made to the Baltimore Trust Company, the vice chairman of which was the influential Republican Senator Phillips L. Goldsboro. A loan of $13 million was granted to the Union Guardian Trust Company of Detroit, a director of which was the Secretary of Commerce, Roy D. Chapin. Some $264 million were loaned to railroads during the 5 months of secrecy. The theory was that railroad securities must be protected, since many were held by savings banks and insurance companies, alleged agents of the small investor. Of the $187 million of loans that have been traced, $37 million were for the purpose of making improvements, and $150 million to repay debts. One of the first loans, for example, was a $5.75 million grant to the I. The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 297.15. See John T. Flynn, Inside the RFC, Harper's Magazine, 166, 1933. 161-69. The Hoover Group maintains, however, that General Dawes didn't want the RFC loan, which was rather insisted upon by Democratic bankers in Chicago and by the Democratic members of the board of the RFC. Missouri Pacific, to repay its debt to J.P. Morgan and Company. A total of $11 million was loaned to the Van Sweringen Railroads, including the Missouri Pacific, to repay bank loans. $8 million were loaned to the Baltimore and Ohio to repay a debt to Kuhn, Loeb and Company. All in all, $44 million were granted to the railroads by the RFC in order to repay bank loans. One of the main enthusiasts for this policy was Eugene Meyer, on the grounds of promoting recovery, and frankly, putting more money into the banks. But this promotion of recovery really meant that the taxpayers were expropriated and their money transferred by coercion to a few banks, notably J.P. Morgan and Company and Kuhn, Loeb and Company. The extent of Meyer's humanitarianism in this affair may be gauged from the fact that his brother-in-law, George Blumenthal, was a member of J.P. Morgan and Company, and that Meyer had also served as a liaison officer between the E. Morgan firm and the French government. In the case of the Missouri Pacific, the RFC granted the loan despite an adverse warning by a minority of the Interstate Commerce Commission, and as soon as the line had repaid its debt to Morgan, the Missouri Pacific was gently allowed to go into bankruptcy. 16. John T. Flynn, in a caustic article on the RFC, pointed out correctly that such loans could only prolong the Depression. Prices must come down to bring goods closer to the size of the available income. Income itself must be freed for purchasing by the extinguishment of excessive debts. Any attempt to hold up prices or to save the weaker debtors necessarily prolongs the Depression. Flynn also firmly pointed out that the best way to relieve the railroads, shaky and hobbled by debt, was to go into the inevitable curative process of receivership. The quicker the correction comes, the quicker the regeneration of the road will come. Instead of permitting the correction of the fatal flaw, the heavy bond. 298. America's Great Depression. 16. The Missouri Pacific had apparently falsified its balance sheet prior to asking for the RFC loan to claim more cash on hand than it really had. Ferdinand Lundberg, America's 60 Families, New York, Citadel Press, 1946, p. 233. Load. The RFC has actually added to the bond load of the railroads. 17. Despite the speedy enactment of the RFC, Hoover complained that the Democratic Congress had delayed its passage by 6 weeks, allowing securities to be depressed for this length of time below their true worth, whatever that may be. Hoover's chief complaint was that Congress did not permit the RFC to lend directly to industry, to agriculture, or to government for public works. Congress, in short, did not permit the RFC to loan widely and recklessly enough. At last, however, Hoover had his way, and Congress agreed to transform the RFC from a generally defensive agency aiding banks and railroads in debt to a bold, positive institution making capital loans for new construction. This amendment of July 21, the Emergency Relief and Construction Act of 1932, increased the RFC's authorized total capital from $2 billion to $3.8 billion and permitted loans to states or cities for relief and work relief, for self-liquidating construction projects, and for financing sales of agricultural surpluses abroad, orderly marketing in agriculture, and agricultural credit corporations. 18. In a retrospective slap at General Dawes, loans were now forbidden to any bank of which a director or officer was a member of the RFC board. In a later amendment, the RFC was ordered to allocate $25 million of its funds to the Treasury to buy the stock of the 12 newly created Federal Home Loan Banks. Over the entire year 1932, the RFC extended credits totaling $2.3 billion and advanced an actual $1.6 billion in cash. Of the year's advances, 52% were loaned to banks, 17% to the Hoover New Deal of 1932, 299. 17 Flynn, inside the RFC. Another consequence of RFC loans to railroads was an approach toward direct socialization from the creditor interest of the RFC in bankrupt roads and the consequent placing of government directors on the reorganized railroads. Dewing maintains that the government, through the power of its loans, was in a position to dominate the policy of the reorganized road. Arthur Stone Dewing, The Financial Policy of Corporations, 5th ed., New York, Ronald Press, 1953, Volume 2, p. 1263. 18 J. Franklin Ebersole, 1 Year of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, Quarterly Journal of Economics, May 1933, 464-87. Railroads, of which over half went to repay debts to banks, and 9% to agriculture. In the agricultural field, the RFC established regional agricultural credit corporations and advanced them $1.4 million, which authorizing credits of $55 million by the end of the year. The RFC was particularly active in cotton loans. And although the American Engineering Council hopefully suggested a shelf of self-liquidating public works projects totaling $1 billion, mainly water supply and irrigation systems, the RFC only authorized $147 million and advanced $16 million for such projects during 1932. Governmental relief. If Hoover eagerly embraced the statism of the RFC, he gave ground but grudgingly on one issue where he had championed the voluntary approach, direct relief. Governor Franklin D. Roosevelt of New York led the way for state relief programs in the winter of 1931 to 1932, and he induced New York to establish the first state relief authority, the Temporary Emergency Relief Administration, equipped with $25 million. 19. Other states followed this lead, and Senators Costigan and La Follette introduced a bill for a $500 million federal relief program. 20. The bill was defeated, but with Depression deepening and a presidential election approaching, the administration all but surrendered, passing the Emergency Relief and Construction Act of July 1932, the nation's first federal relief legislation. 21. The bill did not go nearly as far as the agitators. 300. America's Great Depression. 19. See Edith Abbott, Public Assistance, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 1940. 20. Costigan and La Follette obtained the material for their bill from the newly formed Social Work Conference on Federal Action on Unemployment, headed by Linton B. Swift of the Family Welfare Association. The new organization symbolized the recent shift among professional social workers in favor of federal relief. The May 1932 meeting of the National Conference of Social Work reversed the 1931 opposition to federal relief. Irving Bernstein, The Lean Years. A History of the American Worker, 1920 to 1933. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1960. pp. 462 ff. 21. Particularly influential in inducing Hoover's surrender was a plea for federal relief at the beginning of June by leading industrialists of Chicago. Having been refused further relief funds by the Illinois legislature, these Chicagoans desired extending loans for state relief rather than direct grants to states, but this was a trivial difference. The loans to the states were to be made by the RFC at 3% on the basis of need as requested by the respective governors. The RFC was authorized to lend up to $300 million for this purpose. Grants were quickly made to Alabama, Georgia, Illinois, Montana, North Dakota, Ohio, Utah, Louisiana, and Oregon. The RFC hired a staff of social workers, headed by Fred Croxton, to administer the program. The states, too, expanded their relief programs. While total state expenditures for emergency relief was $547,000 in 1930 to 1931, they totaled $57 million in 1931 to 1932, and $90 million in fiscal year 1933. New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania led in relief expenditures, Pennsylvania financing much of its aid by a newly imposed sales tax. All in all, total public relief in 120 of the nation's leading urban areas amounted to $33 million in 1929, $173 million in 1931, and $308 million in 1932.22. The inflation program. One thing Hoover was not reticent about: launching a huge inflationist program. First, the administration cleared the path for the program by passing the Glass-Steagall Act in February, which a. greatly broadened the assets eligible for rediscounts with the a. Fed and b. permitted the Federal Reserve to use government bonds as collateral for its notes, in addition to commercial paper. 23. The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 301. Turned to the federal government. They included the chief executives of Armour, Wilson, Cudahy, International Harvester, Santa Fe Railroad, Marshall Field, Colgate-Palmolive Peat, Inland Steel, Bendix, U.S., Gypsum, A.B., Dick, Illinois, Bell Telephone, and the First National Bank. Bernstein, The Lean Years, A History of the American Worker, 1920 to 1933, p. 467. 22. CAE. Geddes, Trends in Relief. Expenditures, 1910 to 1935. Washington, D.C. U.S. Government Printing Office, 1937, p. 31. 23. The defenders of the Glass-Steagall Act might protest that the act fitted the quantitativist policy of considering total quantity rather than quality of assets, and therefore that an Austrian economist should defend the measure. But the point is that any further permission for government to lend to banks, whether quantitative or qualitative, is an inflationary addition to the quantity of money, and therefore to be criticized by the Austrian economist. The way was now cleared for a huge program of inflating reserves and engineering cheap money once again. Furthermore, Eugene Meyer Jr. was now governor of the Federal Reserve Board, and Ogden Mills had replaced the more conservative Andrew Mellon as Secretary of the Treasury. At the end of February 1932, total bank reserves had fallen to $1.85 billion. At that point, the FRS launched a gigantic program of purchasing U.S. government securities. By the end of 1932, total reserves had been raised to $2.51. billion. This enormous increase of $660 million in reserves in less than a year is unprecedented in the previous history of the system. If the banks had kept loaned up, the money supply of the nation would have increased by approximately $8 billion. Instead, the money supply fell by $3.5 billion during 1932, from $68.25 to $64.72 billion at the end of the year, and with the bank deposit component falling by $3.2 billion. The monetary history of the year is best broken up into two parts: end of February, end of July, and end of July, end of December. The first period, total reserves rose by $213 million. The entire securities buying program of the Federal Reserve took place during this first period, security holdings rising from $740 million at the end of February to $1,841 million at the end of July, an enormous $1,101 million rise in 5 months. Total controlled reserves rose by $1,000 million. This was offset by a $290 million reduction in bank indebtedness to the Fed, a sharp $380 million fall in the total gold stock, and a $122 million rise in money in circulation. In short, a $788 million reduction in uncontrolled reserves. 4. Open market purchases to be pursued precisely when the gold stock was falling was pure folly and endangered public confidence in the government's ability to maintain the dollar on the gold standard. One reason for the inflationary policy was the huge federal deficit of $3 billion during fiscal 1932. Since the Treasury was unwilling to borrow on long-term bonds from the public, it borrowed on short-term from the member banks, and the Federal Reserve was obliged to supply the banks with sufficient reserves. Despite this great inflationary push, it was during this half year that the nation's bank deposits fell by $3.1 billion. From then on, they remained almost constant until the end of the year. Why this? 302. America's Great Depression. Fall in money supply just when one would have expected it to rise. The answer is the emergence of the phenomenon of excess reserves. Until the second quarter of 1932, the nation's banks had always remained loaned up, with only negligible excess reserves. Now the banks accumulated excess reserves, and Curry estimates that the proportion of excess to total bank reserves rose from 2.4% in the first quarter of 1932 to 10.7% in the second quarter. 24. Why the emergence of excess reserves? In the first place, Fed purchase of government securities was a purely artificial attempt to dope the inflation horse. The drop in gold demanded a reduction in the money supply to maintain public confidence in the dollar and in the banking system. The increase of money in circulation out of season was an ominous sign that the public was losing confidence in the banks, and a severe bank contraction was the only way to regain that confidence. In the face of this requirement for deflation, the Fed embarked on its gigantic securities buying program. Naturally, the banks, deeply worried by the bank failures that had been and were still taking place, were reluctant to expand their deposits further and failed to do so. A common explanation is that the demand for loans by business fell off during the Depression because business could not see many profitable opportunities ahead, but this argument overlooks the fact that banks never have to be passive, that if they really wanted to, they could buy existing securities and increase deposits that way. They do not have to depend upon business firms to request commercial loans or to float new bond issues. The reason for excess reserves must be found, therefore, in the banks. In a time of depression and financial crisis, banks will be reluctant to lend or invest, A, to avoid endangering the confidence of their customers, and B, to avoid the risk of lending to or investing in ventures that might default. The artificial cheap money policy in 1932 greatly lowered interest rates all around, and therefore, the Hoover New Deal of 1932, 303. 24. Lauslin Currie, The Supply and Control of Money in the United States. 2nd. ed. Cambridge, Mass. Harvard University Press, 1935. p. 116. Further discouraged the banks from making loans or investments. Just when risk was increasing, the incentive to bear risk, the prospective interest return, was being lowered by governmental manipulation. And as we noted above, we must not overlook the frightening effect of the wave of bank failures on bank policies. During the 1920s, a typical year might find 700 banks failing, with deposits totaling $170 million. In 1930, 1,350 banks failed, with deposits of $837 million. In 1931, 2,293 banks collapsed, with deposits of $1,690 million, and in 1932, 1,453 banks failed, having $706 million in deposits. This enormous increase in bank failures was enough to give any bank pause, particularly when the bankers knew in their hearts that no bank, outside of the non-existing ideal 100% bank, can ever withstand a determined run. Consequently, the banks permitted their commercial loans to run down without increasing their investments. Thus, the Hoover administration pursued a giant inflationary policy from March through July 1932, raising controlled reserves by $1 billion through Fed purchase of government securities. If all other factors had remained constant and banks fully loaned up, the money supply would have risen abruptly and wildly by over $10 billion during that period. Instead, and fortunately, the inflationary policy was reversed and turned into a rout. What defeated? Foreigners who lost confidence in the dollar, partly as a result of the program, and drew out gold. American citizens who lost confidence in the banks and changed their deposits into Federal Reserve notes. And finally, bankers who refused to endanger themselves any further and either used the increased resources to repay debt to the Federal Reserve or allowed them to pile up in the vaults. And so, fortunately, inflation by the government was turned into deflation by the policies of the public and the banks, and the money supply dropped by $3.5 billion. As we shall see further below, the American economy reached the depths of depression during 1932 and 1933, and yet it had begun to turn upward by mid-1932. It is not far-fetched to believe that the considerable deflation of July 1931, July 1932, totaling $7.5 billion of currency. 304. America's Great Depression. Deposits, or 14%, was partly responsible for the midsummer upturn. 25. The major increase in bank reserves came in the latter half of 1932, when reserves rose from $2.05 to $2.51 billion, or by $457 million. Yet this rise was not caused by FRB security buying, for the Hoover administration had by then ceased purchasing, apparently realizing that little or nothing was being accomplished. With the end of Hoover's inflation, the gold stock reversed itself, and money in circulation even declined, violating its normal seasonal pattern. In this second period, controlled reserves increased by $165 million, and uncontrolled reserves rose by $293 million. Chiefly gold stock, which increased by $539 million. The money supply, however, remained practically constant currency and bank deposits totaling $45.36 billion at the end of the year. In short, the second half of 1932 Gold swarmed into the United States, and money in circulation also fell. The public was therefore no longer a help in fighting inflation. In the face of the huge and rapid increase in gold stock, the administration did nothing, whereas it should have sterilized the increase by tightening money and selling some of its swollen hoard of securities. In the face of the great increase in reserves, therefore, the bankers once again came to the nation's monetary rescue by piling up ever greater excess reserves and also by reducing some indebtedness at the Fed. Curry estimates that by the fourth quarter of 1932, excess reserves had doubled to equal 20.3% of total bank reserves. Professor Seymour Harris, writing at the depth of the Depression at a time when he was a cautious moderate, conceded that the failure of the inflationist policy of the Federal Reserve might have been due to the fact that liquidation has not proceeded far enough. Furthermore, he added, the sound money critics of the Hoover New Deal of 1932 305. 25. To keep our perspective on the monetary contraction of the 1929 to 1932 period, which has often been pointed at with alarm, we should remember that the total money supply fell from $73.3 billion in June 1929 to $64.7 billion at the end of 1932, a fall of only 11.6% or 3.3% per annum. Compare this rate to the inflationary rise of 7.7% per annum during the boom of the 1920s. Administration might be right, and it may be that the heavy open market purchases of securities from 1930 to 1932 have retarded the process of liquidation and reduction of costs, and therefore have accentuated the Depression. 26. Precisely. If Hoover's inflationist plans were thwarted variously by foreigners, the public, and the banks, the president did not permit himself to remain idle in the face of these obstacles. About foreigners he could do little, except to induce Congress to pass the Glass-Steagall Act to permit more leeway for domestic expansion. Hoover was only a moderate inflationist relative to many others, and he did not wish to go off the gold standard. About the public, however, Hoover could do a great deal. Seeing money in circulation increase by $800 million in 1931, Hoover engineered a coordinated hue and cry against traitorous hoarding. Hoarding, of course, meant that individuals were choosing to redeem their own property, to ask banks to transform their deposits into the cash which the banks had promised to have on hand for redemption. It is characteristic of depressions that, because of the inherently fraudulent nature of the commercial banking system, any real attempt by the public to redeem its own property from the banks must cause panic among banks and government alike, and so on. February 3, Hoover organized an anti-hoarding drive, headed by a Citizens Reconstruction Organization, CRO, under Colonel Frank Knox of Chicago. The hoarder is unpatriotic, ran the hue and cry. He restricts and destroys credit, i.e., he is exposing the unsound nature of the credit which was granted against his interests and in destruction of his property. A group of top-level anti-hoarding patriots met on February 6 to organize the drive. Present were General Dawes, Eugene Meyer, Secretaries Lamont and Mills, A.F. Whitney, Alvin Lee Johnston, and industrialist Magnus Alexander. The CRO urged hoarders to invest in short-term Treasury securities, i.e., in unproductive rather than productive investments. On March 6, Hoover delivered a public address on the evils. 306. America's Great Depression. 26. Seymour E. Harris, 20 Years of Federal Reserve Policy, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press, 1933, Volume 2, p. 700. Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, Volume 5, pages 720-21. Of hoarding. The battlefront today is against the hoarding of currency. Hoarding has lowered prices and incomes and restricted credit. It strangles our daily life. No one will deny that if the vast sums of money hoarded in the country today could be brought into active circulation, there would be a great lift to the whole of our economic progress. Hoover then commended Colonel Knox for his great battle against the American people and called on everyone to serve in protection of the American home. Perhaps Hoover is correct when he now gives credit to the Knox drive for the fact that hoarding never increased much during 1932. It reached a peak of $5.44 billion in July and never rose above that until the bank crises in February 1933. But if Hoover is correct, praise is not his appropriate reward, for it means that bank liquidation was postponed for another year and the final banking crisis intensified, and it also means that the public was not at last permitted to find out for itself the great truth of the nature of its banking system. The banks also received their share of Hoover's ire for their unwillingness to expand in those troubled times. The New York Times reported on May 20th that Hoover was disturbed at the apparent lack of cooperation of the commercial banks of the country in the credit expansion drive. In short, the banks have not passed the benefits of these relief measures on to their customers. The anger of the inflationist authorities at the caution of the banks was typified by the arrogant statement of RFC Chairman Atlee Pomerine. Now, and I measure my words, the bank that is 75% liquid or more and refuses to make loans when proper security is offered under present circumstances is a parasite on the community, and Hoover had certainly done his very best to spark the bank credit expansion. It was he who induced Congress to pass the Glass-Steagall Act, and he and Meyer who conducted the open market purchases of $1 billion. After the Glass-Steagall and RFC Acts were passed, Hoover proclaimed that they would so strengthen our whole credit structure and open the channels of credit as now to permit our banks more adequately to serve the needs of the public. On May 19th, Hoover tried to prod the banks by asking Secretary Mills to organize bankers and businessmen to the Hoover New Deal of 1932, 307. Use the surplus credit made available by the Federal Reserve purchases. A committee was established in New York City for this the purpose. On it were such men as Owen D. Young, Chairman, Walter S. Gifford of AT&T, Charles E. Mitchell of the National City Bank, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr. of General Motors, and Walter C. Teagle of Standard Oil. The next day, May 20th, Hoover issued a press release supporting this committee and hoping for similar action throughout the nation. The Young Committee tried to organize a cartel to support bond prices, but the committee accomplished little, and the idea died. The inflation agitation. It is thus with considerable justification that Herbert Hoover was to declare in later years, after coming to the presidency, almost the whole of Roosevelt's credit supports were built upon our measures. Despite his intervention and inflationism, however, Hoover considered himself sound next to some of the wildly inflationist schemes that were filling the air during 1932. The Silver Bloc, for one, stepped up its campaign for an international conference to raise and stabilize the price of silver. They now added proposals for bimetallic systems. Backing these efforts were Senators King, Smoot, and Borough from the Mountain States, the International Chamber of Commerce, and the American Federation of Labor. Senator Burton K. Wheeler, D. Montana, introduced a bimetallism bill with the old battle cry of 16-1, fittingly enough in collaboration with William Jennings Bryan, Jr., the Bimetallic Association was formed to back such a bill in February, and it was also defended by the left-wing National Farmers Union. One of the articulate leaders of the Silver Subsidy Bloc was René Léon, who became advisor to the House Ways and Means Committee and induced the committee to suggest the international conference. Neither of these proposals passed a House of Congress. Meanwhile, more and more economists and politicians were advocating credit expansion, some as a means of reflating the price level back to pre-depression levels. Curiously enough, price level stabilizationists, headed by Irving Fisher, whom we 308, America's Great Depression, have discussed above, no longer wanted mere stabilization. They, too, wanted to reflate the price level back to pre-depression standards, and only then destabilize. There is no better proof that these economists were always inflationists first, and stabilizationists second. Norman Lombard and the Stable Money Association continued to call for stabilization. Before it closed down, it helped to start, and was superseded by the powerful Committee for the Nation, dedicated frankly to reflation, and highly influential in finally getting the country off the gold standard in 1933-34. The Committee for the Nation was founded by veteran stabilizationist Frank A. Vanderlip, former president of the National City Bank of New York, and by James H. Rand, Jr., president of Remington Rand Company. Others cooperating in founding the committee in late 1932 were Vincent Bendix, General Robert E. Wood of Sears Roebuck, Magnus W. Alexander of the National Industrial Conference Board, Fred H. Sexauer, a farm leader, E. L. Cord, and Frederick H. Frazier, chairman of the General Baking Company. When the Committee for the Nation organized formally in January 1933, its executive secretary was Edward A. Rumley, and another of its leaders was Lessing J. Rosenwald. Inflationist efforts in Congress during these years included Representative Wright Patman's bill for a soldier's bonus with fiat money, see above, Senator Walsh's plan for fiat money, Representative Burtness, North Dakota, planned to stabilize the buying power of money, and another bill to raise the commodity price level to the debt-incurring stage and to stabilize it thereafter. Burtness's bill was introduced in December 1931, and in the same month, Rep. Christian Ramsire of Iowa introduced a bill to restore and maintain the level of wholesale prices, directing the Federal Reserve to inflate prices back to 1926 levels. A similar bill was presented by Representative Kent Keller of Illinois. The most important inflationist bill came before the House Banking and Currency Committee in March 1932. The Goldsboro Bill charged the Federal Reserve System with the duty of reflating to pre-depression price levels and then stabilizing. Also, the Fed was to be given power to raise or lower the gold weight of the dollar when it deemed necessary, a harking back to Irving Fisher's old The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 309. Scheme of the compensated dollar. Supporting the Goldsboro Bill in the hearings were Edward A. O'Neill, president of the Farm Bureau Federation, which had established a committee on stabilization of the unit of value for reflating the price level, Louis J. Tabor of the National Grange, and John A. Simpson of the National Farmers Union, all of whom doubted that the bill went far enough. Henry A. Wallace, ex-Senator Robert L. Owen, Professor Wilford I. King, who also wanted the bill to go further, Alvin T. Simons, president of the Simons Saw and Steel Company, Colonel Malcolm C. Rorty, W.C. Hushing of the American Federation of Labor, Professor Irving Fisher, and George H. Shibley. The House frightened the administration in conservative opinion by passing the Goldsboro Bill on May 2 by the overwhelming margin of 289 to 60. The stabilizationists had reached their high water mark. The New York Merchants Association strongly attacked the bill, and the Commercial and Financial Chronicle, throughout the 1920s, a bellwether of sound money, attacked both the Goldsboro Bill and the opposing Federal Reserve authorities in its issue of May 7. It seems useless to argue against follies such as those embodied in the Goldsboro Bill when our legislators have lost all sense and reason, and the only hope is that the movement can be held under definite control before it is carried too far. We grieve to have to say that the Federal Reserve authorities are chargeable with a portion at least of the blame in inculcating the unsound doctrines which are finding such wide acceptance today. Through the reserve policy of the large-scale purchases of United States government securities, the Federal Reserve authorities strongly opposed the Goldsboro Bill, now Fletcher Bill, in the Senate. The best of these antagonists was Dr. Adolph C. Miller, who cogently charged that a reflation attempt could only aggravate the Depression. Miller asserted that if the Federal Reserve had been operating under this bill during the late 1920s, the Depression would now be even worse than it is. The bill was stopped in committee by the efforts of Secretary Mills and Senator Glass. 310. America's Great Depression. Also agitating for inflation were Professors Commons, Edie, Friday, Kemmerer, Persons, and Rogers, Colonel Leonard P. Ayres, Father Charles Cullen, broker Robert M. Harris, and Dr. Ivan Wright. Donald Richburg urged emergency loans to the unemployed. Undoubtedly the wildest of all the monetary schemes were those that envisioned federal support for some sort of separate barter system among the unemployed. Here, at last, the absurd schemes of statists and inflationists reached an apogee, a virtually conscious withdrawal from the civilized monetary economy, and a step toward return to the primitive realm of barter. It is particularly astounding that many famous economists, undoubtedly nonplussed by the Depression, lent their names to barter schemes. Professor Frank D. Graham of Princeton University concocted an elaborate plan for an Emergency Employment Corporation, IEEC, to be established by the federal government for putting the unemployed to work in producing consumer goods in return for scrip, based apparently on labor hours, issued by the EEC. 27. Similar plans were suggested by Professor Wilford I. King of New York University and Howard O. Eaton of the University of Oklahoma. And finally, a whole battery of economists, headed by Professor J. Douglas Brown, director of the Industrial Relations Section of Princeton University and former member of the President's Emergency Committee for Employment, signed a petition for federal and state aid for establishing barter systems, where the unemployed would produce for their own consumption outside of the civilized market economy. 28. The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 311. 27. See Frank D. Graham, The Abolition of Unemployment, 1932, and Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, Volume 5, pages 720 to 21. 28. It is instructive to record the names and affiliations of the more prominent signers of this monumental inanity. They were Willard E. Atkins, New York University; Frank Adelot, president of Swarthmore College; C. Canby Balderstone, University of Pennsylvania; George E. Barnett, Johns Hopkins, president of the American Economic Association; John Bates Clark, Columbia University; Miss Joanna C. Colcord, the Russell Sage Foundation; Morris A. Copeland, University of Michigan. It is a sobering lesson on how the country was being governed. That of the signers, Mallory, Willits, and Woolman were members of the Hoover Emergency Committee for Employment. Willits was an advisor to the Pennsylvania State Unemployment Committee. Lyserson was chairman of the Ohio State Commission on Unemployment Insurance. Douglas had been technical advisor to the New York State Unemployment Relief Committee, and Graham had been an advisor of the Federal Farm Board. 29. 312. America's Great Depression. Paul H. Douglas, University of Chicago; Howard O. Eaton, University of Oklahoma; Frank Albert Fetter, Princeton University; Frank Whitson Fetter, Princeton University; Irving Fisher, Yale University; Walton H. Hamilton, Yale University; Paul U. Kellogg, editor of Survey Graphic; Wilford I. King, New York University; William M. Lyserson, Antioch College; Richard A. Lester, Princeton University. Harley Leist Lutz, Princeton University. James D. McGee, New York University. Otto Todd Mallory. Broadus Mitchell, Johns Hopkins University. Sumner H. Slichter, Harvard University. Charles T. Tippett, University of Buffalo. Jacob Viner, University of Chicago. Charles R. Whittlesey, Princeton University. Joseph H. Willits, Dean of Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania. Leo Woolman, Columbia University. 29, New York Times, January 16, 1933. 23. The barter movement had previously been tried voluntarily on local levels, and had, of course, failed ignominiously, a fact which almost always spurs ideologues to urge that the same scheme be imposed coercively by the federal government. The barter movement as local, cooperative, had begun with the Unemployed Citizens League of Seattle in July 1931, and soon spread to more than half the states. They all failed quickly. Similar, local scrip exchanges failed rapidly after each issuance of the supposedly miraculous scrip. The most prominent scrip exchange was the Emergency Exchange Association of New York, flamboyantly organized by Stuart Chase and other intellectuals and professional men. See Dorfman, The Economic Mind in American Civilization, Volume 5, pages 624-25, 677. In the month of January 1932, two important groups of economists gave their blessings to an expanded inflation program, though not going as far as barter or scrip. Dr. Warren M. Persons, formerly of Harvard University, organized a statement asserting that there was fairly general agreement in the economics profession on two steps: credit expansion by the Federal Reserve in collaboration with commercial banks, and passage of the pending RFC. Among the signers of the Persons statement: Thomas Nixon Carver, John Maurice Clark, John R. Commons, Paul H. Douglas, Irving Fisher, David Friday, Jacob Hollander, Virgil Jordan, Edwin W. Kemmerer, Father John A. Ryan, Edwin R.A. Seligman, Frank W. Taussig, and Henry A. Wallace. 30. One of the most important expressions of monetary and fiscal thought by economists in the Depression was a conference of some of the nation's leading economists in January 1932 at the University of Chicago, under the aegis of the Institute on Gold and Monetary Stabilization. 31. The Chicago meeting received wide notice. As well it might. 24 economists there recommended the following to President Hoover. 1. What later became the Glass-Steagall Act. 2. A systematic campaign of FRB open market purchases of securities. 3. RFC aid to banks with ineligible assets. 4. Maintaining a public works program. 5. Federal unemployment relief. And 6. Lowering tariffs. With the exception of the last plank, President Hoover, as we have seen, adopted every one of these inflationary and interventionist proposals. Part of the responsibility for the Hoover program and its aggravation of the Depression must therefore rest on these eminent advisers who steered him so incorrectly. 32. The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 313. 30 Ibid, pages 675-76. 31. C. Quincy Wright, ed., Gold and Monetary Stabilization. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1932. 32. The group of economists included James W. Angel, Garfield Vet Cox, Aaron Director, Irving Fisher, Harold de Gideons, Alvin H. Hansen, Charles O. Hardy, Frank H. Knight, Arthur W. Margate, Harry A. Millis, Lloyd W. Mintz, Harold G. Moulton. Unfortunately, these distinguished economists did not heed the words of two of the lecturers at the conference, who most emphatically did not sign the statement. One was Professor H. Parker, Willis, who again proved prophetic in attacking the Federal Reserve's past and projected future inflationary policy during the Depression. Willis pointed out that the cheap money policy in late 1929 and in 1931 caused a dangerous outflow of gold and lead, therefore to loss of confidence in the dollar and to bank failures, which accentuated the loss of confidence. He warned that any securities buying program might indeed raise prices, but any such step at the present time would simply mean an aggravation of existing difficulties due to the fact that we are already overburdened with construction work and fixed capital that are not likely soon to be employed. In short, wasteful malinvestments would only be aggravated. The gold standard would also be gravely endangered. In short, inflation and cheap money retard progress toward the reestablishment of a solid system of prices and values. Willis called courageously for a hands-off policy by the Federal Reserve. 33. The other notable contribution to the conference was delivered by Professor Gottfried von Haberler, at that time a follower of Ludwig von Mises. Haberler here presented for perhaps the first time in America the Misesian theory of the business cycle. 34. He pointed out that the traditional monetary theory of the trade cycle emphasized stability of the price level with an attack on falling prices as the remedy for depression. Such were the doctrines of Fisher, Castle, and Hawtrey. The price level, however, is a misleading guide, since credit expansion also has a fundamental influence on the structure of production. Furthermore, the price level theories err. 314. America's Great Depression. Ernest M. Patterson, C. A. Phillips, Henry Schultz, Henry C. Simons, Charles S. Tippett, Jacob Viner, C. W. Wright, Ivan Wright, Theodore O. Wintema. 33H. Parker Willis, Federal Reserve Policy in Depression, in Wright, ed. Gold and Monetary Stabilization, pages 77 to 108. 34. Gottfried von Haberler, Money and the Business Cycle, in Ibid, pages 43 to 74. By not distinguishing between a fall of price due to a contraction of money and that due to a lowering of costs from increases in productivity. In 1924 to 1929, Haberler continued, there was a great growth in production, but wholesale commodity prices remained stable because the volume of money increased. 35. This inflation brought on the succeeding depression. First, it lengthened a period of production because interest was lowered artificially as credit expanded. The subsequent depression, Haberler continued, is the necessary adjustment and abandonment of these longer processes and the restoration of the old consumption investment proportions. Consequently, shifts of capital and labor must occur before recovery can be won. The quacks, preaching inflationary measures, charged Haberler, disregard the real dislocation of productive resources. Further inflation would make things worse by creating a greater artificial disproportion of consumers and producers' goods. The worst step would be a one-sided strengthening of the purchasing power of the consumer, because it was precisely this disproportional increase of demand for consumers' goods which precipitated the crisis. 36. The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 315. 35. Speaking at the same conference, Professor John H. Williams admitted that for the 1920s, it can be argued that but for credit expansion, prices would have fallen, and that they should have done so. It was on such grounds that the Austrian economists predicted the Depression. John H. Williams, Monetary Stabilization and the Gold Standard, in Ibid, p. 149. Williams did not sign the general statement either. 36. Another expression of sound money sentiment, though hardly as penetrating as Haberler's, came later in the year, in September. A group of economists issued a statement, attacking inflation or any abandonment of the gold standard, calling for a balanced budget through lower taxes and expenditures rather than through higher taxes, attacking government propping up of unsound corporate positions which should liquidate quickly, and attacking the Hoover experiments in farm price supports. They pointed out that inflation's benefits are only illusory, and that it simply and disruptively benefits one group at the expense of another, and therefore could not help cure the depression. They also urged tariff reduction and cutting the salaries of government employees, whose pay had unfortunately remained the same while the income of taxpayers had declined. Deviating from soundness, however, were their proposals for a federal system of employment exchanges, hints of favoring unemployment insurance, and acceptance of a continuing RFC, relief programs, and temporary expedients to check deflation. Among the signers were financial economists W. W. Cumberland, Lionel D. Eady. Mr. Hoover's War on the Stock Market. During 1932, President Hoover greatly stepped up his one-man war on the stock market, particularly on short sellers, whom he naively and absurdly persisted in blaming for the fall in stock prices. Hoover forgot that bulls and bears always exist, and that for every bear bet there must be an offsetting bull, and also forgot that speculation smooths fluctuations and facilitates movement toward equilibrium. On February 16, Hoover called in the leaders of the New York Stock Exchange and threatened governmental coercion unless it took firm action against the bears, the short sellers. The exchange tried to comply, but not aggressively enough for Hoover, who declared himself unsatisfied. Having warned the exchange of a congressional investigation, Hoover induced the Senate to investigate the stock exchange. Even though he admitted that the federal government had no constitutional jurisdiction over a purely New York institution, the president used continual pressure to launch the investigation of what he termed sinister, systematic bear raids, vicious pools, pounding down security prices, deliberately making a profit from the losses of other people. Besides such demagogic rhetoric, constitutional limitations seemed pale indeed. Secretary of Commerce Lamont protested against the investigation, as did many New York bankers, but Hoover was not to be dissuaded. In answering the New York bankers, Hoover used some unknown crystal ball to assert that present prices of securities did not represent true values. The stock market viciously persisted in judging stocks according to their earnings, a useful criterion that Hoover seemed to find vaguely traitorous. The pounding of prices to a basis of earnings by obvious manipulation of the market and propaganda that values. 316. America's Great Depression. Leland Rex Robinson, Alexander Sachs, Rufus S. Tucker, and Robert B. Warren, and such academic economists as Theodore E. Gregory of the London School of Economics, Edwin W. Kimmerer of Princeton, Dean Roswell C. McCree of Columbia School of Business, and Dean A. Wellington Taylor of NYU School of Business Administration. Prosperity Essentials, Barron's, September 26, 1932, should be based on earnings at the bottom of a depression, is an injury to the country and to the investing public. Instead, the public should be willing to invest on the basis of the future of the United States. Hoover's persistent calumniation of the rottenness of the stock market finally bore fruit in the Senate investigation, which led to the resignation of Albert Wiggin of the Chase National Bank and blackmailed the stock exchange generally, with clear-cut negative effects on business confidence. The stock exchange was bullied into restricting short selling, and Hoover went on to propose further controls of the stock market in anticipation of the later Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC), including compulsory stock prospectuses, increased liability of promoters, and congressional rules for security exchanges. It is no wonder that Hoover later had a decidedly benign attitude toward The New Deal's SEC. The Home Loan Bank System. President Hoover, we remember, had wanted to establish a grandiose mortgage discount bank system to include all financial institutions, but the rejection of the scheme by insurance companies forced him to limit compulsory coverage to the building and loan associations. The Federal Home Loan Bank Act was passed in July 1932, establishing 12 district banks ruled by a federal home loan bank board in a manner similar to the Federal Reserve System. $125 million capital was subscribed by the Treasury, and this was subsequently shifted to the RFC. Hoover complained that Congress hamstrung his program by limiting discounted mortgages to 50% of value, whereas Hoover had wanted mortgages to be discounted up to 80% of value. In August, Hoover set up National Business and Industrial Committees to aid small business and to spur use of the new system. Addressing a conference of these committees on August 26, the President proclaimed the necessity of coordinating individual action with governmental activity to aid recovery and to give you the opportunity to organize for action. The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 317. The new home loan bank system took a while to get started, opening formally on October 15 and not lending at all until December. At the beginning of 1933, total loans were only $838,000 outstanding, but by March, all the district banks were operating, and the total reached almost $94 million by the end of the year. 37. The bankruptcy law. Another part of the Hoover New Deal message of 1932 that finally bore fruit was amendment of the federal bankruptcy law to weaken the property rights of creditors. If there is to be a bankruptcy law at all, with the debtor summarily freed from much of his self-incurred obligation, which in itself is highly dubious, unless creditor and debtor had contracted for such forgiveness beforehand, then certainly minimum justice to the creditor would permit him to take over the debtor's assets. But President Hoover thought even this excessive, and in his annual messages of 1932 and 1933 urged amendments weakening the rights of the creditor. These important innovations were debated in Congress and only approved for individuals on March 1, 1933, and signed by Hoover. In one of his last acts as president, Congress did not approve similar changes for corporations until the advent of the Roosevelt New Deal. The amendments now permitted a majority of creditors, in amount and in number, to accept deals preferred by the insolvent debtor for extending the time for payment without parting with his assets. As a result, a minority of creditors who would want instant redemption of their own rightful property were now robbed of their proper claims. If there must be majority rule voting among creditors at all, and this seems odd since the individual creditors had no say originally on how much credit was to be borrowed, or from whom, then surely the only proper course is to go immediately into bankruptcy, with each creditor quickly obtaining his. 318. America's Great Depression. 37. C.J.E. McDonough. The Federal Home Loan Bank System. American Economic Review, December 1934. 668-85. Proper individual share of the debtor's assets. Otherwise, the minority creditor has been despoiled and now owns virtually nothing. Debtor sentiment was typified by the Cleveland Trust Company's Business Bulletin, which called for a bill to prevent dissenting members from successfully opposing orderly reorganization of corporations. President Hoover's 1933 message called for the measure as a matter of the most vital importance. It was necessary, apparently, to crush the obstruction of minority creditors who oppose such settlements in the hope that fear of ruinous liquidation will induce the immediate settlement of their claims. Apparently a vaguely traitorous position to hold. 38. The bankruptcy. Changes were opposed vigorously by the nation's bankruptcy lawyers, who particularly attacked the creation of a large bureaucracy of bankruptcy administrators and examiners in the Department of Justice, as well as the unwarranted governmental interference in the relations of debtors and creditors. 39. The fight against immigration. Undaunted by his failure of the year before, Hoover again pressed for legal suspension of immigration in the 1932 session, and the 90% reduction bill was introduced again. This time, the reduction was to be permanent, not just temporary. The chief argument was economic. The AFL, the American Legion, and various patriotic societies supported the bill, but Representative Dixon, D.N.Y., managed to bottle up the bill in the House Committee. On the other hand, bills by Dixon to admit more relatives than the administration was allowing underwent attack by the State Department, and no action was taken in Congress. 1. Dixon bill passing the House but failing in the Senate. The Hoover New Deal of 1932, 319. 38. The 1933 amendments similarly weakened the property rights of railroad creditors. On the bankruptcy changes, see Charles C. Rolfing, Edward W. Carter, Bradford W. West, and John G. Hervey, Business and Government. Chicago, Foundation Press, 1934, pages 402 to 30. 39. On the opposition, see Warren, Herbert Hoover and the Great Depression, p. 69. Thus, Hoover failed to get suspension of immigration into law, but he accomplished practically the same end by administrative a fiat, and in his fall campaign for re-election, he pointed with pride to his achievement and prepared to continue his anti-immigration policy until the Depression was over. 40. I. 320. America's Great Depression. 40. Robert A. Devine, American Immigration Policy, 1924 to 1952. New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press, 1957, pages 84 to 89. 12. The close of the Hoover term. He fact that Hoover sought re-election in the midst of the deepest and worst depression in American history and in the face of unprecedented unemployment did not lower his satisfaction as he looked back upon his record. After all, as he said in his acceptance speech for the presidential renomination, we might have done nothing. That would have been utter ruin. Instead, we met the situation with proposals to private business and to Congress of the most gigantic program of economic defense and counterattack ever evolved in the history of the Republic. We put it into action. No one could accuse him of being slack in inaugurating the vast interventionist program. No government in Washington has hitherto considered that it held so broad a responsibility for leadership in such times. For the first time in the history of depression, dividends, profits, and the cost of living have been reduced before wages have suffered. At St. Paul, at the end of his campaign, Hoover summarized the measures he had taken to combat the Depression: higher tariffs, which had protected agriculture and prevented much unemployment; expansion of credit by the Federal Reserve, which Hoover somehow identified with protection of the gold standard; the home loan bank system, providing long-term capital to building and loan. 321. Associations and savings banks, and enabling them to expand credit and suspend foreclosures; agricultural credit banks which loan to farmers; Reconstruction Finance Corporation, RFC, loans to banks, states, agriculture, and public works; spreading of work to prevent unemployment; the extension of construction and public works; strengthening federal land banks, and especially inducing employers to maintain wage rates. Wage rates were maintained until the cost of living had decreased and the profits had practically vanished. They are now the highest real wages in the world. But was there any causal link between this fact and the highest unemployment rate in American history? This question, Hoover ignored. Hoover had, indeed, placed humanity before money through the sacrifice of profits and dividends before wages, but people found it difficult to subsist or prosper on humanity. Hoover noted that he had made work for the unemployed, prevented foreclosures, saved banks, and fought to retard falling prices. It is true that, for the first time, Hoover had prevented an immediate attack upon wages as a basis of maintaining profits, but the result of wiping out profits and maintaining artificial wage rates was chronic, unprecedented depression. On the RFC, Hoover proclaimed, as he did for the rest of his program, "Nothing has ever been devised in our history which has done more for those whom Mr. Coolidge has aptly called the common run of men and women." Yet, after 3 years of this benevolent care, the common man was worse off than ever. Hoover staunchly upheld a protective tariff during his campaign and declared that his administration had successfully kept American farm prices above world prices, aided by tariffs on agricultural products. He did not seem to see that this price-raising reduced foreign demand for American farm products. He hailed work-sharing without seeing that it perpetuated unemployment, and spoke proudly of the artificial expansion by business of construction beyond present needs at his request in 1929-30, without seeing the resulting malinvestment and business losses. While claiming to defend the gold standard, Hoover greatly shook public confidence in the dollar and helped foster the ensuing 322 America's Great Depression monetary crisis by revealing in his opening campaign speech that the government had almost decided to go off the gold standard in the crisis of November 1931, an assertion heatedly denied by conservative Democratic Senator Carter Glass. The spirit of the Hoover policy was perhaps best summed up in a public statement made in May, before the campaign began, when he sounded a note that was to become all too familiar to Americans. In later years, the military metaphor, the battle to set our economic machine in motion in this emergency takes new forms and requires new tactics. From time to time, we use such emergency powers to win the war. We can use them to fight the Depression. Yet, if New Deal socialism was the logic of Hoover's policy, he cautiously extended the logic only so far. He warned at St. Paul of the strange and radical ideas prevalent in the Democratic Party. The schemes for currency tinkering, the pension bill, the commodity dollar, the pork barrel bill, the plans for veterans' bonuses, and over $2 billion of greenback issue, make-work schemes, and an agitation for a vast $9 billion a year public works program. It was also, to Hoover's credit, that he resisted the pressure of Henry Harriman, who urged Hoover to adopt the Swope Plan for economic fascism during his campaign, a plan which was soon to bear fruit in the National Recovery Administration, NRA. The attack on property rights. The final currency failure. As in most depressions, the property rights of creditors in debts and claims were subjected to frequent attack in favor of debtors who wished to refuse payment of their obligations with impunity. We have noted the federal drive to weaken the bankruptcy laws. States also joined in the attack on creditors. Many states adopted compulsory debt moratoria in early 1933, and sales at auction for debt judgments were halted by Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, Nebraska, and South Dakota. Governor Clyde Herring of Iowa asked insurance and mortgage companies to stop foreclosing mortgages. Life insurance companies protested that they were being very the close of the Hoover term, 323. Lenient, yet in many areas, the courts would not enforce foreclosures for insurance companies, enabling many borrowers arrogantly to refuse to pay. Minnesota forbade foreclosures on farms or homes for several years. One most important of the attacks on creditors' property occurred during the currency crisis that marked the end of the Hoover term. After the election, as the new presidential term approached, people grew more and more apprehensive, and properly so, of the monetary policies of the incoming president. Dark rumors circulated about the radicalism of Roosevelt's advisors and of their willingness to go off the gold standard. Consequently, not only did gold hoarding by foreigners develop momentum, but even gold hoarding by domestic citizens. For the first time in the Depression, American citizens were beginning to lose confidence in the dollar itself. The loss of confidence reached its apogee in February 1933, the month before the Roosevelt inaugural. In that 1 month, the monetary gold stock fell by $173 million, and money in circulation increased by the phenomenal amount of $900 million, the reflection of domestic loss of confidence. Money in circulation totaled $5.4 billion at the end of January and $6.3 billion by the end of February. $700 million of this increase was in Federal Reserve notes and $140 million in gold coin and gold certificates. The Federal Reserve did its best to combat this deflationary pull on bank reserves, but its inflationary measures only served to diminish confidence in the dollar still further. Thus, in the month of February alone, uncontrolled reserves fell by $1,089 million. The FRS greatly inflated its controlled reserves, bills discounted more than doubled to increase by $308 million. Bills bought multiplied tenfold to increase by $305 million. $103 million of U.S. governments were purchased. All in all, controlled reserves increased by $785 million during this month. Net reserves fell by $305 million. The impact of this fall on the money supply was very strong. Total currency and deposits fell from $45.4 billion at the end of 324. America's Great Depression. 1. Theodore Salutos and John D. Hicks, Agricultural Discontent in the Middle West, 1900 to 1939. Madison, University of Wisconsin Press, 1951. p. 448. 1932 to $41.7 billion. At mid-1933. Total money supply fell from $64.72 to $61.61 billion over 1933, and all or more of this fall took place in the first half of the year. 2. A more sensitive measure of change, net demand deposits and time deposits at weekly reporting. Member banks in 101 cities totaled $16.8 billion on February 22 and fell to $14.1 billion by March 8. Bank failures skyrocketed during this period. The number of commercial bank failures increased from 1,453 in 1932 to 4,000 in 1933, most of which took place in the first quarter, with deposits of failed banks increasing from $706 million to $3.6 billion in the same period. 3. Thus, despite the gigantic efforts of the Fed during early 1933 to inflate the money supply, the people took matters into their own hands and insisted upon a rigorous deflation gauged by the increase of money in circulation and a rigorous testing of the country's banking system, in which they had placed their trust. The reaction to this growing insistence of the people on claiming their rightful, legally owned property was a series of vigorous attacks on property right by state after state. One by one, states imposed bank holidays by fiat, thus permitting the banks to stay in business while refusing to pay virtually all of the just claims of their depositors, a pattern that had unfortunately become almost traditional in America since the Panic of 1819. Nevada had begun the parade as early as October 1932, but only 9 out of 20 banks. The close of the Hoover term, 325. 2. Total monetary contraction from June 1929 to the end of 1933 was 16%, or 3.6% per annum. 3. An apt commentary on whether time deposits are money is this statement by 2 St. Louis bankers. Actually, all of us were treating our savings and time deposits as demand deposits, and we still do. We still pay our savings depositors on demand. It is significant that the heavy runs on banks were engineered by savings and time depositors when the trouble was at its height in January 1933. Practically every bank in St. Louis faced heavy withdrawals from savings depositors and had a minimum of difficulty with the checking depositors. This was true throughout most of the country. F.R. von Windegger and W.L. Gregory, in Irving Fisher, ed. 100% Money. New York, Adelphi Press, 1935. Pages 150 to 51. Took advantage of the state holiday, the others remaining open. 4. Louisiana declared a brief holiday for the hard-pressed New Orleans banks in early February, but the bank holiday movement began in earnest with the proclamation of an 8-day holiday on February 14, 1933, by Governor William Comstock of Michigan. 5. This action precipitated the bank runs and deflation of the latter part of February, for if one state could with impunity destroy property right in this manner, then others could, and did, and depositors began an intense scramble to take their money out of the banks. It is at times like this that the speciousness of apologists for our banking system hailing fractional reserves as being as sound as the building of bridges, on estimate that only some inhabitants of the area will cross it at any one time, becomes patently evident. 4. No one has a legal property ownership in the bridge, as they do in their bank deposits. At times like these also, it becomes clear that bank deposits are not really money, even on a paper, let alone a gold standard, but mere money substitutes, which serve as money ordinarily, but reveal their true identity when nationwide confidence begins to collapse on the request of bankers for government to save them from the consequences of their own mistakes, state after state beginning. 326. America's Great Depression. 4. See Jesse H. Jones and Edward Angley, $50 billion. New York. Macmillan, 1951. pp. 17 ff. 5. Detroit had especially overexpanded during the boom and frantic efforts by Hoover and his administration, along with Detroit industrialists and New York banks, to save the leading Detroit banks, had foundered on the devotion to private enterprise and true private responsibility of Henry Ford and of Michigan's Senator Couzens, both of whom refused to agree to subsidize unsound banking. See Ibid, pages 58 to 65. Also see Lawrence E. Clark, Central Banking under the I. Federal Reserve System, New York, Macmillan, 1935, pp. 226 ff. Benjamin M. Anderson, Economics and the Public Welfare, New York, D. Van Nostrand, 1949, pp. 285 f. Dr. Anderson, supposedly an advocate of laissez-faire, sound money, and property right, went so far in the other direction as to chide the states for not going further in declaring bank holidays. He declared that bank moratoria should have applied to 100%, not just 95%, of bank deposits, and he also attacked the clearinghouse for failing to issue large quantities of paper money during the crisis, with Indiana declared moratoria and bank holidays. Governor Ritchie of Maryland declared a 3-day bank holiday on February 24th. On February 27th, the member banks of the Cleveland Clearinghouse Association decided arbitrarily to limit withdrawals from all their branches, and no state officials acted to stop this blatant infringement of property right. They were promptly followed by Akron and Indianapolis banks. On February 27th, the Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Delaware legislatures authorized the state banking officials to restrict the right of withdrawal of deposits. The states adopted this procedure quickly and virtually without debate, the laws being rammed through on the old political excuse that the tax-paying and voting public must be kept in ignorance of the situation in order to prevent panic. 6. In such a manner do the people's representatives characteristically treat their supposed principles. One of the ironic aspects of this situation was the fact that many national banks, which had worked hard to keep themselves in an at least relatively sound position, did not want to avail themselves of the special privilege of bank holiday and had to be coerced into doing so. As Willis puts it, in many cases, the national banks had no wish to join in the holiday provisions of the localities in which they were situated. They had, in such cases, kept themselves in position to meet all claims to which they might be subject, and they desired naturally to demonstrate to depositors and customers their ability to meet and overcome the obstacles of the time, both as a service to such customers and as an evidence of their own trustworthiness. There followed what was deemed the necessity or desirability of coercing the sound banks of the community into acceptation of the standard thought. The close of the Hoover term, 327. 6. C. H. Parker Willis, A Crisis in American Banking, in Willis and John M. Chapman eds. The Banking Situation, New York, Columbia University Press. 1934, pp. 9 ff. The holiday laws either a. forbade banks to redeem the funds of depositors, or b. permitted the banks to choose the proportion of claims that they would pay, or c. designated the proportion of claims the depositors might redeem, essential for the less liquid and less well-managed institutions. 7. By March 4th, every state in the Union had declared a bank holiday, and the stage was set for President Roosevelt's dramatic and illegal closing of all the banks. The stage was set, by the way, with the full collaboration of the outgoing administration. In late February, Congress, with the acquiescence of President Hoover, passed a law permitting national banks to cooperate with state bank holidays, and the Comptroller of the Currency obligingly issued a proposed draft of a Uniform Bank Holiday Act to aid the various state legislatures in drafting their bills. President Roosevelt closed down all the banks throughout the nation for an entire week, from March 6 to 13, with many banks remaining closed even longer. 8. It was a final stroke of irony that Roosevelt's only semblance of legal ground for this decree was the Trading with the Enemy Act of World War I. Restrictions against so-called hoarding were continued afterward, and much hoarded gold returned to the banks following a Federal Reserve threat to publish a list for full public scorn of the leading gold hoarders. 9. It soon became clear that, with the advent of the Roosevelt administration, the American gold standard was doomed. There have been a great many recriminations, particularly from the Hoover camp, about Roosevelt's failure to cooperate when he was president-elect in solving the banking crisis. Certainly it is true that fear of Roosevelt's impending monetary radicalism and Senator Glass's investigations forcing Charles E. Mitchell to resign as president of the National City Bank contributed to the banking. 328. America's Great Depression. 7. Ibid 11. In New York, the pressure for bank closing came from the upstate rather than from the Wall Street banks. 8. See Ibid. Michigan's Governor Comstock, who had begun the furor, naturally extended his holiday beyond the original 8-day period. 9. Lest it be thought that Hoover would never have contemplated going this far, Jesse Jones reports that Hoover, during the banking crisis, was seriously contemplating invoking a forgotten wartime law making hoarding a criminal offense. Ibid, p. 18. Panic. But the important fact is that the banking system had arrived at a critical impasse, usually in the placid course of events. Radical, in the sense of far-reaching economic reforms, whether needed or not, meet the resistance and inertia of those who drift with the daily tide. But here, in the crisis of 1933, the banks could no longer continue as they were. Something had to be done. Essentially, there were two possible routes. One was the course taken by Roosevelt, the destruction of the property rights of bank depositors, the confiscation of gold, the taking away of the people's monetary rights, and the placing of the federal government in control of a vast managed engine of inflation. The other route would have been to seize the opportunity to awaken the American people to the true nature of their banking system and thereby return at one swoop to a truly hard and sound money. The laissez-faire method would have permitted the banks of the nation to close, as they probably would have done without governmental intervention. The bankrupt banks could then have been transferred to the ownership of their depositors, who would have taken charge of the invested, frozen assets of the banks. There would have been a vast but rapid deflation, with the money supply falling to virtually 100% of the nation's gold stock. The depositors would have been forced savers in the existing bank assets, loans, and investments. This cleansing surgical operation would have ended, once and for all, the inherently bankrupt fractional reserve system, would have henceforth grounded loans and investments on people's voluntary savings rather than artificially extended credit, and would have brought the country to a truly sound and hard monetary base. The threat of inflation and depression would have been permanently ended, and the stage fully set for recovery from the existing crisis. But such a policy would have been dismissed as impractical and radical at the very juncture when the nation set itself firmly down the practical and radical road to inflation, socialism, and perpetuation of the Depression for almost a decade. President Hoover, of course, did not even come close to advocating the hard money, laissez-faire policy. Hoover and his partisans have woven the myth that all would have been well if only the close of the Hoover term, 329. Roosevelt had cooperated with Hoover before the inaugural, but just what was this projected cooperation to be? Largely, a joint agreement on partial or total national bank holidays and on a Hoover proposal for temporary federal guarantees of bank deposits, inflationist and statist measures which Roosevelt was soon to adopt. 10.11. Furthermore, as a pièce de résistance, agitation for going off the gold standard kept proceeding from high up in the Hoover administration itself, specifically from Secretary of Treasury Mills and from Undersecretary Arthur Ballantine. 12. Wages, hours, and employment. During the Depression, Mr. Hoover left office in March 1933, at the very depth of the Greatest Depression in American history. Production had fallen by more than one-half. Industrial production had been at an index of 114 in August 1929, and then fell to 54 by March 1933. Unemployment was persisting at nearly 25% of the labor force. 330. America's Great Depression. 10. There was a recurring tendency on the part of Hoover and his colleagues to blame the whole depression on a plot by Hoover's political enemies. Hoover attributed part of the currency crisis to communists spreading distrust of the American monetary system. It is remarkable that communists were needed for distrust to arise, and Simeon D. Fess, chairman of the Republican National Committee, said quite seriously in the fall of 1930, "Persons high in Republican circles are beginning to believe that there is some concerted effort on foot to utilize the stock market as a method of discrediting the administration. Every time an administration official gives out an optimistic statement about business conditions, the market immediately drops." Edward Angley, Comp. Oh yeah? New York, Viking Press, 1931, p. 27. 11. Another Hoover contribution to these times was a secret attempt to stop the press from printing the full truth about the banking crisis and about views hostile to his administration. See Kent Cooper and the Associated Press. New York, Random House, 1959, p. 157. 12 inches fact. Ballantine recently wrote, rather proudly, "The going off, gold, cannot be laid to Franklin Roosevelt. It had been determined to be necessary by Ogden Mills, Secretary of the Treasury, and myself as his Undersecretary, long before Franklin Roosevelt took office." New York Herald Tribune, May 5, 1958. 18. And gross national product had also fallen almost in half. Hardest hit was investment, especially business construction, the latter falling from about $8.7 billion in 1929 to $1.4 billion in 1933. This is not the only indication that the Depression hit hardest in the capital goods industries. The index of non-durable manufacturing production fell from 94 to 66, from August 1929 to March 1933, a decline of 30%. The index of durable manufactures fell from 140 to 32, in the same period, a decline of 77%. Factory employment fell by 42%. Pig iron production decreased by an astounding 85%. The value of construction contracts fell from July 1929 by an amazing 90%, and the value of building permits by 94%. On the other hand, department store sales fell by less than 50% over the period. Taking durable goods industries, for example, building, roads, metals, iron and steel, lumber, railroad, etc., Colonel Leonard P. Ayres estimated that their total employment fell from 10 million in 1929 to 4 million in 1932 to 1933, while employment in consumer goods industries, for example food, farming, textiles, electricity, fuel, etc., only fell from 15 million to 13 million in the same period. 13. Stock prices, industrials, fell by 76% during the Depression, wholesale prices fell by 30%, and the total money supply declined by 1/6. What of wage rates? We saw that the Hoover policies managed to keep wage rates very high during the first 2 years of the pacey Depression. By 1932, however, with profits wiped out, the pressure became too great, and wage rates fell considerably. Total fall over the 1929 to 1933 period, however, was only 23%, less than the decline in wholesale prices. Therefore, real wage rates for the workers still remaining employed actually increased. An excellent inquiry into the wage employment problem during the Depression has been conducted by Mr. Saul Chavero in an unpublished essay. 14. The close of the Hoover term, 331. 13. Leonard P. Ayres, the chief cause of this and other depressions, Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland Trust, 1935. pp. 26 ff. 14. Saul Chavero, Wages and Payroll in the Depression, 1929 to 1933, Unpub. M.A. Thesis, Columbia University, 1947. Chavero shows that in 25 leading manufacturing industries, the following was the record of monetary and real average hourly earnings during these years. We thus see that money wage rates held up almost to the prosperity par until the latter half of 1931, while real wage rates actually increased by over 10%. Only then did a monetary wage decline set in, but still without a very appreciable reduction in real wage rates from the 1931 peak. It should here be noted that, in contrast to Keynesian warnings, prices fell far less sharply after wage rates began to drop than before. From July 1929 to June 1931. Wholesale prices fell from 96.5 to 72.1, or at a rate of fall of 1 per month, while from June 1931 to February 1933, prices fell to 59.8, or at a rate of 0.65 per month. 15. Table 10. Average hourly earnings in 25 manufacturing industries. 100 equals 1929, monetary real. June 1929, 100.0, 100.7. December 1929, 100.099.8. June 1930, 100.0, 102.7. December 1930, 98.1, 105.3. June 1931, 96.1, 111.0. December 1931, 91.5, 110.1. June 1932, 83.9, 108.2. December 1932, 79.1, 105.7. March 1933, 77.1, 108.3. Shaviro points out that businessmen, particularly the large employers, were taken in by the doctrine that they should pursue an enlightened, high-wage policy, a doctrine not only fed to them by the veiled threats of the president, but also by economists, and 332. America's Great Depression. 15 CCA. Phillips, T.F. McManus, and R.W. Nelson, Banking and the Business Cycle, New York. Macmillan, 1937, pages 231 to 32. Labor leaders on the grounds of keeping up purchasing power to combat the Depression. The drop in wage rates had been more extensive and far more prompt in the far milder 1921 Depression. In fact, even money wage rates rose slightly until September, 1930.16. More wage cuts took place in smaller than in larger firms, since the smaller firms were less enlightened, and furthermore were not as fully in the public and governmental view. Furthermore, executive and then other salaries were generally reduced considerably, more than wage rates. In fact, one reason that the eventual wage declines proved ineffective was the pseudo-humanitarian morality that governed the cuts when finally made. Thus, reductions were automatically graduated in proportion to the income brackets of the workers, the higher brackets suffering greater declines, and reductions were often softened for workers with dependents. Short, instead of trying to adjust wage rates to marginal productivities, as was desperately needed, the firms allocated the loss in income on the most just and equitably basis, actuated by the desire to make the burden of reduced income fall as lightly as possible on those least able to suffer the loss. In short, each man was penalized according to his ability and subsidized according to the need for which he had voluntarily assumed the responsibility. His dependents. It was typical that executive salaries were the ones cut most promptly and severely, even though the great unemployment problem was not among the executives, but among rank and file workers. As a result of this tragically wrong-headed policy, wage cuts certainly stirred up little worker resentment, but also did little to help unemployment. In sum, management's attitude looked not for what reduction can most easily be made, but rather, how can necessary payroll economies be accomplished with the least hardship for all concerned? This policy only aggravated the close of the Hoover term, 333. 16. Maintenance of higher wage rates caused many firms to discharge workers, rather than appear as slackers by cutting wages, although they might have been able to continue operations if they had made such reductions. Dale Yoder and George R. Davies, Depression and Recovery, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1934, p. 89. General hardship, as will always happen when business strays from its proper goal of maximizing profits. 17. While real average hourly earnings rose, actual hours worked in industry fell drastically during the Depression. Weekly hours averaged over 48 in 1929 and fell to less than 32 by mid-1932. In no previous depression had hours worked fallen by more than 10%. This was a form of reduced employment caused by the high-wage policy, a form, as we have seen, particularly recommended by the Hoover administration. As a result of the fall in hours worked and in money wage rates, average weekly earnings fell by over 40% during the Depression, and real weekly earnings fell by over 30%. But hardest hit were the unemployed, the percentage of whom rose to 25% by 1932 to 1933 and reached 47% in the selected manufacturing industries. The fall in man-hours worked, combined with the fall in average hourly earnings, caused a truly precipitate drop in total factory payrolls, the base of that very purchasing power that the enlightened policy was supposed to sustain. Total payroll fell by over 29% in 1930, a year when money wage rates, average hourly earnings, rose to a higher level than 1929, and payroll had fallen by almost 71% by March 1933. Real payroll fell by over 60% in the same period. The purchasing power theorists often declaimed that the key to prosperity is national income going more to employees and less to profits. These conditions were filled to their heart's content during the Depression, for aggregate profits were negative during 1932 and 1933. Although unions were not particularly important in these years, amounting to only 6% of the labor force, Professor Levinson has shown that unions maintained higher wage rates for their employed workers than did comparable non-union workers. 18. This 334. America's Great Depression. 17. National Industrial Conference Board, Salary and Wage Policy in the Depression, New York, Conference Board 1933, pages 31 to 38. 18. Harold M. Levinson, Unionism, Wage Trends, and Income Distribution. 1914 to 1947, Michigan Business Studies, June 1951, 34 to 47. Hoover and Secretary. Lamont tried to induce the nation's industrialists to be more favorable to unions. Demonstrates the power of unions to maintain money wage rates during a depression, thereby aggravating the unemployment problem and reinforcing the effects of Hoover's injunctions and enlightened economic theory. Wage rates of selected union workers fell only 6 to 12% over the 1929 to 1932 period, while the rates of non-union workers fell by 14 to 36%. Levinson points out that there is a close relationship between the strength of the union and the maintenance of wage rates in each specific industry. Thus, the union in the men's clothing industry had been greatly weakened in the 1920s by moves of industry from union to non-union areas, so that it had to accept wage reductions during the Depression to protect the solvency of the organized employees. Wage rates in this industry fell by 31% during the 1929-32 period. Sharing the work by putting employees on reduced time was another favorite panacea of the Hoover administration. Yet, in 1931, the President's Emergency Committee for Employment reported that, in a sample of manufacturing plants with under 1,000 employees suffered an unemployment problem in 75% of the cases, whereas 96% of the plants with over 5,000 workers suffered from unemployment. 88% of the larger firms had engaged in work sharing, while only 53% of the smaller firms did so. In a Business and Industrial Conference of August 26, 1932, Hoover reported that work sharing had been used for hundreds of thousands of workers. The conference appointed a subcommittee headed by Walter Teagle, president of Standard Oil of New Jersey, to urge more work spreading in hopes of putting 2 million people back to work. Standard Oil set an example by hiring 3,000 more workers in addition to its total of 23,000. The slogan adopted was job security by job sharing. In September, William J. Barrett of the President's Organization on Unemployment Relief delivered a comprehensive report on work spreading. Barrett admitted that management has the close of the Hoover term 335 by urging them during 1930 and 1931 to meet at a formal conference with leaders of organized labor. See James O. Morris, The AF of L. in the 1920s, A. Strategy of Defense, Industrial and Labor Relations Review, July 1958, 577-78. Undergone increased costs in providing employment for additional workers. He further revealed that the largest proportion of work sharing occurred in the most distressed industries, i.e., the capital goods industries. This illustrates the role that work sharing played in aggravating and perpetuating unemployment. Thus, in a sample of industries, the largest proportion of part-time workers occurred in such fields as machinery, 84.9%, rubber, iron, and steel, 79.3%, metals, stone, clay, and glass, while the smallest proportion occurred in railroads, 22.3%, foods, 26.6%, retail and wholesale, and commercial establishments, 20.4%. The average part-time proportion for the entire sample was 56.1%. 19. Conclusion: the lessons of Mr. Hoover's record. Mr. Hoover met the challenge of the Great Depression by acting quickly and decisively, indeed almost continuously throughout his term of office, putting into effect the greatest program of offense and defense against depression ever attempted in America. Bravely he used every modern economic tool, every device of progressive and enlightened economics, every facet of government planning to combat the depression. For the first time, laissez-faire was boldly thrown overboard and every governmental weapon thrown into the breach. America had awakened and was now ready to use the state to the hilt, unhampered by the supposed shibboleths of laissez-faire. President Hoover was a bold and audacious leader in this awakening. By every progressive tenet of our, he should have ended his term a conquering hero. Instead, he left America in utter and complete ruin, a ruin unprecedented in length and intensity. What was the trouble? Economic theory demonstrates that only governmental inflation can generate a boom and bust cycle, and that the depression will be prolonged and aggravated by inflationist and other interventionary measures. In contrast to the myth, 336, America's Great Depression, 19 Monthly Labor Review, 35, 1932, 489 ff. and 790 ff. of laissez-faire, we have shown in this book how government intervention generated the unsound boom of the 1920s, and how Hoover's new departure aggravated the Great Depression by massive measures of interference. The guilt for the Great Depression must, at long last, be lifted from the shoulders of the free market economy and placed where it properly belongs, at the doors of politicians, bureaucrats, and the mass of enlightened economists. And in any other depression, past or future, the story will be the same. The close of the Hoover term, 337. Appendix: Government and the National Product, 1929 to 1932. In footnote 21 of Chapter 9, we explain how we arrive at our estimate of the degree of government depredation on the private national product. The critical assumption is the challenge to the orthodox postulate that government spending, ipso facto, represents a net addition to the national product. This is a clearly distorted view. Spending only measures value of output in the private economy because that spending is voluntary for services rendered. In government, the situation is entirely different. Government acquires its money by coercion, and its spending has no necessary relation to the services that it might be providing to the private sector. There is no way, in fact, to gauge these services. Furthermore, every government conscripted dollar deprives the citizen of expenditures he would rather have made. It is therefore far more realistic to make the opposite assumption, as we do here, that all government spending is a clear depredation upon rather than an addition to private product and private output. Any person who believes that there is more than 50% waste in government will have to grant that our assumption is more realistic than the standard one. To estimate the extent of government depredation on private product, we first find private product by deducting product, or income originating in government and government enterprise, i.e., the payment of government salaries, from gross national product. We now have the gross private product. Government depredations upon this GPP consist of the resources that 339. Government drains from the private sector, i.e., total government expenditures or receipts, whichever is the higher. This total subtracted from the GPP yields the private product remaining in private hands, which we may call PPR. The percentage of government depredation to gross private product yields an estimate of the burden of government's fiscal operations on the private economy. 1. If government expenditure is larger than receipts, then the deficit is a drain on private resources, whether financed by issuing new money or by borrowing private savings, and therefore the expenditure figure is chosen as a measure of government depredation of the private sector. If receipts are larger, then the surplus drains the private sector through taxes, and receipts may be considered the burden on the private sector. 2. One significant problem created by the vagaries of the official statistics, fortunately, again, a problem not significant for our period, is that the official statistics lump together the bulk of the spending of government enterprises, roughly, the government agencies that charge fees, in the private rather than the governmental sector. There are, therefore, no figures available for the 340, America's Great Depression. It is conventionally argued, for example, by Professor Dew, that we should not include government transfer payments, for example, relief payments, in any such expenditures deducted, because transfer payments are not included in the original GNP figure. But the important consideration is that taxes, or deficits, to finance transfer payments do act as a drain on the national product, and therefore must be subtracted from GPP to yield PPR. Dew claims that, engaging the relative size of governmental and private activity, transfer payments should not be included, because they merely shift purchasing power from one set of private hands to another without the government's using up resources. But this mere shift is just as much a burden upon the private producers, just as much a shift from voluntary production to state-created privilege, as any other governmental expenditure. It is a government-induced using of resources. John F. Dew, Government Finance. Homewood, Illinois. Richard Dyerwin, 1954. Pages 64, 76 to 77. 2. A surplus slightly overestimates the extent of depredation if it is used to deflate the money supply, and government expenditures slightly overstate the extent of depredation by counting in the amount of government taxes levied on government bureaucrats themselves. The amount of distortion is slight, however, particularly for the 1929 to 1932 period, and is less than the distortion of using GNP instead of GPP, and thus counting governmental payment of salaries as equivalent to the product of government. Total spending or total receipts of government enterprises, although there are separate figures for the salaries paid by, the income originating in government enterprises. Below, we will present very rough estimates for government enterprises for these years. Furthermore, we do not, as do the Department of Commerce. Accounts of government expenditures deduct government interest received from interest paid by government to arrive at a net interest paid figure. On the contrary, the full amount paid by government is deducted from private resources and must therefore be included, while interest received is a receipt from the private sector and should be included in the estimation of government receipts. We are presenting here the figures not only for gross product, but also for net product, which are also of interest. Net national product is gross national product minus depreciation and other capital, consumption allowances, and if we consider private product as net income without drain on the value of capital, then we should estimate the percentage of government depredation on net private product. 3. Table I presents gross national product and net national product in current prices. Figures in this and following tables are from Table I, national product, dollar billions, gross national net national product 1929, 104.4, 95.8, 1930 91, 182.6, 1931, 76.368.1, 1932, 58.5, 50.9. Appendix 341. 3. Of course, official figures are not always accurate estimates of true depreciation. For a cogent discussion of the advantages and disadvantages of using net or gross measures of the governmental burden on the economy, see the tax burden. In relation to national income and product, New York, Tax Foundation, 1957. U.S. Income and Output, Department of Commerce, November, 1958, and National Income, 1954, edition, Department of Commerce. Our next step is to find the gross product of government and government enterprises, or income originating in government and government enterprises. Table 2 presents these figures for federal and for state and local government and government enterprises. Table 2, income originating in government, dollar billions, Fed, state and total, Fed, government, local government, and government, int, government, int, 1929, 0.9, 0.6, 3.4, 0.2, 5.1, 1930, 0.90, 0.63, 0.60, 0.25.3, 1931, 0.9, 0.6, 3.7, 0.25.4, 1932, 0.9, 0.5, 3.6, 0.25.2. Deducting the total figure for income originating in government and government enterprises from GNP, we arrive at gross private product, and from NNP, we arrive at net private product. This is shown in Table 3. Table 3. Private product, dollar billions, total incorporated, original in gross net, government and private, GNP, NNP government, int, prod, 1929, 104.495, 0.85.199, 0.390.7, 1930 91, 0.182, 0.65, 0.385, 0.877.3, 1931, 76.368.15.4, 70.9, 62.7, 1932, 58.5, 50.9, 5.253, 0.345.7, 342, America's Great Depression. Table 4 presents our estimates for government expenditures, not including government enterprises. As we have indicated above, interest received, which had been deducted from interest paid by government to arrive at the Department of Commerce figure, for government expenditures was re-included, also for similar reasons, surplus of state and local government enterprises, which the department deducted from its aggregate of state and local government spending, was re-included in our estimates. Table 4. Government expenditures. Dollar billions, Fed, state and local total government, expends, 1929, 2.9, 8.2, 11.1. 1933.1, 8.9, 12.0. 1931, 4.4, 8.9, 13.3. 1932, 3.4, 8.0, 11.4. Estimates of the expenditure of government enterprises are divisible into two parts: income originating, i.e., employee salaries, which are available from the Department of Commerce, and purchases from business, which are not available at all. Neither the Department of Commerce nor the Treasury has any figures available for purchases from business. The only estimates we may obtain, therefore, must be highly sketchy and arbitrary. Professor Fabricant has prepared figures for the fiscal year 1932. We have so far been dealing in calendar years. Of the total purchases from business by federal and state and local governments, including government enterprise. 4. Fabricant estimates total federal purchases from Appendix 343. 4. Solomon Fabricant and Robert E. Lipsey, The Trend of Government Activity in the United States. Since 1900, New York, National Bureau of Economic Research, 1952, pages 222 to 34. Business, general government and government enterprise, as $1.02 billion for 1930, 1.32. The average of the Department of Commerce. Figure of federal government, general, purchases from business for 1931 and 1932 is $0.54 billion. We may therefore estimate the expenditure by federal enterprises on goods from business as 48 cents billion for 1930, 1.32. On the state and local level, Fabricant estimates a total of $4.08 billion spent by government and government enterprise on business products in 1931, 32, the average of 1931 to 1932 for general state and local government purchases from business is $3.48 billion. Department of Commerce. This leaves as the estimate for 1931 to 1932 of purchases of government enterprises, state and local, from business at $0.60 billion. Unfortunately, Fabricant presents no figures for any other years. For our period on the state and local level, for federal purchases from business, Fabricant estimates the total for government and government enterprise at $0.88 billion for fiscal 1929. Now, unfortunately, we have no data for 1928, using calendar year 1929. Therefore, we obtained $0.36 billion as the Department of Commerce estimate for federal government general purchases. Subtracting this from the Fabricant figure, we obtain a rough estimate of $0.52 billion for the purchases of federal enterprises from business during 1929. To extrapolate these sketchy figures into estimates of federal and state and local government enterprises for each of these years is certainly arbitrary, but it would just as certainly be more arbitrary if we simply ignored the problem altogether and permitted government enterprises to remain partially ensconced in the private sector. We will therefore assume that, for each of our years, federal enterprises spent $5 billion on the products of business, while state and local enterprises spent $6 billion. Our estimates for the expenditures of government enterprises are then as follows in Table V. The grand total of expenditures for government and government enterprises for these years is therefore as follows in Table Virgin Islands. What were governmental receipts during these years? Here we may take the Department of Commerce data, adding to them for both federal and state and local interest received. As for government, 344, America's Great Depression. Table V. Expenditures of government enterprises. Dollar billions, perch, income perch, total. Income from original from expend. Original bus, state and bus, government, Fed, local S and L interp. 1929, 0.6, 0.5, 0.20, 0.6, 1.9. 1930, 0.6, 0.5, 0.2, 0.6, 1.9. 1931, 0.60, 0.50, 0.20, 0.6, 1.9. 1932, 0.5, 0.5, 0.2, 0.6, 1.8. Table V. Expenditures of government and government enterprises. Dollar billions, state, federal and local total. 1929, 5.2, 8.8, 14.0. 1934, 0.4, 9.1, 13.5. 1931, 3.4, 9.0, 12.4. 1932, 3.0, 8.5, 11.5. Enterprises, we may simply and roughly assume that their receipts balance their expenditures and estimate them in the same way, except that we know from the Department of Commerce the current surplus of state and local government enterprises, which we may add to the receipt figure. Total estimated receipts of government and government enterprise are presented in Table 7. Might be thought that, to arrive at the highest aggregate figure of government expenditures or receipts for any year, we simply total federal and state and local receipts, and the same for expenditures, and see which one is the higher. This is not correct, however. Whenever we have independent centers of governmental. Appendix 345. Table 7. Receipts of government and government enterprises. Dollar billions, state, federal and local total government. 1929, 5.2, 8.8, 14.0. 1934, 0.4, 9.1, 13.5. 1931, 3.4, 9.0, 12.4. 1932, 3.0, 8.5, 11.5. Activity. The deficits and surpluses of these centers do not cancel each other in their impact on the private economy. Suppose hypothetically that in a given year the Illinois state government has a fiscal surplus of $200 million, while New York has a deficit of $200 million. If we are interested in a figure for the governmental impact of New York and Illinois states combined, we do not simply aggregate receipts and expenditures and compare them. For Illinois' surplus taxes drain the private sector, and New York's deficits also drain the private sector. The ideal step, therefore, is to take each state's and each locality's receipts or expenditures, whichever is the higher, and add up each of these higher figures along with the higher figure for the federal budget to estimate the total fiscal impact of all level of government. With the data we have available, we can only do this for state and local on the one hand, and federal on the other. 5. Now at last, in Table 8, we are ready to estimate the fiscal depredations of government for federal and for state and local authorities, including government enterprises, and compare them to the data for private product. We see here, in stark relief, the record of the enormous increase in the fiscal burden of government during the Depression, from 346, America's Great Depression. 5. Because, in our figures, state and local governments are already lumped together, our estimates will, from this standpoint, considerably underestimate the fiscal burden of government on the private sector. Table 8. Government and the private product. Dollar billions, gross net state total. Private Fed, and local government. Prod, Depred, Deprids. 1929, 99.3, 90.7, 5.29, 0.0, 14.2. 1930, 85, 0.877, 0.34.4, 9.7, 14.1. 1931, 70.9, 62.75, 0.59, 0.7, 15.2. 1932, 53.345, 0.7, 4.4, 8.8, 13.2. Private prod, remaining, gross, remaining, net, 1929, 85.176.5. 1930, 71, 0.763.2. 1931, 55.747.5. 1932, 40.132.5. State, Fed, and local total government. Deprids, percent of GPP, percent of GPP, percent of GPP. 1929, 5.29, 0.114.3. 1935, 0.111, 0.3, 16.4. 1931, 7.8, 13.7, 21.5. 1932, 8.3, 16.5, 24.8. State, Fed, and local total government. Deprids, percent of MPP, percent of MPP, percent of MPP. 1929, 5.89, 0.9, 15.7. 1935, 0.712.5, 18.2. 1931, 8.8, 15.5, 24.3. 1932, 9.6, 19.3, 28.9. 1929 to 1932. The percentage of federal depredations on the private product rose from approximately 5% to 8% of the Appendix 347 GPP, and from 6% to 10% of the NPP, state and local. Depredations rose from 9% to 16% of the GPP, and from 10 to 19% of the NPP. Total government depredations rose from 14% to 25% of GPP, and from 16% to 29% of NPP, not far from double the burden.